Good morning, my fellow associates and distinguished colleagues. I would like to welcome you again to the 10th Annual Ohio Land Bank Conference. My name is Dan Roberson, and I represent PNC as its Community Development Consultant for Northern Ohio. Our mission here at PNC Community Development Banking is to improve the quality of life and to bring economic empowerment to our communities. And I have the distinct honor of introducing two individuals who are champions of the community themselves. First is our plenary speaker, Jim Rokakis, who is the director of the Western Reserve Land Conservancy's Thriving Communities Institute. During his time in his previous role as the Cuyahoga County Treasurer, he became the leading force behind the streamlined abandoned property foreclosure process and for the implementation and creation of the Cuyahoga County Land Bank. And the Ohio Land Banking Registration has become a model across the state of Ohio for all and also other states. Our second speaker is none other than Senator Sherrod Brown, and Senator Brown has spent his career supporting Ohioans for their dignity of work, public service, tax reform, community service, and much more. Senator Brown has served on multiple committees throughout his career in politics, including his position on Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. During the past housing crisis in the earlier part of the 2000s, Senator Brown recognized the need for supporting our communities across the board, and specifically in Cleveland's own Slavic Village. This commitment further shows his role as a dedicated community advocate, and that continues to this day. I would like all of you to please join me in welcoming our speakers today, Jim Rokakis and Senator Sherrod Brown. Thank you.
And thank you, Dan, and thank you to PNC for being so supportive of these efforts. Yep, welcome to our 10th Annual Land Bank Conference. Last year, our conference was held on the beautiful banks of the Ohio River in the crown jewel of Ohio City, Cincinnati. We had a great time and Hamilton County was a great sponsor. This year, we're going to have the conference on the banks of another river, the Cuyahoga, and on the shores of Lake Erie. But the COVID crisis, of course, prevented that from happening, and we're improvising. We're doing this virtually. I want to thank all of you who signed up. Because of the large number of attendees who have signed up already, you've made this a successful conference. So while we're not on the banks of the Ohio, we're not on the banks of the Cuyahoga or the Maumee or the Scioto or any other great river in Ohio, we're together and we're going to get through this. This is the first time for many of us putting on a virtual event like this. We're going to ask for your indulgence. We hope it comes off without a glitch, but if we do, we'll hope you forgive us. And you should also know this will be available for those who could not watch all of it. It's going to be available because it is being recorded. We have a lot to cover the next 2 days, and I'm going to explain the sessions briefly, but first I want to talk about another thing that happened in 2020 that has made this such a difficult year for all of us. As all of you know by now, the woman we call the mother of Ohio Land Banks, our beloved Robin Thomas, who so many of you dealt with on a regular basis over the years, passed away June 4th, way too soon, unexpectedly at the age of 66. Some of you know the circumstances. Robin had moved to Michigan and was working remotely with us. She was in Michigan to deal with a difficult family situation and preparing to take care of her two beloved grandchildren. The loss was especially hard on her sons, who I think are watching today, Corey, Devin, and Kyle. Of course, her grandchildren, Davis and Riley, brothers and sisters, many of whom are watching today, her friends and family, and to all of us here in the family of land banks. We will miss her, and it's in her memory that we will dedicate today's conference. We've put together a brief video with people who are close to Robin and would like to share their thoughts and remembrances with you. Please cue the video.
She was such a wonderful woman, such a strong woman. She taught me a lot about being a woman in the workplace. She really took me under her wing.
She was not sentimental or nostalgic for what was. She was just very enthusiastic for what was to come.
Over the course of the many years that I was county treasurer, I had a lot of good ideas and some not so good ones, but she took the good ideas and made them work and pointed out to me why the not so good ideas were not so good and basically made me look good.
When I think about Robin, one of the first things that comes to mind is the playbook, the flash drive that she organized and helped to distribute to all of the young land banks around the state to let us know how to get started on everything from taking an office inventory to filing our first tax foreclosures. I think about Robin's playbook as well. How awesome she was because she had all of that experience from working for decades in Cuyahoga County government and all of the questions that she could answer for young land banks, and how confident she was in sharing all that she knew. I think about Robin's personal playbook also. Late last year, when my father was dying of cancer in the Cleveland Clinic, she didn't only offer me emotional support, she offered me a room at her house to cut down on my travel. She was one of a kind, and we were blessed to have her.
I miss her a lot, and she loved seeing all of you at the conference each year. I really, truly think it might have been the highlight of her year.
Robin was the mother of land banks in Ohio. She been to about 70 counties. She was the go-to person to so many people in this room today. She took calls, she made those visits. She would often visit a county 3, 4, and 5 times. There was a period of time there where she was on the road, I would say 2 to 3 days a week. She never complained, and she said she kind of enjoyed it. She enjoyed getting to know all of you, getting to know people throughout Ohio as we built this land bank network.
You know, Robin was very generous with her time, her talents, and her resources. For the true tribute to Robin, I think, is for us to keep up this good work, regardless of the obstacles or the lack of resources or the difficult days that we face. Robin wanted all of us to continue with this movement because she believed so greatly in its work.
Thank you for that video, Jared Saylor from our staff. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing over the next 2 days. We've put together over 12 panels over the 2 days to talk about the work of land banks, the challenges we face, the opportunities that lie ahead of us, but also we're going to be using this time to celebrate some of the work of land banks around the state, because some of these land banks have done just outstanding work. Now, we didn't want 12 hours of Zoom calls because we felt we would lose you. So where we could, we interspersed these sessions with videos that were produced through Jared Saylor and our staff, and a junior at Cleveland State, Jack Brancatelli, who did so much good work on this. They were a lot of work, by the way. We had fun, and we hope you enjoy them. We hope they make it a little more entertaining. The first session that we're going to deal with today will deal with our many legal challenges and our work in the Ohio legislature. We know how important land banks are, but you know, there's some people out there that don't necessarily like us, and it's not a surprise. Anytime you do something good and take on the established order, you make some enemies. So we'll talk about some of these legal challenges. You know, we've been in court a fair amount, but we're also going to talk about a bill that's been introduced in the Ohio legislature by Senator Matt Dolan that will deal with some of our outstanding issues. Our second session is we're going to be focusing on the work of a couple of small land banks in the Appalachian region of Ohio, a land bank in Athens County and a land bank in Lawrence County. These land banks may be from smaller counties, but they've been powerful. Athens County is a relatively new land bank. They didn't have a chance to take advantage of much of the NIP money, but they've been very creative in the work that they've done. We have a video about Athens County that highlights some of their work. Another Appalachian county, down at the very bottom of the state, if you look at the bottom of the state, that one that's right there at the bottom is Lawrence County. They were actually the first land bank to form in what we've called the Appalachian Ohio region, and led by the county treasurer there, Steve Burcham, and Thomas Schneider, who's the director of the land bank. They've done amazing work. They've actually done transformational work. They've taken down hundreds of blighted houses, and they're doing some important repurposing. While we could not get down there and film Lawrence County, they have a PowerPoint and they're going to make a presentation, and we look forward to that. We're going to focus in on the third session with the work in the Mahoning Valley, and we're specifically meaning the Mahoning and Trumbull counties. The economic setbacks that have befallen these two counties are well known, not only in Ohio, but it's well known nationally and even internationally. Once a vibrant manufacturing region, they've now been dealing for many years with closed factories, the fallout from NAFTA and other issues around deindustrialization. You've all heard about Lordstown. But having said that, the land banks in each of these counties has been tough and they've been innovative. Land banks there have given each of these counties powerful tools to deal with blight, abandonment, and repurposing, and they've used it, and you're going to see that in the videos. We're going to be hearing from people in both counties, a panel after the videos, and they're going to be highlighting some of their amazing work, and please pay special attention to their partnerships. At about 12:30 today, we have a call with Governor Mike DeWine, who will be offering a greeting to our attendees. Starting with his commitment of dollars when he was the Attorney General from something we call the robo-signing dollars, the governor has been very supportive of our efforts. Moving Ohio forward, many of you remember that, took down almost 15,000 abandoned structures. After the greetings from the governor, we're going to go to a lunchtime speaker, actually about 1 o'clock, Julia Gordon. She's the president of the National Community Stabilization Trust. She's going to reflect on the organization's commitment to refacilitating the reuse of vacant single-family homes. She'll talk about COVID. She'll talk about ways that land banks can help. And she's also going to focus in on a new bill in Congress that has bipartisan support. You know, there aren't many of those. It's called the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act. It's a tax credit bill, and it's going to give us some tools to deal with vacant and abandoned homes. Now, we've come to believe at Western Reserve that there's nothing as important in Ohio as land conservation. Many of you are aware of this, but there is a role that land banks can play in land conservation. Two outstanding individuals for the Western Reserve Land Conservancy are going to be presenting ideas as to how you can take, how your land banks can be involved in this effort. And actually, there's been some work that we've already done in Trumbull and in Mahoning County, and we hope you pay special attention. I'm going to grab a little water here. I've got a little morning dry mouth. We're going to move next to historic preservation. You know, over the last 10 years, land banks in our respective communities have helped to remove approximately 40,000 vacant and abandoned structures from Ohio's communities. We're proud of the work that we've done to clean up these communities, but it's not all just about demolition. That's one of the common misperceptions about land banks, that all we do is demolition. It's not true. We do a lot more than that. There's been significant work done in the state around historic preservation, a lot of it in Southeast Ohio. We're going to be looking at some of the work that they've done there, led by Jessica Powell and their partnership with the city of Cincinnati. We're also going to be talking to an expert in the private sector from Northeast Ohio, who has used historic preservation tools in her business, and she's going to be talking about some of those tools. She's going to show us the creative reuse of a church and also an abandoned commercial building. And as I travel around Ohio, I do see a lot of closed churches, and I certainly see a lot of abandoned commercial buildings. So we hope you pay special attention to what they do and maybe get some ideas about what you can do. Our last session today, we're traveling to Southeast Ohio, where the Habitat for Humanity organization has been led by an outstanding director. He has used the land bank to assist Habitat in his 8-county footprint. And he has said, and he'll say again today, that the land bank is the best tool that's ever been made available to Habitat for Humanity anywhere in this country. He certainly believes it about Ohio. We went to Zanesville in Muskingum County and followed him around as he explained his work. We went to his restore. Many of you know Habitats have these places they call restores. And we visited a vocational high school where the high school students working in partnership with the trades have built about 5 new Habitat homes. Unfortunately, we lost the film footage. It's our one technical glitch during all that filming, but we're going to discuss that with Ken Ehlers today. And we're also going to have with him the director of Habitat for Humanity for all of Ohio. And while we have billed this as a Southeast Ohio presentation, we are going to bring on a man named John Habit, who runs the Habitat for Humanity in Cleveland, who is also a huge fan and will be speaking to us about the work they've done here. Tomorrow, we open up with the COVID-19 crisis session. As we know, it's affected everybody in the country, everybody in the world. Land banks, we think, can play a significant role in dealing with the fallout from this crisis. Our panel on the COVID-19 crisis will involve people from land banks, cities, housing organizations, and others who've thought about this problem and how land banks can creatively weigh in on this problem and be proactive, not just reactive, but be proactive in dealing with this crisis. Thousands, our next session tomorrow will deal with abandoned lands and the possibility of reusing them in a way that's very creative and possibly fruitful for land banks. As you know, thousands and thousands of acres of land in Ohio have been abandoned in the form of landfills, closed strip mines, abandoned industrial sites, and other properties we typically view as being unusable and part of the unsolvable problem that we face in Ohio communities. But there are people in Ohio who are proposing that much of this land can be used for renewable energy, in particular solar energy, by taking this vacant land and creating large solar fields. We'll be hearing from experts on this panel who not only know how to do this, but they have done it, starting with a big field of land, abandoned landfill in Franklin County. And they're going to talk about opportunities for land banks, and it could potentially provide a revenue stream for all of you. Our next session tomorrow will deal with environmental problems. We just talked about one of the environmental problems that we face with these landfills and the rest, but you're all aware of it, and it's often the land that we end up being offered is dirty land or environmentally challenging land. So we deal with the least desirable properties, but we've got some experts here who have been very involved with land banks around the state with a company called Partners Environmental. And they not only help identify contaminated sites, but they are very good at identifying where sources of revenue are to clean these sites up. They help you apply, and they see you right through the conclusion of the problem solving. So we have a lot to learn from Partners Environmental. We hope you follow that session as well. Tomorrow at noon, I'm on a lunch panel, and I'm looking here for a book with Gus Frangos. We'll be discussing our new book. I'll get it right side up, The Land Bank Revolution. Many of you are aware of the fact that Gus and I worked on this. We thought it was important that we write about land banks, about how we put together such a powerful bill in Ohio. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the book and how you can get it, but we're also going to be talking about where we see land banks going over the next 10 years. Now, I'm a little older, and I'm not going to be I hope to be around in 10 years, but I think many of you on this call are going to be dealing with the next generation of land banks. So we'll be on at 12:30 tomorrow, and we hope you can listen to that talk. We are also attempting tomorrow, by the way, we're still working out the details. Senator Rob Portman is asked to join us and offer some greetings. If we do it, it might be early tomorrow. We had talked about having him join us for a little bit at 12:30, but his schedule doesn't permit that. He may be on tomorrow morning, he may not, we'll see. We have another interesting story coming out of Knox County, and I chuckle about this because we had hoped to talk to you about this company that is making this wonderful contribution to a land bank in Knox County. But last week we were called by the director there and said, you know, the company is a little uncomfortable. We'd rather you not use the name of the company that's making the donation. So we call it the multinational corporation that shall not be named. And we're only kidding. We respect their wishes. That corporation in Knox County is donating 47 acres and 25 buildings to the Knox County Land Bank. We'll be talking to the director of that land bank. It's one of the places we went out and filmed, by the way. We'll also be talking to a county commissioner from Knox County and the attorney who handled this very difficult deal. We're going to get their thoughts on this huge contribution. And we hope to make this a little more interactive. You know, you have the ability to weigh in with questions or with chat and get your thoughts about the property. The video is going to show you some of the amazing features of the property. It was a site that was used to construct jet engines. The previous owner of the site, I can mention them, was a company called Rolls-Royce, and they made jet engines. And it's a pretty fascinating property, huge cranes, huge ceilings. But what are the problems that a land bank would face in taking something on like this? For a corporation to say we don't want it, there must have been a reason. So what are the challenges that the land bank will face in taking on such a property? Does the contribution make sense? And And we hope, as I said, to make this last part interactive. Our second to last session will deal with home rehabilitation. Bear with me again. Home rehab. Again, we keep talking about demolition, but we have not gotten enough credit in this state about the work we've done around home rehabilitation. There have been thousands and thousands of properties rehabbed through the tool of the land bank. But we want to delve a little deeper into what those tools are and what your land bank might do to rehabilitate housing and not just talk about demolition. So the panel will include a national expert who will explain the possibilities that Julia Gordon is talking about today about this new proposed federal law. We really have to pay attention to it because it's got some real possibilities, and if we can pull this off, I think it's a tool you'll all be able to use. We're also going to be talking to the director of the Deed and Escrow Program in Cuyahoga County. Cuyahoga County Land Bank has rehabilitated over 2,200 houses. And we'll also be talking to people who are involved in rehabilitation at the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation, including its amazing director, Ian Beniston. We also have on that panel a woman who is involved in home rehabilitation, and she and her husband have put together a powerful rehab company in Cleveland. And the thing that's so impressive about them is they have been taking on properties in some of the toughest neighborhoods in Ohio, or at least in Northeast Ohio, and making them work. And she's going to tell you how she does it. Sometimes you look at a property in a tough neighborhood, and you'll say it's never going to work. The only solution here in this neighborhood with this market is demolition. She's going to talk about how they look at properties a little differently and why they've been successful. And finally, our last panel will be Western Reserve Land Conservancy's work in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood of Cleveland. I don't know how many of you know the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. It was once a very stable middle-class neighborhood, but it's fallen on really hard times, largely as a result of the foreclosure crisis. It was racked by foreclosures. In the last 8-9 years, the land bank, working with us and the city of Cleveland, has taken down well over 1,000 properties in one neighborhood, and there's still some properties that need to be dealt with. But not only has it dealt with foreclosures, but when you saw abandonment, you began to see the increase in gang violence. A policeman was murdered there in 2009, responding to a complaint about a vacant property. And most tragically, many of you may remember this story, there was a serial killer in this neighborhood that killed 11 women in one property, one home on a street called Imperial Avenue. That house, by the way, has been demolished, and not only has that house been demolished, but many homes around it have been demolished as a result of the publicity and also the shock and the terror that people felt as a result of these murders. But what we've been doing there is we have been working with the community, Western Reserve. We've been taking a lot of this property and we've been repurposing it and into parks, into something we call sacred spaces. And we want to show you how you can take property that maybe has bad karma or bad vibes or a bad history, and maybe you can turn it around and turn it into something positive. We're going to be looking at videos that show how a park on the site of where the policeman was murdered has been turned into a wonderful neighborhood park for children with the help of the Cleveland Police Foundation. And a park is being constructed on the site of the Imperial Avenue home where the 11 women were murdered. So we hope you pay attention to that as well. We're really proud of that work and they've done a great job. Couple of housekeeping issues. For those of you who are county treasurers, who are signed in, 2 of the sessions tomorrow, the one on COVID-19 and the one on the Knox County land bank acquisition, are both going to be made, they are eligible for continuing education for treasurers. So if you're on this call, if you're on this session and you're watching tomorrow, you should know you're going to pick up 2 hours. We tried to do something with the auditor's office, but it didn't work out. And I know that your fall conference has been canceled, but I'm sure you've been able to pick up your hours someplace else. We also are offering a number of CLE credits here. And if you're an attorney and you have not registered, you need to do so. We should be flashing up on the screen the information. There it is, it's in the chat box from Madison Shaheen to everyone. You should be contacting Kelly McCarthy that you're an attorney, that you're attending the sessions. You need to give her attorney registration number. Now, my alarm just went off. I want to make sure that I get everything in the appropriate time here. There is going to be something unusual in these sessions. Where there are CLE credits, you're going to see questions popping up 3 times during the course of the session. Because you're not here with us and because we can't verify you're in the room attending the session, now Supreme Court has requested that we pop questions up during the sessions and that you respond to those questions. Doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Some of the questions are funny, some are serious, but if you're an attorney and you're watching, you have to respond to the question to prove that you're in the room so you can get your CLE credit. So pay attention to the questions. And finally, I also want to thank our sponsors. We've been fortunate in putting together a great team of sponsors in spite of the fact that they're not in the room and they're not presenting directly. You've already met the folks from PNC. We want to thank them for their work. We've also received help from Retzel and Andrus. Retzel and Andrus is a law firm that's been involved in so much of the litigation protecting land banks around the state. OFA, the Ohio Housing Finance Agency that we all dealt with in the NIP program. We want to thank them for their sponsorship. Loveland Technologies, thank them as well. Dynamometrics, those are 2 companies we've worked with, Loveland and Dynamometrics. Thank you, Jerry Paffendorf and Nigel Griswold. We want to thank Marathon Capital. They're the people who are putting the panel together on solar. We want to thank the Cuyahoga County Land Bank that has always been supportive of these efforts. We want to thank OCCH, the funding arm for low-income housing tax credits that works with OFA. We want to thank Buddy Construction. They are constructing a park for us in the city of Cleveland that is on a former landfill site. We also want to thank Ohio Risk Management, Partners Environmental, who will be presenting. We want to thank our sponsors of the conference, our conference sponsors, the Maria and Sam Miller Foundation. For those of you who are not from Cleveland, Sam Miller was an industrialist, a great businessman who passed away last year at the age of 97. Always supportive of the land bank and always supportive of land bank efforts. He works, he's gone, but Eleanor Fanslau, his secretary, who I think was his secretary for almost 70 years, 67 years, 70 years, it worked closely with the foundation and she's been very helpful. We want to thank Eleanor as well. And they are the conference sponsors. We couldn't do it without them. So I'm at 8:57 and we should be getting a signal soon that Sherrod Brown is about to enter the room. But what I will do in the meantime is make some welcoming remarks or introduce Sherrod. Known Sherrod Brown for a long time. Actually, I first met him back in 1975 when he was a young state rep and I was an intern in the Ohio legislature. It might have been 1976. For those who don't know his history, he was a state rep. He was Secretary of State. He then went on to Congress and was elected to the U.S. Senate. It's been about 14 years ago now. He's in his 3rd term. He has been extremely supportive of land bank work. I talk to him and his chief of staff, John Ryan, his Ohio chief of staff, on a regular basis about land banks and the work they do. In fact, over my right shoulder is the land bank map, and they're always checking to see where land banks are being formed. They've always been, for example, they've always wanted to know why there weren't more land banks in the southeast part of the state. So they pay a lot of attention to land banks, large and small. He's been supportive of our efforts, and his staff played a critical role in 2016 when we were able to get that second tranche of money that went through the NIP program. It was from the Hardest Hit Fund. His staff was directly involved in helping to write rules and regulations that made sure that Ohio got a significant share of those dollars. And we thank him and we thank his staff. In fact, many of them are on this, on these calls, on this panel today, or they're following this. And we want to thank them for their work. I don't know, I'm wondering if Madison or if Sherrod has yet come in. It's almost 9 o'clock. I see there's a lot of chat comments. He's not in yet, Madison tells me, and I see there's a lot of chat comments, and I don't know, many of them are people just talking about how much they miss Robin, and we do as well. So I don't know how to juggle, so I'm not sure what to do at this point, except to say that we're waiting for Sherrod. I want to thank you all for being part of this. We're close to, between our staff and people who have registered, we're going to be close to 300 people. So it's been exciting. So far, we think it's working. We're going to take, until Sherrod gets here, we're going to take about a 1-minute break or 2-minute break whenever he shows up. Our next panel begins at 9:10. So we're going to break here for just a minute. I'm going to stop my video. Please don't leave the room. And as soon as Sherrod comes in, we'll return. Thank you. Welcome, Sherrod. I think you're gonna need to unmute yourself, Sherrod. Thanks so much for joining us. Already did a long intro, Senator Brown, about how supportive you've been about land banks, how your staff and you check in with us regularly about our progress. So without any further ado, I'd like you to please present your comments. Thank you, Sherrod.
Jim, thank you. I really appreciate being part of this today. Thanks for inviting me. I want to start by just telling a Jim Rokakis story that, I mean, he's been such an important voice for land banks in Ohio and across the country. We all know that. My first connection with Jim Rokakis, the public official, was I was at his. This was during the blizzard, believe it or not, of 1978, where everything was shut down in most of Ohio, at least Columbus North. I don't know about Cincinnati. And Jim was a newly elected member of city council. And I remember Jim sat in his room for like 5 straight days, had 2 telephones, if I remember, and his mother would be at his parents' house. And his mother would, this was pre-Lori days, and his mother would bring him 3 meals a day as he was just on the phone all the time, taking care of every problem that was happening when people were snowed in and lost electricity and and couldn't get out to do anything they needed to do. And he was, it just told me the kind of public official that Jim Rokakis is. And he hasn't changed much in that time. The focus is the good work that all of you are doing, and he's always focused on that. So Jim, thank you. Thanks to Gus Frangos, who worked to set up Cuyahoga County's land bank and recently wrote about that work with Jim in their very good book. Rich Cochran, I've known for years from Western Reserve Land Conservancy for his vision and his partnership with our office, but much more important than that with so many of you. And Cheryl Stevens for her early and successful work at the land bank in Cuyahoga County. I want to acknowledge the late Robin Darden Thomas, whose memory you're honoring with this conference. She played a vital role in the land bank movement in Ohio. She died too early and too suddenly, and she'll be missed by all of you and by the many people she helped along the way. This event is a testament to her work and to the work that all of you have done. A whole lot of communities in Ohio already needed help even before the 2008 crisis. They'd watched for decades, and Jim was really the first one that I heard publicly raise the cry of what was happening, but they watched for decades as our country's trade and tax policy pretty much abandoned huge swaths of the industrial Midwest. Connie and I we've lived almost 10 years in zip code 44105. It's just south of Slavic Village in Cleveland. And as some of you have heard me say, maybe ad nauseum, that zip code in the first half of 2007 had more foreclosures than any zip code in the United States. And the residue, if that's the right word, of those foreclosures still sits in this zip code today. And thousands, and then we know what happened in 2008 and 9 writ larger than 44105. Thousands of Ohio families and hundreds of thousands, millions of families, many of them families of color, lost their homes. We fought during the early decade plus ago to bring Treasury's hardest hit fund to Ohio communities. It helped some 27,000 Ohio homeowners. Many stayed in their homes. It wasn't nearly big enough. It didn't nearly help enough people. But you also knew how many neighborhoods were left with the scars of these abandoned homes as factories as 44105 in Cleveland has been left. They brought down people's home values even further. They were often safety risks. They were scooped up pennies on the dollar by out-of-state investors looking out to make a profit on the poorest people in our land in many ways. We worked together. We made the case. You all made the case to the Treasury Department. You've put hardest hit funds to work removing homes that couldn't be saved. In the aftermath of the subprime crisis, a lot of your work was about removing the homes that banks had left to fall apart. But this work is so much more than about tearing down. It's about restoring places for Ohio to work and live. It's about building something better. I don't have to tell you that our country and Ohio are facing today an affordable housing crisis. Too many families just can't afford pre-pandemic, can't afford the rent and their utilities. As you've heard this number, it's so much worth repeating to people that don't have the depth and knowledge and understanding that you do, but that 1 in 4 Ohio renters, 1 in 4 American renters across the country spend half their income on housing and utilities. You know that one thing happens in their life, their car breaks down, their child gets sick, they have a minor workplace injury, miss a week of work. They can end up on the streets in the middle of a pandemic when an overcrowded shelter in their cousin's basement. Yet we allow this to happen. When you think about this, we have families who can't afford homes, and then we have communities littered with abandoned homes. Something's wrong with that picture. That's where you all come in. You play a critical role in preserving those homes, keeping them out of the hands of outside investors, working with nonprofits like Habitat for Humanity in Washington, D.C. to get these homes back to Ohio, the Ohio families that need them. I know about my staff tells me often about the partnerships that you formed and your dedication around Ohio. I know there are a lot of people on this call, of the several hundred on this call, a lot of you represent communities like where I grew up, Mansfield, and towns of that size that have been hit as hard by this terrible economic crisis, this pounding of globalization and weaker trade unions and all that's happened to pull the rug out from under so many working class families. And I know it's really everywhere. You'll hear from folks in Athens later in the conference. They're doing so much to preserve homes and history of Southeast Ohio. I did a roundtable specifically on this in Youngstown right before the pandemic in February. I heard from the community about the work that Deb Flora and the Mahoning County Land Bank have done to not only remove blighted homes, but to get abandoned commercial buildings and land to small businesses and bring jobs back to Mahoning Valley. Ohioans are innovating. You come up with creative solutions, but you need federal partners to do that, to help do the work that you're doing. The federal government hasn't even come close to providing the resources we need to invest in communities. We need a comprehensive infrastructure plan to invest in neighborhoods, including housing and commercial properties. Infrastructure isn't just roads and bridges. A repaved road can only do so much good if it's lined with abandoned businesses and other kinds of structures. We have to think about how all these pieces fit together better than we have. We put people to work building houses, modernizing buildings. We can retrofit them with solar panels. We can build more energy efficient homes. We can fight climate change and create jobs in places for people to live and work. Senate Democrats put out a $1 trillion infrastructure proposal that the president showed interest in 3.5 years ago. The president then turned around and took that $1 trillion and put it into a big tax cut. 70% of which went to the richest people in the country and a number of his contributors. We thought we had a bipartisan deal on infrastructure. We still need one. We still need to invest that way. We have not had the infrastructure investment we need, but the COVID-19 pandemic has made it even harder for many families to stay in communities to pay the rent and the mortgage and their utilities. We help to get families housed now, and we need to keep even more properties, obviously, from falling into disrepair and foreclosure. I hope things will change in January, that we'll have a real shot at the kind of big, bold investment we need. It's going to be all the more important as we try to help communities recover from the pandemic and the economic damage. When we think about what that looks like, we need land banks, we need the tools and expertise you've developed in your partnerships in your communities to help implement these investments. We also need right now to pass legislation that my office has written to invest $100 billion in emergency rental assistance. That with McConnell and the president taking away the $600 a week to 600,000 Ohioans and millions of Americans that they were getting because they can't find jobs. You take that money away, you don't invest in safe public schools so they can safely reopen. There will be a wave of evictions if we don't provide some emergency rental assistance, significant emergency rental assistance to communities. So I'll close. Thank you for the work you do. My favorite Dr. King quote was part of his letter from Montgomery jail in 1963 when he was demanding that the moderate white ministers do more than say we've got to do civil rights and voting rights eventually. And he said progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. Progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It rolls in because of you, because of the push you do. You never give up in making progress in our state. This has been a decades-long battle that Jim has fought, and Gus, and so many of you, and Rich, and thank you for that. We have lots more to do. Things will change and things will get better. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Senator Brown. And at this point, I'm going to ask our next panelists, Steve Funk, Gus, and Doug Sawyer. You're up next, so I'm going to close out my video, and gentlemen, the panel is yours. Thank you, Sherrod. Thank you again so much. I'm amazed you remember that story about my not leaving my parents' bedroom for 3 days in the blizzard of 1978. All right.
All right. Are we ready to go?
I think so, Gus. This is Todd Book, and I'll go ahead and do the introduction for this session. And good morning, everyone. As I said, I'm Todd Book with the law firm of Retzel and Andrus, and I practice in the public law group here. And for many of you may wonder, what is a public law group? Well, that's a nice way of saying that I'm a lobbyist here in Columbus, working for clients. And very happy to be here to introduce this next session dealing with legislative and legal updates. And as a former state representative and also as a former economic development director for Scioto County, I know the importance of land banks, and I'm proud to be working with a law firm that is a leader in the area of protecting and growing land banks here in Ohio. You will soon learn from one of the panelists, Steve Funk, just how involved Retzel and Andrus is in this space with our 5 offices throughout Ohio. And we are an active player in helping fill the needs of Ohio's land banks and grow and protect them. Retzel and Andrus stands ready to assist you with your legal, financing, and public law issues going forward. So please keep us in mind as things develop over the years to come. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gus, and so you can begin the session.
Thank you and good morning. And thank you for being a sponsor of our land bank conference. We really appreciate that, and we appreciate the work of Retzel and Andrus, and not only being a sponsor of the event, but of this particular panel. This year, we have had a successful year as a statewide movement. We started our statewide land bank association. You'll hear more about that on Thursday at our annual meeting. And this year, despite a lot of the successes and a lot of the progress that we've made, significant progress, we've had our challenges as well, most notably by way of some of the litigation that occurred and has been going on for the last couple of years. So our 2 panelists, Steve Funk is our first. He's going to talk a little bit about some of that litigation, and then we're going to turn it over to Doug Sawyer, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the legislation we now have pending and just highlight some of the key areas. I would like to read the dossier of both of these expert gentlemen. Mr. Funk is a shareholder with Retzel and Andrus LPA in Akron and Cleveland. He's a 1991 graduate of the Harvard Law School who clerked for U.S. District Judge Ann Aldrich in Cleveland and then worked in the Civil Division for the United States Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. Since joining Retzel in 1998, Mr. Funk has focused his practice on business and public law litigation, appellate law, constitutional law, municipal law, real estate, and land use and zoning law. He is a past president of the Akron Bar Association and has been named one of the top 100 lawyers in Ohio and as one of the top 50 lawyers in Cleveland by Ohio Super Lawyers magazine. If that were not enough, Mr. Funk has significant appellate practice in both the federal and state courts, including a number of appeals and original actions before the Ohio Supreme Court and the United States Court of Appeals for the 6th Circuit. He is also a member of the advisory group for the Northern District of Ohio with significant expertise in federal district court. And Mr. Sawyer, Doug is an assistant general counsel who works with me at the Cuyahoga Land Bank. I am the president and general counsel. Doug works for us. He's been with us for about 9 years or so as assistant general counsel, where he graduated with dual degrees from Cleveland State University by simultaneously earning a Master's of Arts in Environmental Studies. And he also as well as his law degree. He also maintains a private practice focused on real estate and business law. And as Assistant General Counsel of the Cuyahoga Land Bank, Doug has been instrumental in helping to craft statewide legislation, and he has become a subject matter expert on the intricacies of the land bank statutes as well as tax foreclosure. So good morning, gentlemen. And we have a lot of ground to cover with the litigation, so I'm not going to waste any time and go right to Steve Funk. Steve, if you can give us about a 20-minute, it's probably a 3-hour explanation, but if you can pack it into 20 minutes, and then we'll have Doug do 10 minutes of legislation, and then we'll have Q&A. So take it away, Steve. I cannot hear Steve.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So thank you everyone for the opportunity to present here today. I know there's been lots of interest and questions being raised about this litigation, so we're hoping to kind of give you a quick overview so that you can understand what leaks is going on and what the issues are that have been presented in these cases. So there's basically been two sets of cases that relate to House Bill 294, and we're calling it House Bill 294 litigation because it's really challenging the administrative foreclosure process that was first adopted in House Bill 294 in 2006 that allows for boards of revision to hear and decide administrative foreclosure cases for abandoned lands. So these are tax delinquent abandoned lands only. And so there's been essentially two lines of litigation that has occurred in the last couple of years that I'm going to kind of discuss. If we can go to the next slide. So the first case is the one you probably heard the most about, and that is State ex rel. Feltner versus Cuyahoga County Board of Revision. That was filed in 2018, and it was decided on May 28, 2020 by the Ohio Supreme Court. And so what that was it was an original action that was filed directly in the Ohio Supreme Court for a writ of prohibition and a writ of mandamus filed by Feltner, who was a former owner of tax foreclosed property, in which he was challenging essentially the constitutionality of the entire statute on separation of powers doctrine, due process, and takings grounds. And ultimately, the court denied that writ of prohibition. And I'm going to get into the details of that here shortly. But the bottom line is that that challenge in the Ohio Supreme Court was unsuccessful, and the court did say that the Board of Revision had jurisdiction over the tax foreclosure proceedings. Let's go to the next slide. So first of all, let me just kind of explain what a writ of prohibition is. So a writ of prohibition is essentially a mechanism in which you can challenge whether a court or an administrative agency even has the power to hear a case, has the power to, or the jurisdiction to decide the dispute that's being presented to them. And so what happened here is that the Feltner's attorneys argued that the Board of Revision lacked the authority to even hear an administrative tax foreclosure proceeding because the statute itself was unconstitutional. Of course, our response was that it was not unconstitutional and that the board did in fact have jurisdiction. They also alleged a writ of mandamus claim. And a writ of mandamus claim is essentially a claim in which you're trying to compel a public authority to exercise what would be considered a mandatory duty. And the Ohio Supreme Court has said a writ of mandamus can be a proper vehicle if you want to raise a takings claim. So if you're arguing that the government has taken your property without just compensation, you can file a writ of mandamus to force the government to commence an appropriation proceeding for the purpose of paying you that just compensation. And of course, our response to that was that a writ of mandamus was not appropriate because there was no taking that occurred as a result of this foreclosure proceeding. Next slide. Okay, so the main argument that was raised in Feltner dealt with the separation of powers doctrine. And this argument was essentially that the administrative proceedings, the Board of Revision, lacked the authority to exercise what the Feltner was arguing was judicial power, and that only courts could hear foreclosure proceedings, that boards of revisions could not hear foreclosure proceedings. Now, that argument was ultimately rejected. I'll kind of get into that, but part of what they were arguing was that foreclosure inherently involves equitable power, and so therefore only a court can hear a foreclosure action. We essentially had two responses to that argument. One was to really emphasize that these are tax foreclosure proceedings. And so tax matters are generally matters governed by statute. They're not governed by equity. In fact, the Supreme Court has said that equity does not apply to tax matters. So we were saying essentially that the statutory powers granted to boards of revisions by General Assembly are in fact the powers that even a court would exercise if they were handling a tax foreclosure proceedings, because tax foreclosure proceedings are governed entirely by statute. Then the second principle that we were emphasizing is that separation of powers doctrine does not apply when administrative agencies hear disputes. If as many of you probably know, administrative agencies hear all kinds of disputes, from workers' compensation to tax matters to all hosts of variety of things. And the courts have said for a long time, going back to the 1800s, that administrative agencies can hear what would otherwise be considered to be disputes of a judicial character, so long as there's a mechanism for there to be obtaining judicial review. And in this situation, the statute itself provided for numerous opportunities for judicial review of the Board of Revision's actions, either by direct transfer or by de novo review at the end of the case. So those were our basic arguments in response. Let's go to the next slide. So the other thing that we really emphasized is that separation of powers only has been applied by the courts really in two situations, neither of which had anything to do with this case. The one situation is where a judicial branch has been assigned a task that is more properly accomplished by other branches. So the classic example of that is, I think a couple of years ago, there was an idea that we would have redistricting handled by the courts. And many judges objected to that because they were saying that that's something that really should be done by the political branches of government, not by the courts. And that's the kind of thing that they're looking at there. It's where you're asking the judicial branch to essentially act like a legislature or act like an executive. The second argument, and that of course doesn't apply here, the second danger that the separation of powers doctrine has been applied to is where you grant the executive branch the authority to review a judicial decision or to reopen a final judgment. So, for example, a court decides a case and then the legislature passes a law saying that that judgment is invalid. So essentially, they can change the law, but they can't invalidate a final judgment. So those are the two doctrines that generally have been applied, and we kind of emphasize that to the court. Let's go to the next slide. So, but the two main arguments that we made, and this is kind of a summary of the principles there, is that there is general case law that would say that you cannot delegate a criminal matter to an administrative agency, that criminal matters are handled by the courts. But with respect to civil matters, even if they're considered something of judicial cognizance, where you're deciding facts or applying law, those are mechanisms that can be delegated to administrative agencies, so long as there's a mechanism for judicial review, or if the statutory scheme itself delegates exclusive jurisdiction to the courts. And then here, the statute was very clear that it was not delegating exclusive jurisdiction to the courts. And so that neither one of those principles were a problem. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, polling question. We ready for the next slide then? Okay, so what did the court ultimately hold with respect to separation of powers doctrine? So Feltner there was a split decision. There were 7 justices that heard the case, but all 7 of them agreed that the statute was not clearly unconstitutional. So that's the important thing to remember. The majority, 4 justices, in an opinion authored by, Justice French, said that we don't believe the issue in a writ of prohibition action is whether the court has whether the Board of Revision had jurisdiction. And in this case, the Board of Revision had actually ordered a foreclosure. The property had in fact been transferred, and the case had been long over by the time the writ of prohibition action was filed. And so the court ultimately held that when a relator, in this case Feltner, in a writ of prohibition action seeks to undo a final judgment by challenging the constitutionality of the underlying statutory authority. The court would only consider whether the authorizing statute was clearly unconstitutional under the precedent existing at the time of the lower tribunal's judgment. So the court said, we don't think that this was clearly unconstitutional, so therefore we're not going to undo this final judgment. There was then a couple of concurring opinions. One of them was written by Justice Fisher that was joined by Chief Justice O'Connor, in which they kind of go into a little bit more explanation as to why they did not believe that this was a violation of the separation of powers doctrine. And Justice Fisher explained that in his opinion, the power to tax is exclusively for the legislative branch, and that this statutory scheme involves an intersection of judicial and legislative power, and so the Board of Revision, by enforcing the scheme, is not acting exclusively or strictly as if it were a court. It is a combination of judicial and legislative power. So therefore, we don't believe it presents a separation of powers issue. Let's go to the next slide. Justice DeWine then wrote an additional concurring opinion, and his concurring opinion actually went into further detail, explaining why this is not a separation of powers issue. And actually, when you look at all 7 opinions, including, all 7 of the justices' opinion on this, Justice DeWine's concurring opinion, I think, really shuts down this separation of powers argument even stronger than we did in our briefs. He goes in and explains the history of tax foreclosure matters, and he shows how even before 1851, when the Ohio Constitution was adopted, that tax levy and tax foreclosure matters were handled by the executive branch. In fact, prior to 1851, they weren't even involved, the courts were not even involved at all, that there could be foreclosures ordered simply by the executive branch. And then he also explains that in a situation like this, where you have a statutory scheme that allows for both a transfer of a case to the court under 323.70 and de novo appeal to a court, there clearly would not be a separation of powers problem. So although the court ultimately didn't, as a majority of the court, didn't ultimately address and completely foreclose separation of powers arguments in the future, we believe that the combination of the opinions, the fact that 7 of them found that was not clearly unconstitutional, I think really shuts down this argument. And I do think that it'll be unlikely that it'll be erased again in the future, although it's not been completely foreclosed. Let me go to the next argument. Next slide. Okay, so the second argument that was raised in Feltner, and am I running out of time? I think I'm okay. Is due process. And to make this long story short, they were essentially making an argument that had been raised in other boards of revision situations, where they were arguing that because the board of revision includes the county treasurer and in many counties the county auditor, that that violates due process because you have essentially the board hearing matters that relate to county tax proceedings. The Supreme Court has rejected that due process argument in a number of cases, the most recent of which was Jakovich versus Cuyahoga County Board of Revision. And they, again, did not find any merit to that argument in this case either. Go to the next slide to try to move this along. Essentially, the majority found that it was not clearly unconstitutional. Justice Fisher wrote an opinion that was joined by Justice O'Connor, in which he said that Feltner's due process claim presents a, quote, troubling scenario. But Justice Fisher pointed out correctly that Feltner could have transferred his claim to the court by transferring it under 3023.69 and 3023.70. And so therefore, there was not a due process issue. Interestingly, though, he writes in there that he thinks that there should be further review of this issue by the General Assembly or the Cuyahoga County. I'm not exactly sure why that is, because ultimately he found that there was not a due process claim. But again, his concurring opinion was only his concurring opinion, joined by the Chief Justice. It was not joined by the other 5 justices. And then Justice DeWine actually wrote a very comprehensive decision, as I pointed out before, that explained that it does not raise a due process issue. Let's go to the next slide. So the third argument and this is the argument that's actually being raised in the federal court proceedings I'm going to explain shortly, is a takings claim. And the takings argument is essentially not a challenge to the direct transfer itself, but arguing that the transfer results in a taking if the fair market value of the foreclosed property exceeds the total amount of tax imposition that were owed. And we've essentially made two arguments on that in the Ohio Supreme Court. And one is that whenever you're exercising taxing power, that's not, a takings claim cannot arise as a matter of law. And there's actually a whole series of cases that say that regarding tax foreclosure actions, that for the enforcement of tax foreclosure statutes does not give rise to a takings claim. The second argument was that Feltner had an adequate remedy at law by de novo review of his decision. So by not exercising that, he was foreclosed from raising his takings claim. Let's go to the next slide. Ultimately, the court did not address the takings claim in their opinion because we filed a motion to dismiss, and the Supreme Court ruled that, except for one justice, which was Justice Fisher, 6-1, they dismissed that takings claim for failure to state a claim, and they did that without an opinion. So in our view, they rejected the argument that could give rise to a takings claim. In the decision that decided in May of 2020, Justice Fisher wrote a dissent, essentially a dissent as part of his concurring opinion. He said he would have permitted full briefing on the takings claim, and that was joined by Chief Justice O'Connor, but none of the other 5 justices joined in that. So again, the majority have dismissed the takings claim in Feltner. Next slide. There were a couple of other arguments that were made in Feltner that were dismissed as part of our motion to dismiss. And one was that these were more unique to the particular case. I'm not going to get into that, but they were both dismissed. Let's go to the next slide. So the net result of Feltner, for those of you, I believe that Feltner, although it doesn't foreclose future separation of powers or due process claims, it does make it very difficult for a party prevailed on those arguments, because 7 justices found it was not unconstitutional. Justice DeWine provided a concurring opinion that really shuts down those arguments. And 5 of the 7 justices found that the takings claim did not state a claim on the merits. Let's go to the next slide. So because Feltner did not completely foreclose the takings claim, there have been 2 federal court actions filed by the same attorneys who prosecuted the case for Feltner. One is in the Northern District of Ohio, and one is in the Southern District of Ohio. And what happened is that in general, takings claims could not really be brought in federal court for a number of years. But in June of 2019, the Supreme Court, US Supreme Court, decided a case of Nick versus Township of Scott, in which they overruled that prior precedent. And they now are saying that you can file takings claims in federal court without exhausting your state judicial remedies. And so what you're going to see is a lot more cases, takings claims being filed in federal court. Again, these takings claims are not challenging the constitutionality of the statute. They're saying that you can transfer a case, a property, a tax delinquent property under the statute. They're seeking damages. They're looking for just compensation based upon the theory that the fair market value of the property exceeds the amount of tax impositions owed at the time of the transfer. And that's the heart of the takings argument that's being presented in these federal court cases. Let's go to the next slide. And tell me, Gus, if I'm running out of time, how much time I think I have?
We're coming upon it.
Okay.
So we got to get dug in there, but it's
Yeah, no
important
problem.
information, but if you can scoot through it, that would be great.
Yeah. So basically, we believe that there's no merit to these takings claims. There's actually probably about 6 or 7 arguments that we're raising in these cases as to why they should be dismissed or summary judgment be granted as a matter of law. 5 of those arguments we raised in a motion to dismiss that was filed in both the federal court action before Judge Gwynn, as well as the federal court action before Judge Thomas Rose in the Southern District of Ohio. Judge Gwynn granted our motion to dismiss in part and denied the motion to dismiss in part. Judge Rose actually granted the motion to dismiss, and that case in the Southern District has been dismissed. And the appeal time is not yet run. There's a possibility that they would file an appeal to the Sixth Circuit. The federal court case in front of Judge Gwynn, we have a motion for summary judgment that we have filed, in which we've raised additional defenses, including in addition to the ones that were raised in the motion to dismiss. But one of the main defenses that we're arguing in these federal court cases is that there's a federal statute called the Tax Injunction Act, and there's a similar principle of comity that say that the federal courts lack jurisdiction over claims arising from the enforcement of tax foreclosure statutes. And there's actually a case out of Michigan called Wayside Church versus Van Buren County that involved Michigan foreclosure statutes, in which the Sixth Circuit just found that the federal courts lack jurisdiction. And we believe that case, if this case gets to the Sixth Circuit, will be dispositive of Ohio's tax foreclosure statutes as well. The second argument that we've raised is res judicata, that because these are claims that could have been raised in a timely administrative appeal under 323.79, they're barred by res judicata from relitigating those issues in a subsequent proceeding. And there's actually a Sixth Circuit precedent that's directly on point on that question, Carroll versus City of Cleveland, that said that res judicata does apply to administrative actions that are subject to judicial review. And Judge Gwynn actually found that res judicata applied to this case, but he declined to apply it to the particular plaintiff in that case because he found on equitable grounds he didn't want to apply it. Judge Rose, however, found that it applied, and he went ahead and applied res judicata to dismiss the action. So res judicata, we believe, is a viable defense. Judge Rose applied it to dismiss the Southern District of Ohio case, and it's still an issue in the case before Judge Gwynn. With respect to the takings claim itself, we raised the same arguments we raised in Feltner, which is that this is involving the exercise of taxing power, and so therefore it does not involve, it can't give rise to a takings claim as a matter of law. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Jurisdiction. Let me just skip over that. Go to the next slide. We got a little poll question there.
Zagnut.
Okay, so two other arguments that we raised was that they alleged a state law claim that under the Ohio Constitution, we said the proper remedy for a takings claim under the Ohio Constitution is writ of mandamus, which they were not trying to do. They were trying to get a direct claim for damages, and Judge Gwynn agreed with us that that claim should be dismissed. And Judge Rose also agreed, and that state law claim was dismissed. And Judge Gwynn also found that the federal takings claim was subject to a 2-year statute of limitations. All right, next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so right now, the status of the litigation, and I'll conclude with this, is that Judge Rose's case in the Southern District of Ohio has been dismissed. That case is potentially subject to appeal to the Sixth Circuit. We believe that that opinion, that dismissal, the reasoning of that dismissal would really apply to any claim filed in any other counties because of the res judicata doctrine. We still have the case pending, though, before Judge Gwynn in the tariff fee litigation. And in that case, they filed a motion for class certification in July, and we filed a motion for summary judgment. And both of those matters are subject to being briefed. And we've raised additional arguments for why we don't think the class should be certified, and additional arguments for why the court should grant summary judgment. And we're that's a matter of being briefed. It's not scheduled for trial until February of 2021. So, when the question and answer time comes, we can certainly answer any questions about those two cases. So that concludes my remarks. I know that's a lot of law to unload on you in a very short period of time, but hopefully it'll give you a little bit of an understanding as to what those cases are arguing, what the issues are, and the current status of the litigation.
Thank you, Steve. It was very comprehensive and excellent summary of where we're at. And for those of you that are interested, these briefs they've been filed. They're available online. And if somebody has more questions about this, they can contact Steve or Doug and they can chat a little bit more about it. But that gives you a sense of what's going on. Let's roll, in the interest of time, let's roll over to Doug. And Doug, he's going to talk a little bit about the legislation that is pending. We have submitted that batch of legislation at previous conferences, so some of you may be hearing some redundancy, but there have been a lot more people and more land banks that have come into our association that have not heard it. So I thought that the best way maybe to do this would be for Doug to give us a smattering. A lot of it is just clarification and it's really getting into the weeds, but I thought if we could get some examples of things where the land bank, the legislation would actually promote land bank operations itself. What would be good for us to help us to operate. The other would be what kind of efficiencies maybe are we offering up in terms of the county government, and then lastly, some of our external partners, mainly the cities. What's in there for them? There are a lot of goodies, so to speak, in these bills that relate to an awful lot of things, but ultimately designed to enhance land banking and good city government in the area of land utilization. So Doug, why don't you give us a synopsis?
Sure, thanks, Gus. So you did mention that, 3 areas that, the bill is intended to provide efficiencies for, land banks, county officials, and then some of our external, partners, such as cities that administer a land utilization program or a city land bank. So, one example of an amendment that would help the operations of land banks would be a mechanism under which a property that is subject to a tax foreclosure and has been determined to be vacant and abandoned, a mechanism by which a land bank can petition or provide notice that it intends to perform an interior inspection on that property by the court or the board of revision that is, adjudicating the foreclosure. Of course, after providing the notice to anybody who's, not in default of the hearing, if someone does pop up and says, this is actually not an unoccupied property, the right to enter is terminated. But otherwise, this would allow a city official or a land bank to inspect the property to determine whether or not there's nuisance conditions present on the property, to perform any kind of necessary environmental. It's very close to the authorization that's already provided in 572304 for properties that have forfeited to the state. The land bank or the city would have to secure the house if in the same manner or better than it had been secured before, but it would allow a land bank to sort of make a determination or assessment of a property upstream, and not have to take a gamble and acquire something at the end of the foreclosure, but during the process of the foreclosure under the supervision of, the court to make access to the property, only if it's determined to be abandoned or vacant. Another example that would promote efficiency in county government would be the authorization that the bill provides for publication of certain notices that are required under the tax foreclosure or forfeited land statutes. So this would include the annual delinquent land list that is required to be published currently in a newspaper of general circulation. This would allow publication of that list electronically if a county so chooses to do that. In addition, and maybe even more importantly, or at least more novel, would be the ability to, in foreclosure cases in which it's determined that notice to an interested party may only be accomplished by publication, to allow that publication to be done electronically as opposed to in a newspaper of general circulation. Particularly in the area of vacant and abandoned properties, it's often the case that after trying to provide certified service or to provide regular mail service, if you're unsuccessful, either sending it to the property or sending it to the current tax mailing address on record with the treasurer, the next step is to provide notice by publication. So we think that if we were able to electronically publish, at least in Cuyahoga County, this may save hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. The average cost of publication will increase the cost of a tax foreclosure case maybe between $1,000 to $1,200. So to cut that cost would just promote better use of that money for staffing or just to file some additional cases instead of having to put this out for spend money for publication costs. And another efficiency would be for our external partners, which we interact with a lot in Cuyahoga County, but for our city partners who have their own land utilization programs through the city. When these statutes were enacted back in the 70s, there was a different reality on the ground. And we feel as though at this point, due to the success of county land banks, it should be that the land banking statutes are amended to allow city land banks to transact in much the same way that a county land bank is able to transact. And so for instance, there's several changes that occur to sort of get them onto the same level of the playing field. But for instance, like a city land bank, unlike a county land bank, has a requirement that after 15 years, the city land bank is supposed to offer that property up for sale. And at this point, there are properties that have been in will be in a soft market or undesirable for purchase by anybody in the near future. So removing this requirement is more in line with the actual reality on the ground. I mean, there may be certain properties that there really isn't going to be a beneficial use for, unfortunately, more than 15 years. So removing that requirement, also removing the requirement for cities to establish neighborhood advisory committees. This is, the intent behind this would be to make sure there was a beneficial use for the property, upon transfer to another person or entity. This is the function that's really in reality provided by a city planning department. So there's no need to provide this additional layer of administrative, bureaucracy, for lack of a better, in order to, before a property can be transferred out. And additionally, again, like how it is now with county land banks, to remove the requirement that when a property transfers to a city land bank, that the treasurer has to maintain an accounting of the taxes that would have been collected on the property had somebody redeemed, and to maintain that so that when sometime in the future, and at an undetermined point, the city were to transfer the property out of its inventory, that after the city has deducted its cost for that particular property, that then the city has to return the taxes that would have been due on that property to the treasurer for redistribution through the taxing districts. We feel as though at this point, when the city has taken the chance of bringing this into its inventory, it's maintaining the property, this one amongst many other properties that it acquires into its land utilization program, that basically, if there is any proceeds on these properties, and generally these aren't valuable properties that are coming into a city land bank, that the city be able to bring that money back into its general fund and reuse it as necessary, or to put it back into the administration of its land utilization program properties in its entire portfolio. So that's sort of a smattering of some of the changes. Many of them are very technical. They're in the weeds. Some of them are even down into the dirt. So we'll provide a summary of everything, and we'll make it available with the materials that are included with your registration for this conference. So from there, I guess we take questions.
Right now, yeah, we're gonna go to questions. Before we do that, just a quick reminder: we've sent out requests to all of the land banks to send letters of support. We have some sample letters of support that we sent out to everyone, and if you can make an effort to get those signed and back to me. Those letters are made out to Senator Dolan and Representative Patton. They are our sponsors. An identical bill is in both the Senate and the House. So if anybody's on this line that has not sent their letter of support, please do so, and we'll continue to remind and encourage everyone to do that. Right now, we have about 10 minutes left. Oh, we have a polling question. All right. This is a tough one. Who is the governor of the state of Ohio? Okay. Anything for CLEs, for those lawyers that are on the line. Okay, can we go to question and answer? If some people have some questions, we can take them now. I'm not sure. I think we're doing questions by chat. I don't see any coming in. Doug, do you have our lobbyists, and have we heard from staff at either Senator Dolan's or Representative Patton's office in terms of timing? When might we get sponsor testimony?
So I know that Senator Dolan's bill, Senate Bill 356, has been assigned to the local government committee. I don't believe the Representative Patton's bill 755 has been assigned to committee yet, but more than likely it'll be with the House local government committee. But because of the election, I think that it's a little bit uncertain as to the scheduling of some of these, the committees. And so at this point, there's nothing on the schedule, and we're sort of playing it by ear to see, when the next meeting will happen, of the committees.
Okay, thank you. We did get a question as to the cost. It's expensive, and there's no question about that. It is costly, and on this public setting, we don't really want to discuss what that cost is. Anybody can call me as president of the association to talk about that. But the second question that was asked with that was, can we settle this? And in general, it's always wise to settle a case if you can settle it, and that can put some finality to it. But that is not the case here. If you settle this one case, the attorney can turn around tomorrow and pick another plaintiff and just file another one and another one and another one. So at some point on these issues of tax foreclosure, border revision, whether it constitutes a taking, we have to get a definitive ruling, in my opinion. Everything is always open for discussion, but I don't think these are settlable cases for that reason, because they don't put finality to the legal question. Let's see, do we have more questions?
I see a question from Sally Martin.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Can you explain what is being proposed in the first part of the bill regarding recording fees? Are these significant changes? Doug, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so if I believe what you're referring to, there's a change to the recording fees for instruments that are filed with the county recorder that are related to either county land banks or to a city municipal land banks. And I would say, no, this is not it's not a significant change. It just provides some clarification and maybe a limitation, if you will, on the type of documents that a city land utilization program as an electing subdivision can record without cost. This was brought to my attention, I think, from one of our partners in Lorain County, and that there were some instances where recordings were being done that really had nothing to do with a land utilization program. And the reason given for their exemption was, well, we have a land utilization program, so shouldn't this recording be exempt? So what we wanted to make clear is that the only exemption you're getting for the recording fees of like a deed or a lien or something that would be filed, actually, I think even here, we're just saying for properties that you are receiving a deed into your land utilization program, that would be exempt.
Thank you. We have another question from Deb Flora, our counterpart in Mahoning County. She asks, Gus, who other than land banks should be encouraged to send support letters for the legislative amendments being sought? Another great question. In the past, whenever we've done this, we've gotten mayors, county commissioners, auditors that have sent letters. So certainly we would like to get all 57 land banks. We'd like to present 57 letters from all land banks. But in the past, like Carolyn Rice, who was, I think, a commissioner. We had Wade Katchikevitz, who was a mayor. He was also I forget what he was, but he's a mayor of Toledo now. But if we can get mayors, county commissioners, that would be good as well. And it's good to remind commissioners that when a land bank gets passed, you need the vote of the commissioners. So there's huge statewide support at the county commissioner level for land banks, because you couldn't have 57 unless all 57 counties and their commissioners voted for it. So it's a natural ask, and it would be helpful.
There's a question about whether or not land banks are exempt from conveyance fees, and the answer to that is yes. I believe it might be in the exemption section under Q, but I'll try to respond. Let me look that up and respond to the answer in chat.
Well, I'm not seeing that question, but
it's under the Q. There's a Q&A button on the bottom.
I'm glad you got it. Oh yes, I see. Okay, good. Let's see. Thank you so much. Dominica Dexter would like to answer that question live. Okay. Are there any further questions? Let's see here. I don't quite see it. Emily Long, could you please find the ORC section for the exempt conveyance fees with the auditor's office? Ours does not waive it. Okay, Doug, what would be the starting point for that? It's the exemption form itself, isn't it?
Yeah,
it lists land banks right on there.
Yes, the statute does. Whether or not the county's exemption form has been updated to reflect the most current version of the code, I can't say for sure. I think for a while we didn't have the most recent version in Cuyahoga County, and we had been filing under, I think, the government exemption, but there is now expressly enumerated County Land Utilization Corporation as being exempt. I just don't remember the code section or the subsection off the top of my head, but I can look that up. And if somebody wanted to send me an email at dsawyer, S-A-W-Y-E-R, at cuyahogalandbank.org, I could send you that section or provide it to somebody to maybe announce it in the next session or at some point.
Originally, we were on the basis of the statute, we were using A on the exemption form, the very first one, to or from a government instrumentality. And CICs, they're sort of included in that instrumentality language, I think, in the Ohio Constitution. But
here it is. Sorry to interrupt you. It's under 319.54. And then it's under G as in girl, 3. I just had it.
Well, it's there and we'll supply it.
This
You
is the
know,
section. It's in that section.
why, yeah. And the tax commissioner has updated their forms. You know, they prescribe land banks. I think it's the absolute last, the last alphabet letter on that form. We got a question from, we got 2 more questions. If the question is, if new legislation is passed allowing land banks to assess properties further upstream in the pipeline, what practices should neighborhood level organizations and partners implement to better assess distressed properties, inventories, to prevent negative secondary effects of vacancy? And that is the purpose of this particular amendment. But Doug, do you want to weigh in on that? What practices might CDCs implement to prevent negative secondary effects of vacancy? I'm not sure what secondary effects are, but
I guess, I mean, I'm not sure about, I mean, I think the practice should just be that, you know, as it probably already is, to maintain good communication and information sharing between the CDCs and, you know, cities and land banks in order to, I mean, the CDCs are usually, you know, the boots on the ground in the neighborhood. So, you know, if the CDC may know the actual status of a property, I mean, it may be a property that someone is making look occupied when it's not, when it is actually vacant, in order to sort of, you know, dissuade somebody from breaking in or, you know, thinking there's an opportunity at that house. So, you know, if somebody doesn't know that, they may feel as though this is an occupied property. So, you know, to the extent that there can be, you know, that information sharing, I think that's really the role the CDC would play in that, you know, in that process.
This next question is very important, and Doug, if you can weigh in on that, because it says, our local title agencies have not been willing to offer title insurance for transfers involving a BOR property with the pending litigation. Is this something that will be moving through in the near future? And Doug, if you could distinguish between, you know, not insuring on account of Feltner, which should not be the case, versus the pending litigation and the direct transfers in the pending litigation in federal court.
Right. So, you know, we've been experiencing this too, and there are some title companies that don't have a problem with border revision, with cases that has a border revision case, with properties with a border revision case in the chain of title. Other ones have, you know, expressed, it depends on the disposition of the property out of the border revision foreclosure. And then others have taken the position, you know, that they just don't want to insure it at all. I mean, there are at least one underwriter who never really wanted to, who kind of questioned the border revision process in the first place, we think without, you know, without justification. But in my opinion, I don't believe that the current federal cases really should have any impact on an underwriter wanting to issue title, because they're not related to, you know, in both of those cases, you know, it was really just a money damages claim. So it's not challenging title. That no one was claiming that they did not receive, you know, notice, and they weren't seeking the restoration of title into the property owner who lost the property in the foreclosure process. And so, you know, I see some letters from counsel for the title companies, you know, referring to the federal litigation, and I think that that's, you know, unfounded. However, some are still, you know, expressing some, you know, skepticism over the border revision process, or at least issuing titles, commitments that have almost a, you know, a clause in there that says that they may, you know, they reserve the right to refuse to, you know, basically, you know, honor their commitment if I suppose there was some anomaly in the border revision.
Hey, Doug, our time is out here, but let me just say on that point, up here and in many other counties, Stewart Title is insuring, and I think Old Republic is insuring. And the cases that I think we're safe on are situations where there's a direct transfer where the impositions exceed the fair market value. Anything beyond that, title companies just they're making a choice. But I think there's still opportunities, and people can call us if they want to hook up with some of the title companies that are still insuring.
Gus, if I might, I just want, on behalf of everybody, I want to thank you again. We talk about it in the book. I want to thank you for the work you've done on this. This is a very, very complex piece of legislation, as you know. Frank Alexander, the Dean of Emory Law School, called it a masterpiece. And as I've said to many people, even though you think you got it right the first time, there are issues that will continue to come up, and we'll address them. And I want to thank you for the bill and your continued advocacy. And Doug, I want to thank you for becoming a subject matter expert on this as well. Steve, thank you for your fine work. And if you have any other words that you want to add, that's great. If not, we're going to probably break till about 10:20. And again, Gus, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Jim. And thank you to my esteemed panelists. Couldn't get this far without Doug and Steve, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, shall we leave?
To the small county land bank panel, be ready to come back in at 10:20. Thank you. That's Chris, Rick, Steve, Thomas. Thank you. See you at 10:20. All right. The music rock the video, rock the house, sorry. All right, this is a small county land bank session. I'm going to ask Rock the House. By the way, the organization we're using to do this is an organization called Rock the House, and so far they're rocking the house. So I'm going to give some direction. Our panelists today are Chris Schmiel, the county commissioner from Athens County, who is responsible more than anybody else for having a land bank in Athens County. It was quite a struggle there, but Chris led the charge and we have one. And the guy who's making it work is a new county treasurer, Rick Wasserman. Rick came to Athens County when he was a student at OU, and like the lure of the sirens, he never left. He's got some businesses there, and he has been doing a great job. We'll be seeing his work. And the first land bank started there was in southern Ohio, right along the Ohio River, very bottom of the state, Lawrence County. Started through the efforts of Steve Burcham, who's there on the right. You want to wave, Steve? And Thomas Schneider, who has been running the land bank, and they've been doing such a great job in a county of 65,000 people. So I'm going to ask Rock the House to run the Athens video, and after that, we'd like to go with the PowerPoint that Chris, that Thomas and Steve Birch will be doing. So let's go with the Athens, Ohio video now. Thank you.
And I'm assuming that people who are around this property would love to see it come down for the obvious reasons, right? I mean, this is a place where I understand from talking to neighbors that rodents have gathered here, and they had to put up a fence to keep their kids out of the yard. And the hope is that if we're able to take this down, we might actually be able to expand the yard for the next door neighbor.
Yes. And there are also problems when you have blighted property in your community. It seems to attract crime and drugs and those kind of situations, which has been our focus with bridge builders, is to try and combat the drug issue. Destroying the blighted properties has helped in some respects, but it also helps the property owners who live across the street, the value of their property.
Who do such a nice job maintaining their property.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The land bank has already done a lot of work in the area, and I think they've done a wonderful job. And people have been very cooperative, and it's been a good thing. It has not been a bad thing.
Athens County is kind of a tale of two cities, right?
You know, Athens County is really backwards a lot from the rest of the state in terms of how the land bank works. And a lot of counties, like, say, Lawrence, you know, the big problems are in the main city, and the outside areas the land bank has almost no contact with. Well, in Athens, we have a college town with high property values and lots of landlords who are protecting their property in a good, strong code office. And the outlying areas are the problems. They're the places where properties have been left for dead for years and years and years. We have coal companies that slipped away 20, 30, 40 years ago. We have floods that came, and a lot of those left abandoned properties in their wake. Without a land bank, there was just no way. A house like the one we're standing in here has been sitting here for over 10 years, abandoned. If you talk to some of my mayors from these small villages, they'll tell you there's houses they've been trying to get rid of for 20 years. And they just don't have any way to deal with it on their own. So the land bank has been a tremendous asset to the county.
So the land bank enables you to bring the property in, remove all the assessments, and then of course use the money you've raised, whether it's through NIP or through your own corporate dollars, to take properties like this down. How close is this one to being foreclosed?
We'll have this the deed to this house within about 60 days, I think, and then we have been hoarding our money in our own budget to do tear downs once the NIP program was over. So you'll see this house get torn down fairly quickly.
And I was here earlier, and the next door neighbor already came out to you and said, "Hey, I applied to the land bank. When can I talk to you about this property?" So you already have somebody willing to take this property in.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting things about this is how, you have good, conscientious property owners living next to properties that have been abandoned for years and years and years. And they suffer the consequences of those properties. They have the kids that can't play in the yard because there are rats running around. Sometimes they have drug dealers that move in next to them. And taking down these houses, look, getting rid of blight is its own goal. There's nothing wrong just with getting rid of blight. But all of the other social problems that come along with abandoned houses are also taken care of, in addition to raising the property values, raising the esteem of the people who live around here, because they no longer have to look at these dilapidated messes. Let's see if our friends Ricky and Jose are home.
Okay.
So at one time, this house was owned by one of the big businessmen here in Gloucester. He owned the feed store and a number of other businesses. A young man had bought it to try to rehab it. It was just too much project for him. And he came to the land bank and asked if he could donate it. And he did. And then we found some folks who were able to come in and start a renovation on it. And enter the picture, Ricky and Jose. One of the things we really have to be concerned with is if someone takes on a project, we want to make sure that they can complete it. We don't want to perpetuate the problem where we've got a house that's getting worked on perpetually and it never gets done. But as you'll see when we go inside, I think these guys really do know what they're doing.
It's just something that caught our eye when we was looking online and thought we would like to fix it up and move to a bigger home with 4 kids. So it's something we like to do, is just to remodel and make things come back to life and look nice again. So.
And I imagine you'd like to see something happen next door.
Yes, definitely. It needs to be something done with it because it's kind of an eyesore, especially once we get this one finished. So.
Well, why don't we take a little look?
All right, come on in.
It's totally different already. Wow.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh my God.
It's been
I mean, it just looks amazing. I'm almost speechless. But the pace at which you were able to do it, I mean, you only took this house over in May, and you were only working on the outside for a while because these guys have full-time jobs. They work on renovations for other people during the day. This house is a very strange layout. It had sort of 2 front doors, and this living room in here had...
Go right ahead.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That fireplace is original to the house.
Original painting and everything on it.
And it's neat that you could save that.
Right, but this was closed in, so we did that for the computer. Kendrick's going online right now through Miami until the
he mentioned
16th.
I saw him the other day.
But yeah, they're just kind of, this had a closet here, kind of open. We tore that out.
You guys are master decorators. I mean, old school locker.
That was open. Remember, you could see the pipes coming down. There was like a closet. They had pipes going down in, the main line. So
you guys work quick.
Thanks.
I mean, this is all new drywall, obviously.
Yeah. No, actually, no. We saved it. A lot of it. We kind of patched over.
Wall, certainly.
No, that's original.
That's original too.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh, you got a flair for decorating too. Look at that light fixture.
Yeah. Hey, IKEA.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I love the tile.
Yeah, we got that and this we put in. We still have to grout this one. We've just kind of been.
Yeah, and you're gonna need some kind of transition there.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to make something because that's where the floor has dropped. Come on in.
So it didn't have a functional kitchen or a functional bathroom when they took it over. They had to build everything. Wow, this is neat.
Yeah, and then we just built this 2 days ago above the stove. Put that in for a vent.
Oh my gosh, look at the little sitting area outside.
Yeah. Oh, and there we put.
I was here last week. That wasn't here. You laid the tile.
Yeah, we put this tile in too.
Are these 12 by 18? What is it? 12 by 16? That's a strange shape, a size.
Yeah, it is big. I can't remember now what size it was exactly, but they're pretty big. And then we tiled that because we didn't want to put no vinyl. But we got to do some type of trim around it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Build a cubby hole for it. And then,
that is really awesome.
We got a lot of, like I said, trim to try to match. And there we was able to find, we had to do 2 pieces together and stain. So we've got to still do all the, we're trying to keep it all wide like the original.
Right. So now this is the original floor.
This is the original floor.
Look how nice that looks from.
Yeah,
what
it's
it
still
was
got a lot of
before.
stain, like that's been, but we brought a lot of it out. So, and this is what we're doing. This is the master bedroom with a walk-in closet and a master bathroom, which we're still trying to work on. So,
Well, I can remember standing in this room many times showing this house to various different people and trying to get a sense of what they could do, but I really never imagined it would be quite like this. Now, did you replace all these windows?
no.
These are the original windows.
These are original, restored, but we're going to have to, we're getting ready to start on outside next week, restoring and putting trim around them,
Good.
resealing them. Of course, we had to put new glass in the bottom, some we broke out, but. So,
How many hours would you say you have in this at this point?
2.5 months, 3 months maybe, labor working.
So you bought this house from the land bank for $7,000, and clearly, you know, this is going to be one of the most valuable houses in town when you're done with it here, just the way it's getting renovated and appointed. I mean, this is going to be a, you know, probably $75,000 house minimum, I would say.
Yeah.
On the lot that it's on. I mean, that's pretty good return on your investment. You put a lot into it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, if we all stick together, we prosper, do better.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening now with the land bank. We had a flood in '98, was disastrous to this town. And then in 2002, another flood. So there, we got a lot of properties that's been sitting 18, 20 years.
Without the money to take them down.
Without the money to take them down.
They've been vacant all that time.
Yep.
You've taken them back now through tax foreclosure. The land bank did, then brought them back to you.
That's correct.
And now FEMA is going to work with you to take all those properties
Yes,
down.
we have the grant to do that.
Well, that'll be great.
Oh, buddy, it will be.
Most of it'll be green space, right, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, coming into the village here. These here properties, here's land bank property. This one here, it's just a burnout house, been here, like I say, over 6 years, so.
Probably green space too. I don't see much going on here. Or do you think there's a chance somebody
I know
might
the
want-
land bank likes to give it to people to regenerate the tax base on it for us. But there might be someone that's interested in, you know, once it's cleaned up to build on it. I don't know. We just
At least you get to see the opportunity. Once
right.
it's cleaned
That's
up.
correct.
You don't see much opportunity here now.
No.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's not popular with a few people, but then, you know, the people who needed it really needed us to take action. And, you know, Trimble Township, Nelsonville, Chansey here, but we're, you know, we try to spread it out and address these issues all throughout the county. Every township has issues. You know, these properties have been problems for 10, 20 years sometimes. And that's just demoralizing for the communities. So it's been really satisfying to, you know, make progress on those.
But it's not all about demolition. Here's an example of a house you saved.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about this house?
So yeah, when we found out about this place, there was trash, you know, literally everywhere. The demolition money from NIP is gone. So we really, ideal situation, if we have an opportunity to renovate it, we, you know, I think that makes a lot of sense.
This community is on the verge of something great, right? Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on at Wayne National Forest, which is just behind us here?
Yeah, so Chansey is on the edge of a big tract of land with the Wayne National Forest here in Athens. And it's got a trailhead right now for the Bailey's mountain biking trail system. People from the community of Chansey are going over there hiking, walking. Property values right now are going up in this area because people are buying properties, turning them into Airbnbs. We've created this organization called ORCA, which is the Outdoor Recreation Council of Appalachia. And, you know, not only this mountain biking trail system, but, you know, kayaking, canoeing on the rivers, and, you know, who knows where else it's going to lead.
Where do you see your land bank going? You've got a lot of work to do, obviously, still, right?
Oh, yeah. You know, hopefully we can just kind of keep our momentum going. I would like to do more like innovative, collaborative stuff, like where we work with maybe Hocking College or Tri-County to do more rehabs. You know, cleaning up the properties is the easy part.
Yeah.
Keeping them clean and helping these folks rehabilitate their lives. You know, we got some real challenges here with generational poverty. These old coal towns, you know, they died back in the 60s and 70s. And, you know, what is the hope? And I guess that outdoor rec is one of those things, the tourism economy. You know, because it's manufacturing down here is, you know, it's sparse. So anyways, I hope that, you know, the land bank can continue to innovate. We've got you know, Rick's working hard. I feel like I'm working hard, and we've got a couple other partnerships that we can develop.
Add to this?
Well, I mean, we couldn't have done it without your support and Robin's support. And, you know, it's great how you guys build the coalitions. And, you know, we're really trying to help some of the neighboring counties get their land banks started too, because they need it. Unfortunately, it becomes political sometimes where, you know, the people aren't being served, I don't think, you know. So it's like, we're lucky that we've been able to get it done, and we couldn't have done it without you. And we want to support you guys and, you know, other counties getting their land bank started.
Thank you.
So we're standing in front of a house known as 111 Monroe Street in Chansey, and this was an abandoned house a couple of years ago. And so we made it a land bank project and started a foreclosure, and lo and behold, a couple of weeks ago, the house burned up. But Chris, the local people, they don't have any money to clean this up. They don't have the equipment to come in and take this away. And so it's going to fall to the land bank to get this done, isn't it?
Yep. And luckily, we've got a neighbor over here that's already fixed up her property, and she is interested in taking, you know, ownership of this. So that's good.
So one of the values that the land bank brings to a small community like this is to help out with things that they just don't have the wherewithal to do. I mean, they would, this would sit probably for years and years, and I've been to other communities where burned out houses have sat for years and years before somebody could clean them up.
The land bank, when it got started, really did a lot of focusing in on areas within Athens County. One of those was Gloucester, and we were able to get this house tore down in partnership with the land bank and be able to build a habitat house on it. So what you see in front of you right now is the new house. 10 Barber is going to look different than what it did before, but look a lot better than what it did before.
This is what, a 2-bedroom house?
2-bedroom house, yep, and it's going for a family of 3, local family in Athens County. We started the house on June 15th, and you can see where we're at now. We're in drywall stage, and we'll be completed by the end of October.
Now, you have several other parcels here in the area that we've worked together on.
One of the other unique things that we do is we require our families to go to the municipality and interview with the mayor or the code director to learn all the codes and learn how to be a good neighbor within the community they're going to be living in. And then, of course, they have to pay a zero-interest mortgage back to us as part of the deal. And then we recycle those funds back into the communities that we serve. And so families have to make between 30 and 60% of the area median income. So for right now in Athens County, for a family of 4, that's between $17,000 and $35,000 a year.
Gotcha. And still, with all of that, significant blowback sometimes from the neighbors when they see the Habitat project is going to be in their neighborhood.
There's a lot of misconceptions about Habitat, but the truth about Habitat is that our homeowners' delinquency rates are much less than, it's lower than 1%. We are on par with any normal bank that you would see. Our homeowners are the people who are taking care of the sick and dying in our communities. They're working in home health. They're working in nursing homes. They're teachers' aides. They're bagging groceries at Kroger's. Or they may have a disability that prohibits them from being able to earn an income.
The chapter, you said, has been around for 30 years. Land banks in Southeast Ohio have really been around for between 5 and 10 years. Mm-hmm. So how has the presence of land banks impacted your work at Habitat?
It has impacted it considerably. So Habitat Southeast Ohio, prior to the land bank in Athens County and in the other counties that we serve that have land banks, tried to do something that the land bank did or currently does, and that is acquire dilapidated housing, tear it down, and build new ones in its place. That's always been our model of home builds. A lot of these properties that we wanted to acquire had, $20,000 in taxes on them when the value of the property was at negative value, and that hindered our ability to actually have wide-scale neighborhood transformation. And the land bank actually allows us to do that because you guys have the legal element to be able to acquire these properties and get rid of them and improve the community.
And wash off the taxes and assessments.
Right, yeah. And then we take over at that point and start the rebuild, us and other nonprofits.
Yeah. For all you people watching this asking, how do you wind up with $20,000 in delinquent taxes on a place where the property values are low? The answer is sewer and water assessments. A lot of these communities have rightfully so gotten federal money to build sewer programs, and those sewer programs have to send a bill to every house that has a tap every single month, whether or not they're occupied. And often when we take over the house, 2/3 of that taxes is assessments for delinquent sewer.
We're just really grateful for the land banks in general. We could not do what we do if it weren't for them. It really enhances our work efforts. And so much so that now most of our projects in at least 4 counties in our 8-county serviced area are focused on partnerships with land banks. And we hope in the future more land banks come online in Southeast Ohio, because they really are about community improvement. That's the primary goal of the land bank, is to really create more community revitalization.
On the site of this house was one of the worst houses that I'd seen in any community. The Habitat folks had purchased the house, paid off the delinquent taxes, and then didn't have any money to tear it down. So they gave it to us with the taxes paid off. We used NIP funding to tear it down, and then we gave it back to them so that they could build the house that you see here. The sad thing about what happens in these communities that I've noticed since I've been treasurer is there's so many good people here. There's so many folks that are trying to make a life, that are working hard and playing by the rules, and they keep their own property up. But then the house next door becomes dilapidated because a landlord doesn't take care of it, or they get the wrong tenants and the house gets stripped in the middle of the night. You know, I'm a county treasurer, and I see other county treasurers at conferences all the time, and I'm just frankly amazed at the ones that don't want land banks. In the first place, as a business person, I know that there's always going to be bad debt. And the property tax debt on these houses where people died a generation ago and the house is just sitting there, you know, you've got negative equity in those houses. Those houses have negative value. And unless you have a land bank that can come in and take that away and get those houses reset back to zero, no one's ever going to do anything with that land. I'll have these treasurers and say, oh, you know, this is just too much work. Why would I want to do all that work? And I think to myself, this is the most important thing that I'll ever do.
Thank you, Rick. Boy, I'm going to put that to a commercial somewhere. I don't know where, but I am. So we're going to get into questions. There have been a couple questions asked in the chat box. I'm going to raise them, but I want now to go to our friends in Lawrence County, Thomas and Steve. We're going to ask that you unmute your screen because you're muted right now. If your technical people can do that. And I'm going to ask, you did it, thank you. And I'm going to ask Rock the House to put up the PowerPoint and let's get started.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to chat with everybody today. And that was a great video, Rick. You know, you did a good job and how doing a good job up there, you and Chris in Athens County. Glad to see it coming to fruition. When I started the land bank down here in Lawrence County, I was kind of a solo act down here in the southern part of the state. And when I was looking at what the larger counties were doing, I noticed that this was something that could happen and was needed to happen in any county, no matter what your size, whether you're large, medium, or small. There is a need for a land bank to operate in your county, and for some of the very things that were enumerated in the video. You have properties that I call them zombie houses, and they go bad, and there's just not enough money, either the previous homeowner or the current homeowner, to take those down. And most of ours that we've done, the current homeowner isn't around. When we started doing, we do use the expedited border revision to obtain most of our properties. We had 0 properties when we started in 2016, as you can see. And we're now up to 246 demolitions in 2020, in about 3.5 years. We've been extremely aggressive at that. And one of our deeds, talking about properties sitting empty for a long time, we've had deeds that went back over 100 years without being transferred, even though there have been multiple generations living in that house. So it was a challenge to start working with some of these. And really, that's a lot of what the land bank here has been able to do. We've been able to straighten out property lines. We've helped the auditors' books and records straighten out where properties and buildings are located. surveying. The survey companies love us because we need surveys on a lot of these properties, because some of these old deeds, we're talking about, you know, the big tree and the big rock and all that sort of thing. So it's been a lot of work just getting the administrative part of it corrected in that regard. One other thing before we go into this too much too is that no matter what size your county is, I think it's awfully important for the delinquent tax fund to be utilized, and the commissioners have the power and the authority to designate another 5% of delinquent taxes that are collected directly to the land bank. And that has been a resource that we have used, particularly now that the NIP funding program is gone. The smaller counties, one of our problems is finding those type of partners that are willing to come alongside of us and put money into the pot and to the project in that regard. A couple of things though that you know, I would like to encourage any land bank that is thinking about, or any county that's thinking about starting a land bank. It can seem overwhelming, but there's a lot of land banks out there that are willing to help. You know, I've traveled up to Athens County and to 3 or 4 different counties, just came back from Pike. There's a lot of help that's available that's out there. And even though it might seem overwhelming, you know, chart a path, chart a course for what you would like to accomplish, and, you know, jump in and do it. It's one of those things that in our particular case, we started with dedicated staff to the land bank. Started with 1 person and it grew to 3 over time with the funding requirements, the reporting requirements, and is now at 2. So networking with other land banks is extremely important. Having a dedicated staff in our case worked out tremendously. My staff doesn't do anything but work on land bank projects. And then, as I mentioned, the funding and the resource procurement. In a smaller county, it becomes almost a challenge because you might have some other established community improvement corporations that are used to getting all the money and have their own projects and ideas and designs on what needs to be done. But blight, as we heard just a little bit ago, is extremely important to remove. In our particular case, we probably had 95% of our abandoned houses had some evidence of criminal or drug activity occurring in those. And those zombie houses don't belong in anybody's neighborhood. So I think it's extremely important that we remove those opportunities for people, the criminal element, from our communities in that regard. In our case, our acquisition strategy is, as you heard me speak of a moment ago, was through the expedited BOR. The prosecutor in my office, or in my county, we had a long heart-to-heart. He saw the need and agreed that the blighted properties were impeding growth in our communities. And actually, we did concentrate mostly along the villages that line the Ohio River, but we have expanded out into the entire county. We have a large rural county. We have 7 public school districts in it, and each school district has had demolition projects that have occurred within this program. Again, when you get out into the county, as was mentioned, you just don't have the resources out there for them to attack the problem. Disposition strategies, we're beginning to roll into sales. We did do our first, which you'll see in a little bit on the PowerPoint, we did do our first rehab and found that to be very successful. Outreach is something that we struggle with, and vendor screening. One of the problems with a smaller area is you don't have enough qualified contractors that are in compliance with all the regulations for the state that want to come along and have somebody else telling them how to do something. Now, I think there's too much of the good old boy system to some degree from that standpoint. You want to jump on the execution there, Tom?
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Schneider. I'm the first employee for the Lawrence County Land Bank. I don't want to focus a whole lot on this timeline because this is really just how we accomplish the tasks. But if you look at some of the timeline there at the bottom, we had a lot of different things going on at one time. We had our outreach going on. We were looking for our partners We had our demolition program going on. We were already exploring how our disposition strategy was going to work, setting up our restrictions and our covenants and how that was going to play out, and preparing for the, what was probably going to be some backlash from people that didn't want homes that had restrictive covenants on it. That just kind of comes along with the territory. But we had partnerships with Tidy Up Lawrence County, which is that TLC that you see in July of 17. TLC was an entity in our community that took up the mantle of cleanup in their area. But as they became an aging core and some of their membership started to unfortunately pass away or just stop being physically capable of doing that, they wanted to pick out an entity to carry on their fight. So they came to the land bank and they brought everything that they had to us and asked us to assume their funding and then find the right way to take that funding and do something productive in the area. And we had a large greening scale project that we did for Ohio University using those monies. And then, of course, they became a great supporter of ours as they did outreach to other entities. We also had outreach to nonprofit entities such as local little leagues that were finding themselves encumbered by some different properties. So, as you go through your execution of what you're going to do, you have to be thinking about every facet of that execution. What are you going to do? You have to be making 3 or 4 plans, steps forward, so that you know that when you get there, what are we going to do with these kinds of properties? And sometimes that's tough because, like Stephen said, we all seem to think that the problem is overwhelming. Yet we can see that our sister land banks, even our large-scale land banks, when they first take a step into their problem, they saw it as an overwhelming problem as well. And we, have tremendous thanks to those who, Jim and Gus, who wrote the land banking laws and brought that to Ohio and gave us the opportunity to do that. So execution is really about just making a plan and putting all those steps in motion and then sticking to it. You're going to get some backlash for those smaller counties that are looking at this, but the partnerships that we had with Lucas County when they came along beside us and gave us some of the information that we needed, we were able to take those, what they had done and just sort of, specialize it to our needs. And great props out to the other counties that were more than willing to help us. And we kind of patterned what we did off of what was successful for them, but modified it to meet the county needs for a small community such as Lawrence County. So, and then we tried to do the same thing to pass that on to the local counties around us that have needed our help. So I think it's a partnership all across the state. It's a partnership between the land banks. They have to come along. They have to have that common goal. And then I believe that as we work together, we'll be able to find new execution strategies on how we take what exists for us that we've all become used to using, and then what can we do that's new with it. Always got to look for that new innovative idea to continue moving forward. After you get through execution strategies, we kind of make sure that we are very hands-on with every part of our execution strategy, because we want the contractors, we want the vendors, we want our board members to understand everything that there is to know about how we want to see this plan executed so that we don't end up with problems down the road. If you can be transparent up front, keep good and open lines of communication with everybody out there, then that just limits the problems that you have down the road. And then, having a great strategy on your time management is really, really important, especially when we were taking into consideration the NIP program. You had to rush and really work hard to get everything put together in the beginning, and then you had to meet the timelines that existed for that program. All the while you're making the next plan for what you're going to do beyond that funding program, how you want to continue. So time management for what you're doing on a day-to-day basis is critical, because then that transitions into next week's time management, next month's time management, what we're going to do in the next year. All that works together. And one of the things that works best for us here is our board involvement. We have the required board members, our county commissioners, county treasurer. We only have one city that qualifies to have a representative on our board, and we only have one township that qualifies. And that works for us. And we take what we have and we constantly have meetings. We're a monthly meeting land bank, sometimes 2 a month, just so that the board is fully aware of what we're wanting to do, what our vision is, and then they get involved every time, and they have never failed to meet and be able to have a quorum. They've always come to great decisions, so we really give a lot of props to our board for their willingness to be involved, because they see the need of these county land banks all across the state. We'll move on to just quality control real quick. We don't want to take up too much time. We constant communication with our contractor and our vendors. We do constant site visits to make sure that what we want to have done gets done. We do 2 or 3 final inspections of our properties to ensure that it meets all the guidelines of what we expect, because you can tear a house down, but a lot of times if you've got a rough piece of property, it still doesn't have that aesthetically pleasing appearance that the community wants overall. So you got to be thinking about what the community wants to see in their areas. And then one of the greatest things I think about land banks is land banks have the ability to create value where none currently exists. Yeah, there's structures there. Yeah, there's material there, but it's now devalued. It's actually gone the other way. So the land banks in the county have that ability to take something that's worthless and put value back into the community just with the first step of what they do. And I think that's a really important thing to keep in our minds. We're making improvements even where none previously existed. Moving on to disposition, we look for our community use projects. We're constantly looking for that. We are constantly looking at new innovative ways to market these properties, because when you have a lot of empty lots, a lot of times you don't have end users for those properties. So how to be able to put those together and make those appealing to a developer or to some buyers that might be interested in exploring those kinds of uses for those properties. And then we're constantly doing our own redevelopment planning. What can we be physically involved with where we're actually the redeveloping entity? Not just from the community standpoint, but what can the land bank do with that property to bring some value back to the community? Even if it's just short-term community use. Maybe we're going to host an event at a piece of property or something like that. What can we do with that piece of property? Because it may sit empty for a little while before somebody comes along and buys it.
One of the other things in terms of redevelopment that I'd like to jump in here for, Tom was talking about, having an idea and managing your time. We've got an idea board, that we kind of keep also. And some of the things that we're talking about in terms of land bank in a rural area, we had a 400-acre parcel that we were looking at. And one of the things that we had talked about was maybe doing some type of solar farm on that, or a wind farm, something of that nature, to use alternative energy that we could then turn around and sell to the electric utility in this area. So you try to look outside the box also. In our next couple slides, you'll see some of the things where we've donated some property over to, like the Little League, as Tom had mentioned. There was a house that was set right next to the Little League field. Now that's a gateway for them. This particular one is what the house looked like beforehand. And then now the teams take their photos up there and it overlooks the park. We did the same thing with the village of Colgrove, which is a couple slides up.
Next slide, please.
And one of the things, that's the park overlooking the ball field. The next slide shows the village of Colgrove, which had an old commercial, it was a residential building, 2 residential buildings. And if you move on, it's to the next slide, it's now a park where people can have lunch and that type of thing. Not in the slides, we also did one for a small village on the eastern end of the county. Tore a house down that was next to the village hall. The village hall had no parking. They literally parked on the street. There was no handicapped access. They do use it for elections, for a voting precinct. And people who were handicapped struggled to both park there and access the building. And we were able to donate that property to that village for that purpose. So, I think it's some things that are pretty obvious in that regard, but also think of things that might be a little bit outside the box. Habitat for Humanity is a great organization. We've also thought about having a veterans build or a senior build in that regard. And of course, one of the things that is always a possibility in some of the low-lying areas that are subject to flooding, we've got some farmers that might be willing to lease the land for crops and that type of thing. So we're trying to, if a house has to come down, and it might not be in a suitable place for a green space like in a village, might be a little more rural, try to think a little more outside the box on how we can generate revenue and productive use from that property.
Next slide, please. So this is a large commercial and residential structure that we had in one of our more populated townships. It had several trailers. It had the original existing house on it, and then it had that garage that you see there to the left top picture that had actually been converted into 4 apartment units. So the previous owner had done that, and then all the occupants of all these structures just got up and left. And so with trailers, if everyone remembers, the NIP program didn't recognize trailers as being a residential structure because they were mobile. Well, when you're in a rural community, and I'm sure a lot of communities can see this, trailers are entry-level homes for a lot of people in these kinds of communities. And then they finally end up to a point where they move on or the trailer becomes broken down. So we were able to put together and this was a good thing for us, we were able to put together a presentation for the NIP program that expressed that these were generational homes. These properties have been sitting in these locations for sometimes 40 and 50 years. So even if they were once mobile, they're not mobile anymore. A lot of times these axles are frozen up, they're sunk in the ground, and they're not suitable. You try to move one of these, you have to use a heavy equipment, a bulldozer to do it, and you can tear them in half trying to do it. So we were really pleased when OFA saw our arguments as being worthwhile arguments, and they incorporated mobile homes into the NIP program. And I think to date, we've torn down about 40 of these mobile home sites just like this one. Somebody's asking a question about a restrictive covenant with the land bank properties. We can provide some information on that if you want to reach out to us. We'll provide you a copy of our restrictive covenants. We have a series of covenants that not only specify what you can do with the property as an end user, but if you're going to acquire the property for redevelopment, we have a commencement and a completion date. So if you're going to build a home, we have a starting and a finishing date by which we expect you to do so that those properties don't go on perpetually unutilized. So and if you can't meet those timelines, then we can go ahead and utilize the reverter clause. Can we have the next slide, please?
Well, one of the other things before we get away from the restrictive covenants that we wanted to emphasize too was the reason we have that starting date is that we didn't want people to speculate on the land and just buy up empty lots and not do anything with them. We are definitely trying to reinvigorate the communities, make the communities better. So we're wanting those type of developments to occur. And just as it had been an empty house for years, we didn't want it to be an empty lot for years in that regard.
So this slide is our first large-scale commercial property. This was a nursing home that was along the southern edge of the river. It's been abandoned, or had been abandoned for about 15 years, had become a problem location for drug use. It had also become a problem location for vagrancy. And it was a really difficult and dangerous location. So we had a cooperative effort between our county commission, the land bank, one of our county office holders who had some funding to utilize. We pulled our funds together and we did this commercial demolition. And then, as you can see in the bottom left-hand screen, there's a house there with a white fence. That house is what you see in the top left picture as well that's got a yellow siding. So in 1 year, that house went from being occupied to being abandoned. So if you'll show us the next slide, we've taken that entire space and turned that into a more than 1 acre piece of ground. And in Lawrence County being having zoning differences than maybe some other counties, this is multi-use now. So this could be a commercial location, this could be office locations, businesses, and residential housing redevelopment. So we're looking at whether or not this would apply as a senior living site, maybe a veterans living site, maybe we do a small scale condominium setup in this, or maybe we apply for business, maybe this is a good place for business space.
And this sits right along a major road in the county. It's County Road 1, which runs along the highway. So that's a major thoroughfare that this fronts.
Next slide, please. All right, so this is the Ohio University Southern Campus in Proctorville, Ohio. And this is where the land bank came alongside the university and that entity, Tidy Up Lawrence County, TLC, for a large-scale greening project and park endeavor. This is now a community park that can be utilized by the entire community, and the land bank pulled all of its funds together and still supports this university, and we help plant all these trees and help do all this greening here, and now this is a community use. Anybody in the community can come in. They host soccer games here for the local schools. There's a walking track that's approximately a mile long, and people just gather here for picnics and things like that. So really proud to be able to find a use to come alongside Ohio University on this one.
That picture is just a small section of the number of trees we did. We did
about 40 trees.
About 40 trees throughout this particular acreage that exists right in front of the educational building there. There was a local family that was responsible for donating a lot of the other portions of the park that you see, such as the walking track. And so it was really an individual family, the university, a local entity of TLC, and our land bank that came together for this project.
I think we have one more slide to show you. Oh, two more. So this was a location in the largest village in our community, being South Point. And as if you've read the book, the article says that South Point is aptly named South Point because it's the southernmost tip of the state of Ohio. So this was actually a long-term drug location is what this was. There were nobody living in these properties for more than 20 years, but occasionally occupied by vagrants and drug activity. And now that we've turned this into a green space, we're looking at a community park, a cooperative effort with the village here to turn this into a community park for handicapped children. That's what we're looking at. So all the things that are on this park would be handicap accessible and safe to those types of children. And this would give people in this community a localized, centralized location that they can come together for their children, and they'd have a safe place to now congregate.
Not only the community, but South Point is fairly central to the economic corridor of the county along the river, so that children that would want to play in this park can come from both the eastern part of the county and the western part of the county. It wouldn't be more than 15 or 20 minutes for anybody along the river.
And one more slide, please. All right, so this will be the last. This will be the last project in our slideshow, and we don't want to take up too much of your time. But this is a location in the village of Chesapeake, Ohio, right across the river from Huntington, West Virginia, and if anyone's familiar with Marshall University. This location was abandoned, and the family, the occupant here had gone into long-term hospice care and unfortunately finally passed away. And their family took over the daunting task of trying to clean it up, except they didn't clean it up. They just threw everything out in the front yard. They didn't haul anything off. So next slide, please. This is our original inspection of the property with all the trash in it. By the time the land bank acquired it, it looked like this. This was more than a year later before we were able to acquire the property. And it worse, the windows were busted out, the trash had gotten worse. This was now a place for rats and raccoons because being in a little bit more rural area, and especially along the river, those kinds of rodents are really common. Next slide. A little bit of the interior pictures of it. It was quite dated. Love those checkered floors there in the kitchen. I'm not sure what decade that's from, but we went ahead and took it on ourselves as a redevelopment project that the land bank did itself. So we controlled every aspect of this redevelopment and rehabilitation. So you can see how bad it was when we started. And if you go to the next slide, this is what the house looks like today. Everything was done up, cleaned up on the outside, roof was repaired, everything structurally that was wrong with the home was repaired. We did a complete remodel of the entire property inside and out, floors, walls, cabinets, bathroom, everything. And we are happy to say that we closed on this house 2 weeks ago and sold this property for $85,000. So we took a property that had no value and we turned around and sold it for $85,000. We generated a little bit of revenue so that we can move on to the next project. This now belongs to a college student in her her senior year at Marshall University, where she is studying physical therapy and occupational therapy simultaneously. She moved back from Virginia Tech. Now she needs to finish her senior year up. This provided her a home that is only 15 minutes away from the campus. She gets to be a Metro student. And now we've got a repurposed home that's, appreciating home values rather than depreciating. I don't think we have any more slides to show you.
Thomas and Steve, I want to thank you. If I could, just because we're down to 10 minutes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation. Would you mind if I move forward to some questions? Can we do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
In case there are a lot of people on here, at least 4 counties I know that are contemplating creating a land bank. Now, Steve, you took the bull by the horns there and you kind of led the way, but I'm going to talk to people in Athens County. Getting a land bank established there was not easy, Chris. Can you talk to us a little bit about the opposition that you faced in starting it and some of the opposition that you and Rick still face now? And I'm going to ask the same question of you, Steve and Thomas. Chris, what about the opposition in Athens?
Well, our previous county treasurer had asked the commissioners to attend a land bank conference, and it didn't seem like any of the commissioners had taken him up on it. Eventually, I got to attend one up in Cleveland, and I got to spend time with the treasurer, and I was like, all right, let's do this. We got back, and it was a tough sell to one of the other commissioners, and luckily the people of the county showed up in mass to county commissioners meetings and helped get it over the finish line. And I would say Rick can probably speak to some of the current struggles we've had in our county with our auditor.
Your greatest opposition, though, Chris, continued to be from the school treasurer in the city of Athens, correct?
Oh yeah, well that was when we tried to implement the DTAC, which is a little different than starting a land bank. So yeah, we've had bumps along the road, but it's doing so much good in the county. The people are so appreciative, and so I guess that was fuel to keep our fire, keep us moving.
And Rick, your county auditor might be the most outspoken advocate to land banks in the state of Ohio. Do you? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I would say the most important relationship for a land bank is between the land bank and the county prosecutor. And if you've got your prosecutor on board, you can do a lot. But we do interface a lot with the auditor, and our auditor is very hostile to the land bank concept. We'll have meetings get held for 8 to 10 days before they'll transfer them. We fight tooth and nail over BOR foreclosures, every single one. There's a lot of the sort of stereotypical opposition, these things that just aren't true about how we're shoveling property to people who are in the know and all this kind of skullduggery. But really the biggest opposition in the county was from the township trustees and the school treasurers regarding diverting the 5% of the DTAC to the land bank. And that was just simply, people advocating for their own cause. And I mean, they felt that was their money, and it was hard to convince them that we needed a countywide vision in order to make it work for everybody. And, there are still some people that are sore over that. There's no question about it, but it was a good decision that the commissioners made, and it just had to be done.
Steve, how about opposition in Lawrence? I don't remember any outspoken opposition. Of course, you kind of led the charge on that.
Well, I did a lot of background work to start with. I went to township trustee meetings. I went to school board meetings. The commissioners were all on board, so I didn't have an outlier there that was against it. And when I started describing the problems, the township trustees, they all hear about this, nasty house that's in their township. And, I pointed out the very structures that we were going to go after in their township. So that became an easy sell with them. At the school board meetings, I talked a little bit about how school foundation formula works and how it's made up of local taxes and state taxes on the foundation. And if we remove the assessed value from the local, the state's going to make it up. So the schools really didn't lose any money from that standpoint. And then by maintaining the values, they were going to end up in a better position. And so I really didn't get a lot of pushback, or no pushback actually, from any governmental entity. What I found a little bit of pushback from was actually some citizens, mostly developers who were used to buying taxes at or properties that the liens maybe had expired on, or the taxes that had marked down on some type of tax sale, and then going out and developing the property themselves. So I found a little pushback there from local developers. But that was, as Rick said, there's still some of that that's out there, but so many people have seen the good that has come out of this that I think they appreciate what's happened, and a lot of those folks have finally come along. We had a question pop up on ours too, if I could jump in there and answer that.
How did you fund the rehab, they asked? Sam.
Yeah, we initially funded the rehab project by some sales of vacant lots and also the DTAC money that had come in. So some of this money that had been available to use, and also as the treasurer, both the employees or all three at that time, of the land bank are employees of the treasurer's office. And I have a tax lien fund that's an administrative fund where I sell tax liens, and I use some of that money to fund the rehab project also in that regard. So in the rehab project, that was done totally by the DTAC money and some monies that had come from the treasurer's office.
To Rick and to Steve both, one of the complaints I heard often from people around the state is both treasurers and auditors, we should not give up on those delinquent taxes. We're going to go after every nickel. We're not going to give up those funds. In reality, you pointed out, Rick, when you've got a property that's now got negative value and the taxes and assessments are in the $30,000, $40,000 range, that's really a phantom receivable. And so you're not going to collect that money. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's essentially bad debt. I mean, there's, especially in the case where the property owner is deceased. I mean, one thing we know about dead people, they ain't never going to pay. And so you can have that property sit there forever, and you can say, well, we're going to take it to a sheriff's sale, but nobody in their right mind is going to pay $40,000 for a property they got to spend $20,000 to tear down, and has essentially, marginal value once it's torn down.
Steve, same.
I would agree with what Rick said there. From that standpoint, you're going to have some that people don't pay their sewer bill, or they don't clean it. You have assessments that not only on taxes, but that was one of the little quirks we had from some of our the city and the villages, is they'd spend money to mow the grass or trim a tree or whatever, and they weren't going to get that money back. One of the other little problems that just popped into my mind that I'd like to mention is actually Medicaid. We have Medicaid liens on some of these houses that now you live in Columbus or Cleveland or Cincinnati or some of the big cities, they're out there selling that house and the Medicaid lien gets resolved and all that fun sort of stuff, and it goes on. Out here in the rural area, they're not coming down here to sell those houses. Those liens stay on there since when the person died. And that, not only do you have that tax lien, as Rick mentioned, but you have that Medicaid lien that's out there. And this has helped resolve those, because by the time you send Medicaid the pictures of the property and the condition it is, they're finally willing to write it off and say, we're not going to try to collect that anymore. But unless somebody like the land bank does that, it continues to sit out there.
I have a question.
Let me just jump in for just a second. We've had really good luck with our prosecutor, knows a federal attorney who went to OU, and basically anytime we need a federal lien released, he can basically get right to this attorney, and they look at the collateral and they know they're never coming to get that.
Yes.
The truth is the state liens have been more of a problem. It's very hard to get anybody in the state attorney general's office to pay attention to you when you need somebody.
I would agree with that assessment, Rick. And once they see the condition of it, they're ready to write it off. Your points, and the state point is right on head too. There is that here the last couple of years, they've been very difficult to remove a lien from. We've got an old bar that we knocked down that just because the building doesn't exist, the owner's still around, but because he's not filing his monthly sales tax return, the state's throwing a monthly lien out there for what they think he should have been collecting on sales tax on a bar that no longer exists.
If I might, this might be the last question. We got 2 minutes. Chris, on unlike Lawrence County that came early to the land bank game and they're able to take advantage of the NIP money, and they've taken down literally hundreds of homes because of the fact you came a little late. 2018, you didn't have as much access as they did in Lawrence County. What do you think? We had Sherrod Brown on earlier. We're going to have Mike DeWine on today. I think Senator Portman's going to come on. What is the greatest unmet need? If you could access additional dollars, would it be for residential blight removal? Would it be for commercial, industrial? What is your greatest unmet need in Athens County?
I mean, I'd say in Athens, it's mostly residential. We don't have a lot of commercial abandoned properties at this time. So, but we have plenty of residential work to do. So we would love more money.
Thomas and Steve, I'm sorry.
I would say that because it's so difficult to find money for the commercial properties that we do have that we need to deal with, we would love to see a dedicated fund just for that, because we do have some downtowns that are completely hollowed out in some of our villages, and it would be good to address that because they're so much larger and the dollars involved are just so much more daunting.
Thomas and Steve, you want to weigh in one last comment before we close this panel down?
I would say that we've identified over 400 residential structures that we could still take down. So by far and away that exists. However, there are still pockets, as Rick has said, of abandoned commercial or business properties that could be addressed also, which if it's just residential, those structures still are there and continue to impede progress.
Well, listen.
Can I say one more thing before you close? To anybody who's starting a new land bank, a really good relationship to get involved in is with these environmental consultants who have access to the Buster Fund, because in those cases, you can take brownfield properties like abandoned gas stations, get the entire project paid for, not a dime of your own land bank's money, and really take care of some big eyesores in some of your towns and villages. And that's a strategy that, basically it just involves networking.
Thank you. And that's one of the panels we're going to be hearing from Partners in Environmental. So I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure to work with both of these counties. They're proof positive that you don't need to have a big county of 1 million people to make a land bank powerful and effective. And again, thanks to all of you. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
See you soon.
Okay, rock the house, thank you. 11:30. I'm introducing one of our sponsors. We'll be introducing us, and then we're going to go into the videos. I've known Nigel Griswold for many years. You should know that it was Nigel's study back in 2013 that convinced the federal government that they should free up hardest hit funds for communities to help them deal with properties that were vacant and needed to be demolished. And I've never forgotten that. Nigel, your study opened up about a $2 billion floodgate. We appreciate it. By the way, you're muted, so you're going to want to unmute yourself, Nigel. So we appreciate the work you've done then, and you've worked with many land banks around the state since then. Without any further delay, we're going to ask you to introduce the panel and yourself, Nigel.
Great, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. It's nice to see folks' faces. I know a good chunk of the people presenting, and appreciate the intro. So it's kind of a tight group, and I know most of you, so a lot of the things I was going to say are going to be some repeat here for some of us because we know what's going on. But I'm CEO and co-founder of Dynamometrics. As Jim said, a lot of folks in the land bank community in Ohio know Dynamo for our work with the Ohio Housing Finance Agency and with Western Reserve Land Conservancy partnerships, doing research on the impact of blight elimination and demolition impacts. For a lot of years, we've been doing that work. That was pretty catalytic in moving that 270 million-ish number of dollars out of the HHF and helping communities across the state do a lot of blight elimination work. And so we're really happy with that work. We also worked with OFA through that process, evaluating the impact of those demolitions. I know a lot of you are facing that end of program evaluation. And so I kind of want to speak to that a little bit. But I want to step back for a second and just say thank you. Thanks to Jim. Thanks to the Western Reserve Land Conservancy specifically and the staff. This is the first land bank conference without Robin Thomas. And so I'm just feeling that, the difference between this and without that, and just her commitment to this cause, and just want to recognize her a little bit. And also the Ohio Land Bank Association, it's such an awesome movement in the state of Ohio. So it just feels really like an honor to be part of all of this. But the point, so some of the points I want to plug in there for Dynamo are just all that research we did over all of those years. We've basically been hard at work for the last couple, baking all of that research into a software that can help you pull out and evaluate the impact of all of your work, like on the fly. So that all this reporting that's coming up for OFA, that's like one component of what the software can do. You can export all the impacts of your activities, but it's also a real-time feed of all of your data, so that you can do, 365 days a year, you can do that work, right? Tactically estimate the impact of your interventions, maximize those impacts, do those kinds of things. So we're hoping to bring that in. That's really important to us to bring that. We're mission oriented. And we really hope to bring that in and also help with this end of program impact. And it's really designed for collaboration across partners too. So I thought it was appropriate to this session because you guys are the Mahoning Valley is such a great partnership environment for getting things done. I'm excited to hear about what you guys are up to and how it's getting done for sure. But I mean, that's the short of it. I just wanted to introduce a session with you guys because you're my people, kind of is how I feel. And I'm excited to hear about your work and just touch base. It's nice to see faces. And I mean, that's my intro really. We're happy to demonstrate the product for you if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff. You know how to get in touch with me for those who know me, but I'm Nigel at dynamometrics.com. Dynamometrics.com is our website. We're partnered up in Cuyahoga and Lucas County. We're about to launch those. Those are starting to take catch with all the local communities there. So we're excited to talk about that and connect with everybody. So thanks you guys.
Thank you, Nigel. Hey, Deb, for the record, you and I are the only people on this panel that don't have beards, just for the record. Ian, Nigel, Sean, Matt, me and you, Deb. So listen, though, Sam, I want you to know there was a contest and you won the best all-time beard award ever for county officials in the history of Ohio. So what I'd like to ask Rock the House to do is to begin with the Mahoning County video and then the Warren Trumbull County video. And I'm going to say before we get started, the work in this part of the state, I think, is the most meaningful, inspirational work I've seen around Ohio. And I want to thank both counties for their help. So please run the videos for Youngstown, Mahoning, and then Trumbull and Warren.
You were born and raised in Niles, but have been in Youngstown for a long time and running the land bank since 2012. Can you talk to us generally about the changes you've seen in the valley, both the Warren area and Youngstown, since you were raised here and today?
I was pretty young when Black Monday occurred with the closing of the steel mills, but I lived through the ripple effect of the closings, the downturn in business, the unemployment. I experienced a lot of that as a teenager, and even in my early college years, when my father lost his job at a factory in Warren because we'd just been on this slide and couldn't get out of it locally. What I see today is at least people are moving in the same direction more than ever. We have better collaborations today than we'd had in a long time. And it's around the common topics of how do we increase job opportunities? How do we prepare people for those job opportunities? How do we address neighborhood conditions so that people feel safe and comfortable where they live and they want to engage with their neighbors and they have a local business that they can drop in to buy milk? All of the things that I understood as a child that evaporated for a long time, we're moving in that direction, and there's a lot of commonality as far as what people want to do to get there.
So let's talk about blighted properties. Your first dollars in the door here were the Moving Ohio Forward dollars from the robo-signing settlement back in 2012.
Yes.
How many houses came down with those dollars, Moving Ohio Forward?
307 by my recollection.
And about a year later, you began to see what we call the NIP dollars, Neighborhood Improvement Program dollars, which came through the Hardest Hit Fund. How many houses have come down through that program in Mahoning County?
1,101, and we cracked $15 million toward the end.
So the majority of those, blight is not a Youngstown-only problem, right? Where have all of those properties come down? A combination of communities?
So probably about 70% of our work has been in the city of Youngstown. But next to that, we've done some intense work in the cities of Camel and Struthers, just east of here. Small cities, and certainly had vacancy and abandonment issues that their budgets would not support. We did some concentrated work in the village of Sebring in southwestern Mahoning County. And we did do work in even, some of the higher performing townships, Boardman, Austintown. We were there helping them as well to alleviate the blight and abandonment that has that awful ripple effect.
And if you were to guesstimate, the job's not done. It's not done anywhere in Ohio. But in Youngstown, for example, if you were to pick a number, there's still another 1,000 houses remaining that need to be dealt with through demolition, 2,000. Does anybody have an exact number?
The city of Youngstown is reporting 1,800 vacant abandoned properties that either need repair or demolition. Considering that we were at 3,500 prior to the Moving Ohio Forward program, it's pretty good progress. It's not Mahoning County Land Banks alone. The city of Youngstown has certainly done its share of demolitions along the way. But we still have about 1,800, and I would say most of those 1,800 are still strong demo candidates.
Now, we haven't even talked about the commercial and the industrial buildings. Youngstown at one time was an industrial powerhouse. Do you have any count or idea of the extent of the abandonment of these old factories and machine shops and warehouses and commercial buildings?
And it certainly, to this time, is about the old standbys, the properties that were bustling in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then the 80s came and that decline continued. Those are the types of buildings that we're still looking to remediate. Like off of South Avenue, there's a rubber tire recycling facility that actually caught fire 2 or 3 times after its closure. And it still remains there, and it's still a problem, an expensive problem to remediate. And the unfortunate part is that it's ripe for someone else's expansion. There are other operating businesses nearby, but that facility needs to go to open the door to progress.
Have there been any examples where you have taken property that an adjoining business has said, if you foreclose on it and bring it to us, we'll expand our business? Do you have any examples of that in Youngstown?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we do have some of those examples. On Lower South Avenue, there's a company that builds steel platforms that are used in the construction industry. And we helped them to get multiple lots so that they could expand their operation there. Were it not for that, and they told the Business Journal, were it not for that expansion, they would have left for another community. They needed that space. There's also the ability to help, where there's nothing really in it for the land bank except knowing that the community's better off. Case in point would be the rescue mission of the Mahoning Valley. They've been operating on Martin Luther King Boulevard for decades, and they've needed a new building for decades. There's been an ongoing campaign around that, but it was the site for the new construction that the rescue mission struggled with. They were going to go into an old city park that unfortunately was in a floodplain, so it didn't make sense to build there. And I was approached a couple years ago and asked, did I have a suggestion? And I suggested a site that really wasn't that far away from its current location, but I thought it met a lot of the requirements that they were looking for. It's under construction right now. Next spring, the rescue mission will be in a $5 million new construction building. They will be meeting the needs of the least fortunate people here, people with emergency needs, in a way they've never been able to before. I was delighted to have a tour of that facility recently under construction, and they explained everything, all the thought that went into laying out that building so that they could be effective and life-changing for the people that walk through that door. We probably spent more money than we recovered as far as selling those properties to the rescue mission and acquiring and assembling that. But to know that that long-time need is finally going to be met, and that we were able to do it because of the land bank and the way that we're organized.
The ability to aggregate those properties made it happen.
Correct. And we had some NIP demos that we performed in order to clear the surface to make way for that construction.
Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation is a community development corporation. I call us a neighborhood stabilization organization because that's really what our focus and mission is about. Not just doing any one thing, but really doing a number of things to stabilize city neighborhoods, and of course working with many partners like our land bank here. What we do focuses a lot on housing, so addressing vacant properties, assisting homeowners, counseling people in housing counseling and financial literacy, boarding up and maintaining vacant homes, just trying to bring some basic stability back to neighborhoods and addressing the issue of vacancy. We also do a lot of bread and butter, just neighborhood basics. So working with the city on streets and sidewalks, whether that be through the Safe Routes to School program, planting trees. We've developed and created a new city park, but have been working with city government to address playground equipment, all of those sorts of things. So a lot of our work is about working with residents and partners to just increase the quality of life at the most basic level. So when you think about that, housing, street, sidewalk, public realm conditions, parks, and then more recently, we've begun to focus as well on the condition of commercial buildings and our commercial corridors. So both, again, addressing vacancy, demolition, but also renovating commercial buildings so we can bring back some basic quality of life retail and basic necessities to the neighborhoods that we serve.
So what neighborhood are we in now?
Right now, we're in the Idora neighborhood. This would be kind of the southwest side of Youngstown. So probably 20 houses that way is Lanterman's Mill, which is a landmark in Youngstown, and Mill Creek Metro Parks. When I began working in this neighborhood, it was 2007. There were over 200 vacant homes in the neighborhood, which goes north here about 15 or 16 blocks behind us. Right now, there's just a couple dozen. So both through demolition and renovation of dozens of vacant homes, we've dramatically decreased vacancy. That's working, of course, with city government as well as our county land bank to acquire, at this point, hundreds of properties.
Ian, let's talk about your relationship with the land bank. Let's talk about the Mahoning County Land Reutilization Corporation. How long have you had a relationship with them? I'm assuming since their inception. Tell me how you've worked with them.
Yeah, we've worked with them since the beginning. So you may remember going back to even to changing state law. You had done that in Cuyahoga. Then we were advocating here, as were other groups across the state, to bring that to more of the urban counties. So really since the land bank began, we've been involved with them. Deb was previously one of our founding board members here at YNDC, even before the land bank existed in its current form. So we've had a relationship since the beginning. You know, what I tell people is without the land bank, we wouldn't have been able to do nearly as much as we have here as an organization, but also in the city. When we look at the past 5 years, they've demolished over 1,000 properties. They've also been the primary source of our renovation of vacant homes. You know, we've renovated about 150 vacant houses in the past 5 years.
How many through the land bank?
The majority of those have come through tax foreclosure, so it's dozens. And those are all properties that we've been able to fully renovate. Additionally, we've renovated a number of commercial buildings that we've acquired through tax foreclosure. We've built houses on land bank lots now. We're assembling land to do that again. So we're assembling land for commercial development all through the land bank. So without that tool and that partnership, and they've been great and flexible with us too in terms of our development partnership to, as we know, we have market challenges in places like Youngstown, but throughout the state, they've been very flexible with us to allow us to work the market and kind of figure out how to get more and more of these buildings back.
So tell us what locations. In this neighborhood, we're going to visit the number of sites here. What are we going to visit today?
In this neighborhood, we're going to focus primarily on the greater Glenwood Avenue corridor. So we're going to go to a city park that didn't exist 10 years ago. That was established through the acquisition of a number of blighted properties by the land bank. So a couple commercial properties, about 8 houses we had to tear down. It's a small active neighborhood park now. We're going to go to a warehouse that was decrepit that's been renovated, and the land bank acquired the adjacent properties where another commercial building had to be torn down. We're going to go to a single family home that's under renovation. We're going to go to another single family home that's been renovated. We're going to be able to see a whole street that's been assembled, literally a whole city block through the land bank, all in the same, I don't know, 8-10 block area along Glenwood Avenue. So again, most of that stuff, and you know, Jim, doesn't happen without the land bank. If we had to individually track down and negotiate every one of those properties through owners, some may be deceased, it would be next to impossible for us to move at the speed that we've moved the past decade.
Great. Well, let's go.
Cool.
So Ian, we're on Glenwood Avenue, land bank house.
Yeah, this is a land bank property that we just acquired in the past couple of weeks. You can see part of our team's here cleaning it out. We've already taken 80 cubic yards of trash out. We got 2 more 40-yard dumpsters, so be probably 150, 160 yards of trash out of here. You can see this house is about 100 years old. It's one of the few examples I know of in the city of a fieldstone house. So it's got some really cool architectural features on the inside, and it's going to be a sweet house once we're done renovating it. But again, this is a situation where the owner passed away, didn't really have any family. So without having a vehicle like the land bank, a house like this would just sit and stagnate till the point that it had to be demolished. But in this case, we'll be able to renovate it. It's a very visible property on a corridor here that right now is eerily quiet, but it's going to be renovated fully and will be a great house for a family.
So Ian, wow, this is like land bank YNDC corners, plural corners. Start with this building.
Yeah, this building, it's pretty cool what we've been able to do with this. So this is a small commercial, light industrial type cinder block building. Was underutilized. It was filled and festering with stuff all around the outside and inside. We took about 500 yards of trash. There was a large truck parked out here for a couple years that had to be towed away. So just a major eyesore along the corridor. Also kind of the end of the view shed of this street. When anyone that would be on that street looked down here, their view was that blighted property. So in addition to that, there were standing in several lots that were acquired through tax foreclosure. There was a decrepit commercial building over here that had been torn down. We've been able to combine all these properties. We're just wrapping up the renovation here, and we already do have some interested businesses. So again, this is kind of the incremental chipping away approach that we work in this neighborhood and this greater corridor area with the land bank, one at a time, bringing properties back to life and bringing productive activity to the neighborhood. Right next to us here is the Youngstown Playhouse, which is one of the oldest ongoing community theaters in the country. So also working with our partners there. You see we have the mural. So again, this is just, it's still very much a raw and a work in progress, but you can kind of see the beginnings of what's happening. within earshot of here, we're renovating a small monastery and putting apartments in. And if you look at the tree line at the end of that block, it's actually Mill Creek Metro Parks, which is a 4,000-acre linear park system. There's a hike bike trail that goes about 15 miles. So we have lots of assets to build from, but it's certainly a lot of work to do.
Great, thank you.
Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership was launched almost exactly 10 years ago. To the best of my knowledge, the first community development organization in Warren, serving Warren and surrounding communities. We have a fairly basic mission, quality of life, but we knew coming in, being a strategic partner with Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation and also then Mahoning Valley Organizing Collaborative, that our focus was going to be primarily on housing and also on food access. So when we started in late 2010, we had 1,500 vacant houses after the foreclosure crisis, and probably half of those had been empty for a decade before that. This town is 39,000 people, so maybe the number 1,500 doesn't jump out for some larger cities, but it's an enormous ratio of our housing stock. So we knew going in that we had our work cut out for us. I'll say three things really went into Trumbull and Mahoning County both being third and fourth in the state in creating land banks, which is a really big deal. Timing is everything, of course, but Sam Lamacusa's buy-in here in Trumbull County, combined with the community organizing push to create the land bank, just sort of converged at the right time. So I think we were third, we might have been fourth. Either way, we had one of the first land banks, and because of the HUD Community Challenge Grant, we had a lot of the roadmap laid out. So we kind of like to say we were just friends with the land bank the first couple of years. We did help inform a lot of the early policies, but in much to his credit, Sam Lamacusa and his office really got things rolling. Fast forward to 2013, we're about ready to release these plans and start to try and leverage the plans towards money that we can see on the horizon that's coming for demolition. And I think the Attorney General at that time, DeWine, said that these land banks cannot be run out of government offices. Sam may disagree. I think it was time to switch it anyways because they were basically doing double duty over there, trying to, be the treasurer's office and also run the land bank. So we turned the friendship into a contract, and TNP, which remains a community development organization, and keeping that organizing and resident-driven approach, we now manage the county land bank.
When we created the land bank, it was kind of me and Michael from my office, and we were doing everything. We were filing the foreclosures, we were evaluating the properties, we were trying to get them sold to people to fix them up. Or all along, we had been working with a very great program, Trumbull Neighborhood Partnerships, and it wasn't a hard decision at all. I mean, I brought Trumbull Neighborhood Partnerships into our land bank program. I didn't bring Trumbull Neighborhood Partnerships. I brought a group of caring individuals that want to do nothing but make their community better.
So Sean, tell us about this. It's a commercial project. You're doing some of these now. What about this one?
Yeah, so this is the first commercial project that we're doing internally. We're renovating the property, and we're gonna hopefully lease the property and eventually get them prepared to purchase it if they're interested in that. So we did the mural in 2015. Prior to our ownership of the property, we worked with the prior property owner, and then we acquired the property about 2 years ago. We had it listed for a long time. There wasn't a lot of interest because it did need a lot of work. We've been slowly kind of piecemealing the work together inside. So we have a new roof on it. Electrical and plumbing are roughed in. Everything's secured at this point. The property's stabilized, and now we're moving into the next phase of actually finishing the interior of it.
So we're on a small basketball court. If I'm not mistaken, this used to be a home at one time that you tore down with neighborhood improvement program money, and they allowed you $5,000 worth of improvements post-demolition. Here we are.
Yeah, this was a really rough house, obviously on a corner lot, so the neighbors were very interested in getting the house down. So we tore the house down. Afterwards, obviously with the NIP money, they allowed $5,000 in greening, so we went to the neighbors and asked what they were interested in. And one of the predominant things that we heard was a basketball court. So this neighborhood has a lot of children. What was happening was they were setting basketball hoops up in the streets. the parents were concerned about their safety. Obviously, traffic was an issue. So we got them all together and decided to install this basketball court here. Right next door, we tore another house down and we did a little garden and fruit trees, but this basketball hoop has been one of our more successful greening projects. After the success of this one, we ended up installing about 3 more throughout the city, specifically from our neighborhood plans and neighborhood input on where basketball courts are needed and where youth are congregating to do that. So again, this is one of the most successful projects we've had, and we've tried, 24 different
not vandalized,
reuse projects.
Not vandalized.
No, it's not vandalized.
And I see a nice net. Did you put that up?
No, at this point, the neighbors have taken control of this. It's still in the land bank's inventory. We still carry insurance on the property to make sure that no one else has to deal with that burden. But for the most part, the neighborhood manages this property. They keep it mowed. If the net is needing put up, they do that. This one obviously looks new. I haven't seen it until today, but
yeah.
They fully take care of this property and they do a fantastic job doing it. So it's been great for the community.
So you've put many gardens into Warren, Ohio, the land bank. You want to tell us about this one?
Yeah, so this was another one that was a post-NIP greening project. We invested about $5,000 into it to get it started. And there's some raised beds in the back. They have a greenhouse, a pavilion for picnic space. And then they use this big green space behind us for youth theater. So they teach kids youth, and they put little shows on here while the parents are in the pavilion. So this is a nice youth-focused garden, but not only youth. So our first $5,000 got the whole project started. Then they got some grant money from some private funders. So this one, the leaders really took this garden on as their own, and they were able to get that. About 2 years after it was started, because of the programming they were doing, they won a statewide volunteer award, and that got them another $1,000 to invest in the property. So this one's been a very successful and long-going project. The neighbors have all been invested in it. They've helped out. Many of them come over to help mow or maintain the property. They use the raised beds in the back. So this one is really a model for a lot of our community gardens.
Greenhouse, somebody maintains that too?
Yeah, they use the greenhouse every year. It's good to have that resident-driven neighborhood buy-in, because we don't see most of our gardens, we don't see vandalism in the same way we do in like the ones where the neighbors aren't that interested in this being there. So with that neighborhood buy-in comes a lot of protection for the garden, because they're always watching. Like if there's a piece of trash out here, I might get a call from one of the neighbors letting me know.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've really bought into this one. There's a greenhouse in the back that likely could have been vandalized pretty easily. We've not seen any of that. So this is a really great project.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to start with Sam. Sean, are you there? Is Matt with you? Are you there, Sean?
We're both here.
You're both there. I'm Matt. All right. Making me feel insecure about my lack of a beer. But anyway, it's okay. Deb and I are hanging in here. Listen, let me start with the story about Sam Mancusa, because I think people don't realize, and Ian, we're going to get to you next as well. But Sam was, I believe, the third land bank in, and he has been so dedicated to the people of Trumbull County. Before he hired Trumbull Neighborhood Partners, he and Michael from his office were out late at night boarding up buildings. In fact, they got stopped by the police. In fact, Sam was so involved in trying to clean up Warren that there was a complaint filed against him with the Attorney General of Ohio, saying that he's not the treasurer, he's doing land bank work. And we had to go to the legislature to clear some of that up. So Sam, you came to the conclusion at a certain point, as you said, that you could no longer do this. You had a great neighborhood organization out there. So I have a couple of questions. I'll start with you, Sam. How do you work with Trumbull Day Partners? Do you meet them on a regular basis? You chair the board for the Trumbull Land Bank. Do you meet with Trumbull on a regular basis, offering them properties? Do they come to you with properties and saying, hey, can you help us get that property and that property? How does that work between you and Trumbull Neighborhood Partners? Sam, are you there?
I'm here. I don't know if I'm working this stuff properly.
Sam, you're great. Great
Okay.
view, great view.
Okay. Basically, Jim, to answer that question, it's a combination of everything. Uh, if Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership has something they want us to go after or look into or work with them, we do that. When the land bank has an issue that they need something done, I just pick up the telephone and call Sean or Matt and say, guys, I got a new project and we're going to roll forward. The modern telephone is the greatest thing in the world because I don't even have to call these guys anymore. I just send them a text, and within a half hour to 45 minutes, the text is answered that it's all taken care of, boss. Everything's rolling forward the way you wanted it to go. So having such young, energetic people helping me, and like I said in the video, it was very easy to partner with Trumbull Neighborhood Partnerships because they're just surrounded with people that just care for their community, and everything they want to do is just so supportive of the city of Warren, of Trumbull County in a whole. So we're just having a great time, and we're successful because we want to be successful. So.
Thank you. Now, Sean, is Sean there? Sean, I'm going to ask a question of you and Matt both. How does the organization, so Trumbull Neighborhood Partners is out there doing what they do. So are you part of the Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership structure? You run the land bank, but you work for Trumbull Neighborhood Partners. Explain that relationship to me. Either of you, Matt, Sean.
Yeah, so when we took the land bank over in 2013, that's when I came on specifically to manage the Trumbull County Land Bank, and I've been doing that since then. And I'm still within the structure of TMP, obviously, as an employee of the organization. My main focus is on the land bank end of the work, but I am still involved in the day-to-day of Trumbull Neighborhood Partnerships programming as well. So overall, I am in the mix of all of our CDC programming, but my main focus is managing the day-to-day of the county land bank.
Now I'm going to be talking Ian in a minute. So Matt, you do, we saw that great presentation of what Ian's doing in the Idora Park neighborhood. You do a lot of those you do rehab of housing, correct? Trumbull Neighborhood Partners. You do lot cutting, you maintain properties. You do a lot of the same things that they do next door in Youngstown, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the broader picture, the outcomes are very much the same. The biggest difference is probably structural in what we just discussed, the fact that the land bank is housed here. This is a smaller city in a slightly smaller county, so it really is a matter of scale. I don't think this would work in Cuyahoga for one CDC to house the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, but for our county, it works very well. All it required that we do is expand our mission from Warren and surrounding communities to corner to Trumbull County, at least for the purposes of housing, which is not a difficult pivot for us to make. That said, like Sean said, we all work here for TNT. The land bank is the straw that serves the drink in many ways, but we do have other staff that does completely other things. Roughly 20 staff members, say a third are more administrative land bank positions. A third is a work crew, a jobs program that we started that is doing primarily land bank activity, but not exclusively. And we're talking about landscape maintenance, installation, housing renovation, also deconstruction. And then we have another third of our organization that does community organizing, food access, and other programming in the community. So yeah, I think the outcomes and goals of the two counties are very similar. That's my opinion.
You're in a newly renovated home that, if I'm not mistaken, was literally a week or two away from being used as your headquarters a year and a half ago when it burned, not to the ground, but badly damaged in fire, right? You were almost there.
Yeah, not a highlight, but interesting enough, we were a week away from moving into this place and it burned, so we did renovate it twice. But that's what insurance is for. This house is a beautiful historic property. We did initially make it available through our DIY renovation program. It just, it wasn't tenable for a renovation for a family, but we wanted to put our money where our mouth is and literally move into a neighborhood, renovate a house. it's big enough. So it's renovated as a commercial structure, but originally residential. And we're all here, TNP, Land Bank, everybody.
Ian, I want to pivot to you and Deb. Deb, you're there. I don't see on the screen, but I know you're there. Maybe same question. What is your relationship, Ian, with the Youngstown land, the Mahoning County Land Reutilization Corporation? Do you meet with them weekly as needed? Are you in constant communication with Deb? Can you explain that relationship for me?
Yeah, definitely. So it's a little bit different than Trumbull County and Warren, where TNP is managing a land bank. In Youngstown and Mahoning County, we're two separate organizations, but we've really been working together since both of our organizations have existed. So there's not necessarily a standing meeting, but I would say that Deb and her team and our team here were communicating frequently about all sorts of things, whether that be properties to acquire or grass cutting or specific plans for properties or demolition of specific properties. So generally, many of our functions are aligned, particularly within the city of Youngstown, which is YNDC's focus. So we do work, I would say, some weeks we're communicating multiple times a week about varying things. So Jim, just going back to the video, if you recall on that one street on Glenwood, there was many other things we didn't show, a city park, other housing, other vacant lots. All of those things are being assembled through the work of the land bank. So we couldn't really do what we do and be as effective and efficient without having the land bank as a partner.
I see a photo collage behind you of, I'm going to guess, at least 50 homes that have been renovated by YNDC.
Oh yes, we've renovated now probably 150 vacant homes. The majority of those, not all of them, but the majority have come to us through the land bank and through the tax foreclosure process. So like I said, we couldn't do that work without the land bank. And we did one thing I'd mentioned too that I think is very important when Nigel was talking about evaluation. Deb and her team and us here at YNDC, 5 years ago or so, we started carrying out neighborhood action plans, which we evaluated within the last year. And we found in those particular target neighborhoods dramatic decreases in vacancy. In fact, the last time Deb and I talked, we were chatting that there's very few vacant tax delinquent properties in those neighborhoods at this point. In some cases, there are none in terms of housing. So we've made a lot of progress working together.
The houses behind you on the collage, market rate pretty much behind you? What are the typical house behind? No, there's probably nothing typical, but what would you say the average is?
Behind me is all sorts of things, Jim. So some of those are home repair projects. Some of them are vacant homes that we renovated. So some of those would be sold as affordable units. Some would be market rate units. It just varies. But as you can see, I don't know how well you can see it, but it's all kinds of people that we're assisting and selling homes to.
The Idora Park neighborhood, you've done a lot of work there. You've really cleaned it up. Besides the fact your headquarters is there. What were sale prices like there when you settled in Idora Park just after the foreclosure crisis, after the Great Recession, and today? Have you been able to bring those values up?
Yeah, definitely. So the first, I think I was sharing with you, Jim, when you were here, the first house we attempted to sell, I think we used about $100,000 in NSP funds. We couldn't barely sell it for $30,000. So, we had difficulty. That was, I don't know, almost 10 years ago now. So we've made incremental progress. We just sold a house. I can see it out the window from where I'm sitting. We sold it for $90,000. And we generated some revenue on that project. So we sold that house in a day. It did not require $90,000 in work. So it's come a long way. There's still a long way to go in terms of improvement. $90,000 is still relatively affordable, and a lot of homeowners that have lived here a long time have lost a whole lot of equity. So we got a lot of work to do here still on that. But we've definitely made great progress.
And Ian, your work is exclusively in the city of Youngstown.
Yes, we do provide some minor home repair services countywide, but our core work, our bread and butters, focused in the city of Youngstown.
So Deb, I'm going to move to you now if I could. You pointed out in the video, you're not working just in Youngstown. You have pointed out to me when I was there that these issues have worked their way into Struthers and Campbell and other communities. If you don't have a YNDC to work with there, who do you work with in those communities?
We end up working very closely with the local administrations, the mayors, the councils, the township trustees, township zoning persons. And you don't really find the same type of CDC structure outside of Youngstown that you'd see with YNDC or what you would see in Warren with TNP. So yeah, we end up turning to local officials pretty much. And I want to give credit, you know, in the city of Camel, right in the middle of our administration of NIP, the mayor and the property specialist there came to us and said, you know what, this is great that you guys are here. And it's great that you're working in some of our target areas, doing a few demos. But we have one particular part of the city where we really want you to drill down. And it's not that far from City Hall, and it's just off the business district. And there was a considerable amount of blight and abandonment in a 20 square block area. And so it was a challenge to us, but we accepted it. And in the end, we demolished about 90 houses in that 20 square block area. We created some greening features that are quite attractive and are pleasing to the residents there. We're looking forward because we'll be celebrating our 10th anniversary as a land bank next year. And we're gathering some data now to see what the initial impact of that intense work in Camel amounts to in terms of, might be a little soon for property values, but I think we can make some other measurements as far as the impact of that very intense work. And the Camel fire chief went to the media, not to us, to say a couple years ago that arsons were down significantly in the city. And he pointed the finger at us as far as the work that we'd done and the fact that, you know, the related arsons that always seem to be attracted by vacant abandoned properties had declined so much.
I don't have it with me. One of those communities did a special report about their relationship between, was it Campbell or Strother? Who did their own little brochure about the work with the land bank?
It was Camel, yes, Camel. And we're going to be doing something similar with Struthers, where we have, you know, very similar results. Could do the same report for the village of Sebring. So yes, this hasn't been a Youngstown only problem, and we have to operate at a county level. At this point, I think that we've touched almost every taxing district in Mahoning County in some way. Not the same way across the county, but we've had something to do in almost every taxing district now.
Hey, Jim.
Yes.
Hey, can I, whenever you're on a roll with questions, I have a couple questions.
Yeah, Nigel, you're getting in the way here, man. Hurry.
Sorry. I'm just curious about a couple things for you guys, like how, like, where you guys are doing your work, where you're targeting your work, just about specifically like housing demand, like how housing demand has changed in the cities over the time frame since you've started doing the work, and then where the targeted work is happening and you're seeing lower vacancy. It seems like that is a reflection of lower demand or increased demand, but I know there's demolition mixed in there. And so it's all those metrics, like with values rising more, are comps selling for more? Is there like this slow upward swing, right? And then is the revenue generation starting to hit, I guess, right? Like is the grown equity in folks' homes, are they paying their taxes and the revenue streams actually increasing over time? Like that whole, like the whole machine, right? Of the revenue stream from the value creation and the demand piece. Like, I'm curious how that swell has.
So my next question, Nigel, was going to be to Sam about taxes, but let's let Ian and Matt or Ian and Sean talk about housing dynamics, housing demand. And then I want to come to Sam as a county treasurer and ask him how the work of the land bank has affected his collection. Ian, you want to weigh in on that question?
Sure, yeah. It's a good question, Nigel. And the answer is yes. So, I mean, we've seen a mix of both demolition and rehab in the neighborhoods that I've been speaking about, which are generally what I would characterize as middle or transitional neighborhoods. So over let's say the last 5 years, we've definitely seen vacancy go way down, tax delinquency in those particular neighborhoods decrease. We have seen home ownership in some of the neighborhoods rise enough that we're able to measure that when we analyze the county auditor data. So as you know, it's an incremental process, but we do have good baseline data that we're constantly collecting on vacancy, as well as just evaluating our public data sources. But it's been a mix. I would say right now, and this is probably no different than anywhere, we can't keep up with demand. There's not enough supply. The last 2 houses we renovated, we sold the first day. Our rental units were pre-leasing. So even in a place like Youngstown, which still has a distressed market overall, there is a significant demand, particularly for quality housing, right? So, but we are seeing prices incrementally increase as we're able to stabilize and make progress towards that in middle neighborhoods.
Ian, I couldn't agree more when it comes to quality. You are doing quality housing, which has been sorely lacking here for a long time at the affordable rate, and it speaks to what YNDC is accomplishing. So,
Sean, you want to answer that? And we also have a question from Lucas County that I want to pose to you next.
Yeah, we have a very similar situation as Ian just described in Youngstown. So we're hitting a point where we've kind of right-sized our housing inventory through the past 7 years of demolition that we've performed. And now you're starting to see a higher demand for houses, again, quality houses. Right now, if you go on and look up private real estate that's available, it's either houses that are way out of the price range of what people can afford in the community, or they're houses that need so much work that it doesn't make it feasible for somebody to buy. So we've seen a similar trend here. And then just, we haven't done it city or county wide at all, but we have done some very targeted work in a couple neighborhoods. And we have seen over the past 6 years, comps go up in those neighborhoods, actually pretty significantly. From when we started in 2013, and we were struggling to just break even on a renovation. We were generally losing money on them, and now they're selling for almost twice as much in that same neighborhood. Again, quality housing and making it available. And now that the demolition we're through the most of the worst, those neighborhoods are starting to come back.
So David Mann from Lucas County asked a question you have vacant land, Ian, you have vacant land in Youngstown, you have vacant land in Trumbull, Warren, and you have all-time low interest rates. Have either of you, what about new housing? I mean, you look at interest rates today, you could put people in a new house in a mortgage that's some cases about what they'd be paying for rent in some houses. Have you guys looked at that
Yeah, it's a great question, Jim. So we've started to look at that. I think our kind of mantra is fix it first, but last year, again, working with the land bank, we built 3 new homes on a street where we had already renovated a number of vacant houses, as well as acquired and renovated an apartment building that was pretty cool. It was constructed in 1910. But, the thing that I would say about new construction and our approach to it, it needs to be part of a broader effort. So we don't look at it just, we have land over here, let's build houses, but a part of our neighborhood action plan and effort to stabilize the street and the neighborhood. And then when we build new homes, we want them to continue raising that standard of maintenance, right? Which is all what we do. So when we build the homes, we're not slapping vinyl siding and cheap materials on them. The ones we built, they have hardy board siding, they're craftsman style bungalows. So they're continuing to elevate and set a new standard in the neighborhood, which is helping with everything else that we're trying to do in terms of rebuilding confidence and attracting more people and more investment to the neighborhood. So we have done it. In fact, that on the video, when you saw me at that light industrial building, if you saw the street behind us with vacant land, we own that whole street now, largely due to the Mahoning County Land Bank. And we're getting the land bank's going to demolish the 2 houses that are left, and we're in the pre-development phases to build new houses on that street that will be both for rent and for sale. The first 2 we're building will be approaching net zero homes, which I don't think there's too many of in Ohio, which means all the energy that we need to power the homes will be produced on site. They'll be highly energy efficient and comfortable, but they'll also use quality architectural material. So again, that's what it's all about in terms of our work. It's housing, but it's also pushing the neighborhood forward. But yes, new housing is a part of it. I think if we had, as we push the market forward too, we'll be able to do more of that. There's still a market challenge with new housing, and rehab is generally more cost effective at this point.
And Jim, those houses on Helena that YNDC built, those were NIP projects. They got the land from the land bank after we had cleared away what could not be repaired.
Matt, Sean, any new housing in the offing in your county?
Well, so far, not a lot. We've done a couple. The first 10 years, we've really been focused on the existing inventory, particularly while there's been resources to deal with demolition and to a lesser extent renovation. We really sort of doing the triage on the existing thousands of vacant houses countywide and focusing on trying to knock down the ones that needed to go and renovating the ones that could be saved, which to Ian's point is so far more cost effective. We were partnering a grant that did get funded for new construction outside of Warren in Niles and Trumbull County this year. That's our first new construction. I would imagine as the sort of demolition heavy era sort of perhaps draws to a close. Part of our next chapter would include a lot more new construction, but back to the point that Ian made, it has to make sense. We're not just going to do it because the land's there or because the grant's there. It's got to be part of the larger vision for the community.
Sam, I want to go ahead. I'm sorry.
I say one more thing too, as I think it's germane, but so to that end, building new housing, assembling land, we all know that takes time. One thing we've been doing with the Mahoning County Land Bank is saying, look, let's take the Idora neighborhood. We've renovated most of the vacant housing. Now Deb and her team have been assembling the vacant lots. We maintain them for the land bank. The reason we're assembling those lots both on residential streets and the commercial corridors, because we see just that. We do have plans going forward to continue to infill the holes and put the neighborhood fabric back together. We have to do that incrementally, just like everything else, but we do have to be planning for that. So that is something we're actively doing, and Deb can speak to that. We have dozens of vacant lots in this neighborhood where I sit in the inventory that we manage. Long-term plan for many of those is to build housing, which also impacts the land bank's policy on things like side lots. So we are actively planning and communicating about that going forward so we can do it at an even larger scale when the time's right.
Sam, quick question. I know we've got about 8 minutes and the governor is going to come on at 12:30. I just was told that he's having problems with connection, so he may be come on via phone call. Sam, what have you noticed in terms of your tax collections? Has the presence of the land bank doing all this good work assisted you in any way? Have you seen collections go up, go down? And secondarily, it's only been 6 months, but have you seen any impact on your collections because of COVID-19 crisis?
The collections, we started the land bank because collections were in the dumpster, man. Our inventory in the land was climbing and everything. But it became such a great tool. Our tax delinquency it's becoming back to the way it was in 2006, 2007. Before the disaster. We're only running about a new tax delinquency might only be about 1% on new tax delinquency. There's, tax delinquency is running a little higher than 1%. It's running about 5.5% to 7%. But still, before we started the land bank, we had horribly climbed up to a 17% tax delinquency. Did the land bank do it all itself? I'll give 90% of the credit to the land bank. There's a lot of guys that will leave properties go delinquent that don't even go delinquent no more because the saying around town is the guy with the beard will own the house and have it redone in a matter of a year. So let it go delinquent, he'll lose it. So, and there's some people that call me the pirate because of that, but it works. If people want to call me names for doing my job, I feel I'm proud as all heck of it. But what I want to comment on one other thing that you've asked in your questions. Not only is it our delinquents, our comps, our auditor has done nothing but appraise our program in the last 2 appraisal cycles. Our comps, our downtown comps are climbing, where they were in 2005. Before our land bank program, nobody wanted to live in downtown Warren. Now it's hard to find a home in downtown Warren, that you don't have to pay good money to own now. So the neighborhood associations in downtown Warren are very happy with the program. The success of the program is bringing comps back. And I do believe that probably once the next part of our roller coaster ride will be the construction of some new properties. But I agree with Matt and Sean that we want to get all of our triage taken care of first, and then worry about that in the future.
Do we have the governor on? Is that what I just saw there? I don't know.
Yes, I'm on.
Well, Governor, welcome. We're in the middle of a panel. You've got people from Youngstown and Warren on the phone. And I was just about to ask the man from Warren how he was going to tear down a hospital called St. Joseph. But it's a pleasure to have you
Well,
on.
you can continue to do that and put me on when you want.
Well, Governor,
Well,
you can
stay
get an
here,
answer.
Governor. Stay here, because I want to compliment you. I want to thank you for everything you've done to date. This is Sam Lamacusa, Trumbull County Treasurer, and Mr. Rokakis is going to ask me about St. Joe's Hospital, and we've had personal conversations about St. Joe's Hospital, and I do know the day will come when St. Joe's Hospital will fall to the demolition process. It's just that a thing of patience has to be realized, and I know that as soon as we can find money to do St. Joe's Hospital, I'll receive a call from the governor's office that, Sam, go ahead and get your wrecking balls over there and get St. Joe's Hospital taken care of.
That will be a welcome call.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Governor, we're thrilled to have you on. We've been talking about the accomplishments of these two amazing land banks here in Mahoning and Trumbull. We also had earlier, Lawrence was on in Athens. And the question I was about to ask was what the unmet needs are. And I just got a text from somebody in Gallia County. Let me know that there is that old coke plant on the Ohio River in Scioto County, I should say, in Scioto County that needs to be taken care of. And it's the one issue that's come up repeatedly, that we appreciated the money you made available through Moving Ohio Forward, almost 15,000 structures taken down. But we're all struggling still around the state with this need of taking down the commercial industrial complexes that dot our state. So with that, why don't we let you say something, and thank you for coming on. We'll let you address us, Governor DeWine. Did I lose him?
How about now? Can you hear me?
Governor? Yes. Governor, we're going to give you the floor. Oh, I think
I'm on now, Jim. I think I'm on now.
Well, we're giving you the floor, Governor.
All right. Well, thank you very, very much.
He's muted.
Governor, I think you're muted.
There we go.
Now
we hear you. Rock the house. Can you unmute the governor of Ohio? Well, we'll wait till he comes back on. Remember, I told you I apologize for any glitches in advance. So let's hope we can get him back on. Madison, Rock the house. Can you? They say now he's gone. He's going to call in separately from his cell phone. He could see us, but he couldn't hear us. Oh, it's Josh Rubin. Governor is calling in separate from his cell phone. I could see you, but he couldn't hear you. So let's give it another minute.
Jim, may I interject something?
Sure.
I want to thank you and Gus and Nigel and anyone else who has been responsible for helping us with Moving Ohio Forward funding and NIP, because those were game changers here. And I don't mean to speak for Trumbull, they certainly can, but I know from our perspective, that was game changing. The fact that we could rise to that level of work with that amount of funding, we're just simply not here talking about the same quantity of work today were it not for those funding streams. So to anyone who's online and had any role in making those things happen on behalf of Mahoning County, we thank you enormously.
Well, thank you. It's I was in public office for 34 years. I've said many times, this is the best thing I've ever done. No offense to public office, Sam, but being able to do this and meeting people like Matt and people like Ian and all of you has been the most important thing I've ever done. I think the important thing is that we've created this network and we can't stop. You know, we're out of NIP money. Moving Ohio Forward money was spent out in 2015. We've got the governor's ear. We've got Senator Brown's ear. I think Senator Portman's going to be in tomorrow. We have to keep up the noise. You know, we're not done. And St. Joe's Hospital is a good example. Matt and Sam will tell you it is the bane of their existence. Nothing good comes out of a vacant and abandoned St. Joe's. Fair to say, Matt?
I would say that former St. Joe's Hospital on the west side of Warren is the absolute poster child for the need for commercial demolition funding. Jim, you've always had your eyes on the horizon for.
Hey, I'm back, Jim.
Governor.
Yay.
Governor, we're all ears, Governor.
All right. Well, look, I just before this thing kicks off again, I don't know what the problem is, but really want to give a big shout out to Jim Rokakis, also to my friend Rich Cochran. You know, when we had this money coming in on a settlement when I was Attorney General, you know, they were really instrumental in me making the decision to use this money, 75 million of it for demolition. And so just a shout out to you guys. Thank you for, you know, working with us on that and getting this thing set up. Really makes a difference. And Jim, congratulations on your new book. I've not read it yet, not seen it, but I hear it is out. So congratulations on that. You know, I would hope that in the future we'll be able to get some additional money. You know, you were talking about demolition, particularly in regard to commercial sites. We have some, certainly a number of them around the state that really need to come down. And we know that the cost many times associated with those commercial places is, you know, quite large. So this is something that I hope that, you know, we can work with the legislature. I would just ask you to, you know, when you're talking to the members of the General Assembly, to explain to them really how very important this is, that we have some additional money to really go after this. And so, you know, as far as the governor's office is concerned, we're going to be very sympathetic to that. We're going to try to find some ways to get some money. You've got a great, I looked at some of the things you're doing today, talking about Habitat for Humanity, historic preservation. You know, land banks have such an ability to impact the quality of life in the community. So I'm a very, very big fan. I want to thank you all for everything that you do. We're moving forward in Ohio with the virus. I looked at numbers just a few minutes ago. You know, we get numbers in all day about how we're doing, and you know, our numbers are pretty good. We dropped for the last 3 days. We've dropped below 1,000 new cases per day. That's good. We were running at 1,400 or 1,500, so we've made some real progress there. We certainly have a ways to go. Our positivity number, which is a number you'll see cited, basically it's the number of cases that are done that day, and we're running now about 34,000 tests done. I should have said tests done a day. And the positivity number is what percentage of those tests run every day turn out to be positive. We're now under 3%. We would like to get it lower, but you know, we're happy at that number. Our big challenge is as we go into the winter. Most experts think that as we move back inside, it gets colder. You know, the spread will in fact go up. We also obviously have flu season, so all of you, I'm mentioning this to all of you because you're all leaders in your community, and our ability to move forward as a state, our ability to get more people employed, be stronger economically, is really directly related to how well we deal with the COVID-19. We have seen major changes in Ohio when we took mask wearing from 50%, 55% up in some communities to 90%. That has made all the difference in the world. That's why we have seen this drop in cases. We still have a number of communities, however, where the virus is just red hot, really is transmitting a lot. Most of these are in our rural communities now. And so, whatever you can do as leaders of the communities to encourage people to wear masks, encourage people to keep a social distance, encourage people, not to attend big events with a bunch of people. These are all things that will help us as we head into winter. If we want to keep our schools open, if we want to keep our kids playing sports, if we want to keep our economy going, this is the way we do it. So your leadership, the example you set, what you do every day, what you say every day, really does, in fact, make a difference. So I think we've done well, but we're headed into a period of time of the year where it could get a lot rougher. But again, thanks for all you do. Thanks for your support of land banks. Land banks are making a huge difference in the quality of life in our communities, and there's much more that you can do, and we hope to be able to help you. So I appreciate having the chance to be on here.
Thank you so much for your time. You've been such a great partner. There are a lot of divisiveness out there, but we can always count on you. We cut through that partisan stuff. We've been bipartisan together, and we really appreciate what you've done. And I really admire and respect your leadership. I know it's been a pretty tough 6 months for you. Thank you.
Well, it's been different anyway, but Ohioans are tough. We're going to get through this. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Boy, that was nice. Folks, we're going to break till our 1 o'clock panel. Ian, Sam, Matt, Sean, Deb, thank you. Hey, your panel got the governor, right?
Jim, I'm waiting on my signed copy of the book. I'm waiting. Thought I was getting a pre-release.
All right. Man. Thank you, everybody. We're back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel.
Thank you, Nigel.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel.
Absolutely.
1 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Well, we're all excited. Julie, our last session that ended at 12:30, we had the governor of Ohio come on at about 12:28, and he spent about 7 or 8 minutes with us, which was a lot of fun. So
Great.
I don't know how we can top that, but we top that by having you. So it's my pleasure and distinct honor to introduce Julia Gordon. Julia is the president of the National Community Stabilization Trust, and that's a nonprofit organization that seeks to reclaim vacant homes, something we know a lot about in our land bank work, and also to increase home ownership in underserved markets. Again, something we talked about in our last panel from Youngstown and Warren, Ohio. In addition to managing NCST's program work, transferring REO properties, they have a very special mission to mission-focused developers. She also serves as a leader in policy in the area of mortgage, affordable housing, community development sectors on issues of equitable development and sustainable home ownership. She in the past has served as the senior director of housing consumer finance at the Center for American Progress. She managed a single family policy team at the FHA and was a senior policy counsel at the Center for Responsible Lending. She's worked in civil legal aid, litigator. She's got great credentials. She's undergraduate degree at Harvard and her JD from Harvard Law School as well. And Julia, we want to thank you for joining us. And when you're ready to have them queue up this PowerPoint, they'll do it.
Sure. Well, thanks so much. And it's an absolute delight to be here today. Jim, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for inviting me. I don't know if you remember that we first met during the foreclosure crisis over a decade ago, when you were coming to DC from time to time to say a few things to a few people. And, you know, watching what's happening in Ohio with land banks and with the Thriving Communities Institute, it's really inspirational, and I'm so excited to be a part of your event today. Just to try to make it a little more realistic, I did ask my teenager to go in the kitchen and clank some silverware around so that it really feels like I'm the lunch speaker at a conference. So, you know, pardon any clanking in the kitchen that you might hear. This is the
Julia, I just want you, you're freezing. I'm not sure we can do about that, but you're freezing up on the screen.
Not that it wasn't important all along, but many of the neighborhoods we work in are facing a real crisis right now. And I'm not telling you anything new. We know how many people that we've lost to the pandemic. We know how many millions of jobs we've lost. We know how many kids are missing school, and parents are having to become, you know, teachers and workers and try to find new jobs if they were in a job that's been lost. It's a bad situation. And at times like this is when people most need a stable home and a strong community. And that's where we come in. You know, that's why the world needs us so much right now. We're not doctors, we're not epidemiologists, we're not biologists developing a vaccine. You know, we're learning how to be school teachers. I'd say if you talk to most people, they wouldn't call any of us an essential worker. But the reason I wanted to come here today is because we are essential workers. We are attending to some of the least sexy issues out there. You know, we deal with blighted properties and exciting issues like tax arrearages or property liens or land use issues. You know, if the average person ended up on this Zoom right now, they would end up pretty bored. You know, you'll hear me talk some about foreclosures, about tax policy, and of course about land banks. But what people need to know is that we are a critical part of the ecosystem of providing those strong communities, of providing those homes, and, you know, not just as an add-on, also providing the jobs and opportunities in the housing field that come along with all of those things. So in fact, all of us here today are essential to meeting the challenges that our country faces today, and that the state of Ohio faces today. And, you know, I want to start my talk by just saying to you, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for showing up at work, whether it's actually at an office or just at your kitchen table like I am right now. I see what you do, and I value it, and I want you to know that what you do is not just tangential to today's challenges, it's really central to them. The fact is, you know, most policymakers don't spend a lot of time thinking about what happens to properties when they're abandoned or blighted. You know, even people who do real estate are very focused on the front end of the market. How many mortgages are we making? What are home prices this week? You know, how can we produce more affordable housing? There are enormous industries devoted to this. You know, the expression, you know, how many commas you got? Real estate has a lot of commas, you know, this is trillions and trillions of dollars. But the fact is, often very few people think about how much it matters what happens to properties on the other end. You know, what happens when code enforcement doesn't happen and a property becomes blighted? What happens when a property is abandoned? The fact is that disposition methods and the timing of disposition and the pricing, all of that is going to make a difference for, you know, do you support continued or renewed occupancy? Do you support homeownership? Do you support neighborhoods that look nice and are healthy and safe? These things are all critical for stabilizing neighborhoods. And so, you know, responsible disposition practices really matter to the whole cycle of life in real estate. We also know that, you know, there are certain kinds of things we do that can lead to more vacancy and abandonment. You know, investors who don't take care of their properties or who don't have a stake in the community where they're purchasing real estate, which is something that, you know, is a much bigger problem today than it was a couple of decades ago. Municipalities that don't pay attention to neighborhoods unless the neighborhoods are either gentrifying or unless there's, you know, some really kind of terrible thing happening. All of these things are important, but don't always get the headlines. And so I wanted to be here because we all know this, and we get to talk together about these things and about how we can do these things better. So before I go into more details about some of the policy and programmatic issues I want to talk to you about today, please indulge me while I talk about my own organization, the National Community Stabilization Trust. Some of you know us as NCST, which is what I call us. Some of you know us as the Trust. We were founded in 2008 in the wake of the last housing crisis. And we were created by folks who both had lots of REO properties, namely lenders, and people in the community who, particularly at that time, had subsidy through the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, NSP, to acquire and rehab single-family properties. So we were created as something of a bridge between those lenders and those community developers. Since our founding, we've actually facilitated the transfer of over 27,000 properties in communities all across the United States. More than 1,500 of those properties were in Ohio. And these properties were all put back to productive use, the majority for homeownership, others for affordable rental. And in all of them, we kept fairly meticulous track of what kind of rehab was being done and what the end outcome of that work was, giving us really one of the most extensive databases in the country that has to do specifically with single family rehab. Now would be a good time for slides. We can move on to the next slide if someone else can do this for me. You can go past that. That's just more about us, more about us. Next one after that. So I always like to show before and after pictures because, you know, it's what we do and it gets me excited and it's fun. And in particular, I was able to find some fun before and after pictures from some of our Ohio Land Bank partners. So I'm going to flip through them, or you're going to flip through them real quick, just so you can see the kind of difference our partners are able to make. It's just a few slides and you can kind of go through them while I keep talking. So in addition to working as this real estate platform, or I mean, sometimes I call us Zillow for crappy homes, but I know that that's not nice to say. We have also begun in recent years to develop some deep expertise in policy work. What we are trying to do is be a voice for distressed properties and the folks who work with those properties in the policy discussions that happen in Washington or in states and cities across the country. We want to get this issue a seat at the table, and that's what we try to do. And so, you know, we advocate for, we are often the only commenter when a government agency makes a change to a policy that affects disposition-related issues, because to be honest, really nobody else is paying that much attention day to day in Washington on some of these issues. We also work on issues that get more attention. We work on policies related to access to mortgage credit, foreclosure prevention, community development issues, but we really try to be there when it comes to things that are going to affect what's happening in communities. You know, I'll give you one example of that. A couple of years ago, when FHFA was looking at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac policies regarding charge-offs of homes in communities where, you know, they would essentially say, okay, we're done here. We were the organization, the external organization at the table to make sure that what they did in changing those, you know, again, very under the radar policies was not going to inadvertently hurt communities. So I want to mention a couple of our new policy initiatives because I think they'll be interesting to people here and you haven't heard about them before. One project is the Middle Neighborhoods Initiative. We are bringing together local policymakers, city planners, and other city officials, community development practitioners, researchers, and anyone who works in the neighborhoods that we call them middle neighborhoods. And I think everyone here has a sense of what we mean. We're not talking about the places that are gentrifying like crazy and have issues related to that, nor are we talking about the neighborhoods that have been deeply, deeply distressed for decades, where, you know, there's another suite of policies in that area. But we're looking at those neighborhoods in the middle. These are neighborhoods where you have some home ownership, where you have some commercial activity. Many of these neighborhoods have historically been Black neighborhoods, or, you know, neighborhoods of other demographic groups. And these neighborhoods tend to just kind of teeter on the edge between being good, solid, growing economies or potentially tipping into more of a decline situation. And these neighborhoods don't always get the attention others get from governments or budgets because, you know, it's kind of not maybe that broken. But we know that in these neighborhoods, this is where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We need to keep these neighborhoods strong. So we're looking at what are the policies that really matter for that. How do we keep these this is especially important during COVID, which is hitting a lot of these neighborhoods very, very hard. And that's going to, you know, reduce tax bases. And, you know, once again, we'll see those costs go up for public health and safety. And we want to make sure neighborhoods don't end up in a situation that's much more difficult to reverse. So that's one initiative we're working on. We have a large and completely open to everybody community of practice that is being managed by NeighborWorks America. And anybody who's interested in this, contact me afterward and I'll tell you how to become part of that. This year, NCST also launched a new initiative, a new coalition called the Homeownership Alliance. And the Homeownership Alliance is a practitioner-led initiative, and the founding members include some of the leading nonprofit homeownership developers and lenders around the country. You know, here in Ohio, for example, CHN Housing Partners, which does such amazing work in this area, is one of the founding members of this coalition. So that's also something you can find out more about on our website. So enough about NCST. I want to talk about some policy things here today. So something a lot of you may be wondering about is how is the pandemic and the, you know, pandemic economy impacting the housing markets? And what's that going to mean for neighborhood stabilization over the next few years? Go to the next slide. One back, there you go. So what this slide shows you is delinquency levels. That scary line at the end is just like every other scary line on every other chart when you're looking at the economy over the past 6 months. Now, I'll tell you one thing that makes that spike a tiny bit less scary, which is when you hear about mortgage delinquencies, that includes forbearances. Forbearances are formally counted as delinquencies. So we don't know that all of these people either are not paying their mortgage or won't be able to pay their mortgage. All we know is right now they felt like they needed help from their mortgage servicer. So what happens next after this? Next slide. What does this mean for REO inventory? Well, right now we have foreclosure moratoria that apply to all of the federally backed mortgages, which is about 70% of the market. And a lot of lenders have also imposed their own moratoria. So, you know, let's say somewhere between 80 to 90% of the market is in a moratorium right now. That means we're developing this enormous, what we used to call in the last crisis, shadow inventory. You know, homes that could turn into foreclosures. Next slide. You can see here the REO inventory. Because we have these moratoria, we're not getting new REO because everything is in that pre-foreclosure stage. If, you know, at some point these moratoria will end, and these forbearances will end. And what we see happen to our housing markets, to our neighborhoods, to our city budgets is going to depend on how we manage that situation. is at the end of the mortgage. There are fantastic loan modification options from all of the federally backed channels. But will we be able to get people into those? You know, we just don't know this yet. And once these Can anybody hear me? Am I frozen?
Julia, you have been freezing on and off, just so you know.
I have been. Well, I can, I will try to move a bit and see if this helps. Is that better? I'm going to move a lot.
Yeah, Julia, you're frozen again.
All right, folks, is that better? I've moved. That's going to have to do. So next slide, please. So these are the projections that we have from some analysts that we've been working with who do not see the REO inventory really peaking again until 2024. I'll tell you, I think they're kind of wrong. I mean, I partly put this slide up there to tell you I think they're wrong. I see you all frozen again. I'm really paranoid. Oh, I'm good. Okay. So I actually think these numbers don't take into account non-judicial states and don't take a variety of things into account regarding, you know, how servicers are preparing. I think to the extent we see this new, you know, slug of foreclosures come through, it's going to start hitting the market by 2022 or at the latest 2023. Hopefully the total numbers will be smaller, considerably smaller than 2008. We have a lot of time to prepare. We have infrastructure in place and laws and loss mitigation in place that were not in place before. But we do need to be ready for handling these REO if they do come through. So, you know, I did want to talk about that some today. The last thing I want to talk about before I run out of time here today is the role of land banks in rebuilding communities. You know, NCST has worked with land banks since we were founded. We've helped land banks acquire REO assets, and we've also worked with land banks in identifying properties that are candidates for demolition. And it's really impressive to see how many land banks have become real experts at preventing blight, both through acquisition and through, you know, other neighborhood interventions. You know, it's been great to see the number of land banks grow and to see the creativity in the diversity of structures that you all have, you know, whether it's partnering with community-based organizations. You know, I've heard about the Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership and the Cincinnati Port. And I know, you know, lots of you work really closely with local county government. But as you start thinking about the future, I want to talk about 3 lessons that NCST has learned when it comes to thinking strategically in this area. And the first one of those lessons is how important it is about being intentional about property disposition. You know, when land banks were created, or when most land banks were created, our biggest concern was the stuff that was coming in as opposed to stuff that was going out. But we are in an inventory shortage now. There is interest in properties. And so how can we take a critical look at who's purchasing these properties and what they're doing with it? You know, at NCST, we carefully monitor our community developers' activities and what they're going to do with properties. Is it going to be home ownership? If it's going to be rental, you know, is it going to be affordable rental? We really want to know what's going to happen, not just how much money can we get for this property, because then there would be no point to us doing what we do. So, you know, we love when we see land banks coordinate with city planners and community-based partners, whether it's to, you know, do parcel assembly for strategic development, or, you know, to move away from demo and to be more development focused. We're really excited about that. And we want to encourage you to continue to be really strategic about how those properties leave, as you were in terms of how those properties came in. We also want to stress the importance of tracking and maintaining data on property and you know, property disposition and end use. We require all of our community developers to provide not just reporting on what ultimately happens to the property, but we get their scopes of work. We see how much, you know, money was put into the rehab, et cetera, et cetera. And having this data helps organizations make the case for the impact of what you do. And the last point I want to make here is maybe a little more delicate, but I want to remind everyone about the importance of reputation. Real estate is kind of famous for opportunities for conflict of interest. And so for even good actors like NCST, we have, you know, had our own issues in this area, and for land banks, you really want to make sure you have the appropriate policies and controls in place so that, you know, both in practice and also in appearance, land banks are being careful stewards of the trust that the public has placed in them. So, you know, NCST stands ready to continue to partner with land banks to try to do this and do it better. And, you know, in particular, we're looking into whether it makes sense for land banks not only to be buyers through NCST, but maybe also to become sellers through NCST and potentially bring a third-party vendor into that space to help with the intentionality of that disposition, the tracking, you know, and making sure that there are no conflicts. So I'm going to close in a minute because my time is coming up, but I wanted to talk about one more policy thing that I think is really important for us to think about now as opposed to later. And that's like this little glimmer of hope on a bill we've been working on for 2 years now called the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act, which I abbreviate as NEIA, which is not that mellifluous, but whatever, it's all I've got. What NEIA would do is create a new federal tax credit to support construction, renovation, or repair of 1 to 4 unit properties intended for home ownership or already occupied by a homeowner. And this is aimed at neighborhoods with lower incomes and weaker housing markets. And the purpose of the tax credit is to fill what some of you call the value gap or the appraisal gap, which is when the cost of acquiring and rehabbing or constructing a home is greater than the fair market value of that home. And I know I don't have to explain that problem to this group here today. If we are able to create this new program, if this bill passes, it's going to be a game changer for neighborhoods struggling with vacancy, outdated housing stock, or even just a shortage of affordable homeownership properties. And what I'm here to tell you is start thinking about this now before the bill passes. I think there's a decent chance we create this program. We have seen a remarkable level of interest from a very broad range of stakeholders. It's been introduced in both the House and Senate by bipartisan co-sponsors, not the least of which is your own Senator Portman and my own Senator Cardin. It's supported by virtually every corner of the housing industry, from nonprofits and Habitat for Humanity and LISC to the mortgage bankers and the realtors and the housing finance agencies. It's in Vice President Biden's presidential platform. This thing could happen. And if it happens, I want you to be ready to be at the table. You know, what role do land banks have in helping guide how this tax credit would be used? What role do you have in assembling the properties that would be used? How can you partner with OFA, which has already been such a key partner in your neighborhood stabilization efforts, to use this program effectively? So I just wanted to put that on the table for folks to think about. And I will just close by thanking you again for letting me be here today and wishing you all, you know, continued success in your efforts, continued health so that you can have success in your efforts. And NCST is here to partner, to help in any way any of us can think of. So thank you so much, and back to you, Jim.
Yeah, and thank you so much. And prior to COVID, land banks used to meet quarterly somewhere in the state. And I think this would be an ideal topic for one of those quarterly meetings, although it's likely to be a virtual meeting. But I think this topic is a good one. And I think it's one that could be one of the focuses of our next land bank meeting. So thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for all that you do. And this is where I get to tell people, the 100 and next number of people who are listening, that we're going to take about a 7-minute break because I need to get some water. And again, thanks so much. We'll be back at 1.
Conservation is most commonly defined as wise use of our natural resources. On the spectrum of land use, conservation falls between preservation and full urban development. And in the middle somewhere is the perfect hybrid of both, which is the most sustainable outcome for our environment as humans, but also the most economically sustainable environment for us as well. At the Land Conservancy, we look and seek to protect all environments, not just natural areas or working farms or urbanized areas, but everything in unison so that we can coexist with our natural resources and our land use practices emulate exactly how we want to be, which is the sustainable approach to what we do. So to protect our landscapes, we've realized at the Land Conservancy that we need to not only protect the natural areas, but also the areas that are working lands for farms and forests, and also our urban corridors. There's often battles between urbanization and natural resource protection, but we find that if we do it correctly, a sustainable community will have a perfect balance of those. Studies show that we want kind of a third of residential development, a third of commercial industrial development, but also a third of open space in any given community that lends itself to the protection of the values and the resources that we hold, the communities that we want to stay in, the communities that will retain our youth and not let them go to other communities once they grow up here. We've invested everything in them and have them move to a different community. So not only are we protecting communities that are on the front line of where the urban development is happening, we're also going back into urban communities that have gone through this already and putting the green infrastructure in place to bring them back up to a sustainable level. The Western Reserve Land Conservancy is a nonprofit conservation organization that is dedicated to protecting the natural resources and making thriving communities in Northeast Ohio. We have a 20-county footprint, basically from the Lake Erie Islands over to Conneaut and down to Steubenville. We've created at this point, as of today, 150 or so parks. We've protected 62,000 or more acres through conservation easements and land acquisitions, and we've completed over 750 different projects. In any given year, we protect 4,000 to 5,000 acres and complete about 40 to 50 conservation transactions throughout all of our communities, not just in the natural areas or the working farms, but also in the urban corridors.
Thank you to Mr. Brett Rodstrom for that great introduction into the work that the Land Conservancy does. And My name is Alex Chaka. I'm really excited to be here today to present to the Land Bank Conference. I will say, as a primer, just bear with us. This is the first for many of us going through this virtual presentation. We hope we're going to do great. We're not sure, but please bear with us. I'm really excited to share with you some of the work that we're doing in conjunction with our partners and land banks specifically. So just a real quick intro, tell you a little bit about myself to get you to know me a little bit better. Since we're virtual, I feel like we need to do that just so we all get to know each other a little better. As I said, my name is Alex Chaka, Senior Vice President for Conservation Transactions for the Western Reserve Land Conservancy. I've been with the organization about 7 years. Really love what we do. And just a fun fact, I guess, about me, I recently was married and I have 3 dogs. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my co-presenter, Mr. Bob Owen, and he will talk a little bit about presentation today.
Thanks, Alex. And yes, thank you to everyone. Thanks for attending this. And as Alex says, please stick with us, but we're hoping we do a pretty decent job of this. So as Alex indicated, my name's Bob Owen. I'm General Counsel for Western Reserve Land Conservancy. I've been in-house counsel with the Land Conservancy for 15 years now and General Counsel since 2011. Prior to joining the Land Conservancy, I was in private practice, focused mostly on municipal, environmental, and real estate law. And as an in-house counsel for the Land Conservancy, I get to use some of those, but I also have the opportunity to engage in a vast array of legal issues, nonprofit corporate work, taxation, the real estate, conservation, environmental issues, employment law, and other public sector issues. Of course, the focus, because we're a land conservation organization or land trust, that focus is primarily on conservation and real estate law. During my 15 years here at the Land Conservancy, I've been involved in literally hundreds of real estate transactions that have resulted in the conservation of tens of thousands of acres, including natural areas, agricultural resources, and even in the urban context. I'm fortunate enough to have worked with folks like Alex and others within the Land Conservancy to really bring about some real amazing conservation and to be able to tie that into just improving and resulting in thriving communities across northeastern Ohio in our footprint. So that's enough about me. I just wanted to take a moment though and kind of talk a little bit about what this presentation is and kind of where we're going with it. First of all, Alex will be doing a large portion of the presentation on this. I'm really here as kind of color commentary and to answer some questions here and there, but I'm sure he'll do a great job with that. So before he gets started though, I just want to give you a little bit of background on what a land trust really is and what it does. Brett mentioned a little bit in that video, but generally, you know, a land trust or a land conservancy is a private nonprofit entity, generally has tax exempt status under the Internal Revenue Code 501c3. Of course, if you don't have that status, your donations won't be tax deductible. So that encourages most to obtain the exemption. A land trust has a mission and a purpose, which is generally to ensure the availability of essential natural assets, that being forested land, water resources, agricultural soils, and doing that through conservation and restoration of those assets. So the goal is really land related and natural resource related. The conservation that's done by a land trust is generally through the placement of restrictive covenants on land that limit the use and development of the land. And we primarily do that through a document known as a conservation easement and or through deed restrictions. Generally, you know, when we're working on transactions, we're working through negotiated real estate transactions. And they're always with of course, a landowner involved and then some end takeout partner or entity that's going to own the property and for the long term. So again, the purpose of a land trust is always conservation of the natural resources and the assets that are out there. So I think what we're looking at doing here as part of this presentation is talking about how we or other land trusts out there in the community can help and partner with land banks to realize conservation of parcels that are appropriate for that. Of course, I don't need to get into the details with most of you folks as to what a land bank is, but generally you're acquiring properties through either abandonment, tax delinquency, something along those lines, hopefully strategically, but not always. And the acquisition is always with the expectation of improving the economic or aesthetic quality of the community, and through repurposing the land for the elimination of blight, et cetera. And I think if you think of it from that context, based on what I mentioned about land trusts, I think you can see where there might be an overlap there. There certainly are opportunities where land conservation in partnership with a land bank can really improve the economic and aesthetic qualities of the communities that we're both working in. So that's what we're hoping to get through today. And Alex and I are going to be answering questions throughout. Because this is a virtual format, questions will come in the form of the chat function on the Zoom presentation, and we'll be monitoring those throughout. And if questions come up that we feel need a quick response to, we'll handle those in real time. Otherwise, we may hold them and do a brief Q&A at the end of the presentation. Finally, and last but not least, the Land Conservancy did apply for the continuing legal education for this program. So periodically throughout the program, you're going to see poll questions that are going to pop up on the screen. And we just ask that everybody, even if you're not looking for the CLE credit, respond to these, because there's some interesting questions. Certainly, if you're looking for the CLE, it's something that you will have to do. So that's it. I'm going to let Alex take it away, but thank you, and I look forward to this.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, really excited to get into this presentation with you all today. And as Bob said, the real goal for us as the Land Conservancy here in this presentation is that we want to create an awareness about some of the work that we do, but the work that we do in partnership with land banks and other entities, whether it's a local municipality or a local metro park. We want to just create awareness about some avenues that we could pursue with you, or you could pursue with other land trusts in your region that might be beneficial to you, whether it's via land conservation, whether it generates some revenue for the land bank, and a couple of different scenarios like that. So the first part of the presentation will be a general overview that I'll try to breeze through, because I think some of you probably have seen some of this, just general information about the organization. And then we'll get into three kind of case examples that the Land Conservancy is currently engaged in that involve a land bank at some level. So the mission of our organization is to provide the people of our region with essential natural assets through land conservation and restoration. That, as Bob stated, that's kind of the goal of this organization region-wide. So the Land Conservancy was founded really on natural areas preservation. So we were founded as Chagrin River Land Conservancy in the late 1980s, volunteer-led land trust. It was really focused on natural areas, so woods, wetlands, ravines, stream corridors, that type of thing. As the organization has grown, we have expanded our scope of work immensely. So we now protect a lot of agricultural land, as Brett alluded to in the intro video. We've protected almost 30,000 acres of agricultural land within our region. Obviously, while we're here today, we launched an urban revitalization program that Jim and many of our staff at Thriving Communities have led and done an amazing job with that. And obviously, as land banks, you're all here because of Jim and their work statewide to create these land banks and create an avenue to deal with this urban blight. So, and then lastly, we've really gotten into restoration. So restoration can mean restoration of homes, urban communities, but also restoration of natural resources in our more rural areas. So again, Brett alluded to this in the video, but our service area is 21 counties. This is it. So it goes from the Pennsylvania border on the east side out to the Lake Erie Islands to the west and down to Jefferson, Columbian, and Carroll counties. So just real quick on our service area, when you start at the Pennsylvania line driving west into Ohio, and then you drive all the way to the Lake Erie Islands, you might notice that the landscape, the demographics, they change vastly from east to west. You enter Ashtabula County, maybe in the southern portion, it's very agriculturally dominated. very rural. You move into Geauga County that contains some really high quality natural resources, wetlands, kettle ponds, things like that. You move into Cuyahoga County, which obviously is very developed, a lot of residential activity, commercial, industrial. And then as you start to go west again, it really turns into more of an agriculturally dominated landscape. So the reason I'm stating that is it's important for us as a land conservancy to not use the same tool in different parts of our service area. You know, agricultural easement on the west side might not work in Cuyahoga County, or natural areas preservation in Geauga County might not work in northern Huron County, where there just really isn't that. So we try to be really cognizant of what really is best for the community, and have enough tools in the tool bag to provide what is the best for the community, and let them tell us really what that is. So we put this slide together to just create an awareness of land trusts throughout the state of Ohio. We're not saying that we're able to work on every transaction that might come across our desk in the state of Ohio, but we're saying that there's several land trusts in the state, and if you have an opportunity in your county or your community, maybe this slide helps you get directed to them and start the conversation, and maybe it goes somewhere from there. But you can see in the Northeast, we cover kind of the Northeast majority of the property, but there are several other land trusts throughout the state in the different colors, and you can visit the Land Trust Alliance website to help guide you to this, or reach out to anyone from Western Reserve Land Conservancy, and we'd be happy to put you in touch with our colleagues across the state. So Bob?
So here's the first of our poll questions, and the question is there a land trust in the county you work in? We'd appreciate if you just take a moment to answer that, and I think we're going to be able to get the tally to the results of this poll question afterwards, and maybe we can talk about it a little bit if Alex thinks that's appropriate.
And this question is not aimed at Western Reserve Land Conservancy spreading across the state of Ohio just yet, but we really are just curious. We really are curious on how many folks are in the audience that might be able to engage in a conversation based on what we're able to share with you today. So we've got one response via the chat that a person does not have a land bank in their county. And hopefully here in a couple seconds, we'll be able to show the poll results, just to get a kind of general feeling for how many folks have land trusts in their communities. Okay, so showing on the screen is that 59% of folks in the audience have a land trust in their county. That's really great to hear. 17% do not. So we hope that maybe a new one's developed or an existing one expands to include a county that you work in. And then 24% are not sure. So we'd be happy to answer those questions about whether there is one in your county or community or not. So feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions. And thank you for completing the poll. So to kind of quickly summarize the Land Conservancy, just some general facts about our region. It's very large, about 5 million acres, has 165 miles of Lake Erie shoreline, which is probably the or one of the most unique natural assets that a state has. And, a lot of states don't have something like this, so it's something that we try to protect every day of the week. Over 21 counties, a lot of people, almost 5 million people within our service area, so it's not always just about land. Sometimes it's about urban revitalization or planting trees. It really depends on the community that we're working in. And a lot of different watersheds, the Lake Erie watershed, in the Mississippi River watershed, so our service area kind of straddles the divide, which is pretty unique. Accomplishments from the Land Conservancy through today, we've created more than 160 public parks, over 10,000 publicly accessible acres in partnership with all of our partners throughout our region, over 220 working farms, almost 30,000 acres of protected farmland, 785 properties, in a total of over 62,000 acres. So this is the impact we've had to date, but we're not slowing down. We see a lot more work to do, and we're excited to do it. So where do we start? Today, we're not going to get too much into the urban revitalization efforts. And, Bob and I certainly aren't the experts on that. Jim, Isaac, and folks in our Thriving Communities office are really the experts there. But we're really going to focus on our traditional land trust efforts and how there's overlap between that traditional conservation work and land banks and their ownership of property within our service area, but also within the state of Ohio. So tools that we use to maximize impact, and we'll get into each of these a little bit and just kind of give you examples of how this works. But there's not one single thing or one single funding source or one single relationship that we get conservation projects done with. It is always multiple layers of funding, multiple partners, and a lot of different things going on at one time to really achieve one product. So we have conservation partnerships with almost all of our local park districts, county park districts, municipalities, cities, townships. We've done projects with many of those folks. And then other nonprofit groups like Ducks Unlimited, the Nature Conservancy, Cleveland Museum of Natural History are all folks that we've done work with, and we pursue partnerships with them on a weekly basis. Local private philanthropic support, we're extremely lucky to have a robust development team. So we spend a lot of time, raising funds through individuals, through corporations, through foundations, whatever it might be, and to help further our mission both in the rural areas and the urban areas. And then kind of the bread and butter for our conservation work is federal, state, and local grants. There's quite a few opportunities to use local and federal grants to acquire or conserve land in our region. And we'll get into that a little bit more with the case examples, but there's quite a bit of money available, and we try to leverage that whenever we can. And then existing community assets, this is where we'll kind of get into an example where, a land bank might own a parcel that's valued at $50,000, and that might leverage a much larger conservation project. So kind of taking what's already there and using it to leverage a much bigger vision. So examples of philanthropic support, some of the big foundations and funders in our area, just many of you may be aware of these, but these are some of the folks that we engage in to help push our mission along both in the urban and rural arena. Conservation and community partnerships, like I said, we work with many entities, land banks, metro parks, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Ohio Division of Wildlife, Cleveland Metro Parks. Just there's really an endless amount of partners, and if there's somebody willing to talk to us about a conservation opportunity, we are all ears and happy to discuss, how we might be able to help. Please poll question 2. Does your land bank own a contiguous piece of land that is greater than 20 acres? So I'll explain a little bit why we're asking this question as you guys answer the question and the results are displayed. So the Land Conservancy, typically from a pure conservation lens, we are looking at properties that are 20 acres or larger. Kind of our internal policies and guidelines have led us to that conclusion that anything less than that becomes a real stewardship and long-term burden to monitor and maintain that is greater than the potential conservation of the property. So we have certainly done projects that are less than 20 acres if they have really astounding natural resources like a federally endangered species, like an Indiana bat or something like that. We may do a project that's smaller than 20, but 20 is kind of the threshold for a piece of land that we would put conservation restrictions on and hold them long-term and kind of commit to the conservation of that piece of property. So again, we have rules in place where we might do a project less than that, but we kind of take them all and assess them individually. So the poll results are in. 22% say yes. That's actually really good. I was expecting a smaller number than that. So those folks, if they're in our service area, we'd be happy to engage in conversations about if we could be helpful. 52% no, and that's fine. I think there'll be, opportunities in the future, most likely. So I guess one thing, as we're on this question, the Land Conservancy is certainly not saying that every piece of property that is in a land bank inventory should be conserved. That's really up to the land bank and up to the community. However, if that is something that the land bank would like to pursue, we are certainly willing to have a conversation about how you might be able to achieve that, whether it's with us or with another conservation entity. But I think that there are opportunities out there. So thank you all for answering those questions. That's great information. So just a summary of the public funding options. This is a long list, and I'm not going to go through it all. But the top, on the top left, there's kind of 4 major funding sources there that the Land Conservancy utilizes, annually. So all these funding sources are available annually. Typically, it's a year cycle. They don't all, the timing does not all line up, so that gets tricky when we're trying to put these complex transactions together. But the Clean Ohio Conservation Fund we'll talk more about in the case example, but it's a statewide bond initiative that provides funding for conservation of property. So it's something that we utilize daily, really, to conserve and buy land. The Ohio EPA's Water Resource and Restoration Sponsorship Program is an Ohio EPA fund designated really for high quality water resources. Another fund that we utilize on an annual basis. We put a couple grants in about 2 months ago, so we're anxiously waiting to see the outcome of those. And then one other one I'll just mention quickly is the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, known as NAWCA. We have received funding, a $1 million grant from that fund. We're waiting to spend the money and kind of get through the grant administration, but another grant that we pursue kind of every couple years. But there's a list of them here that we utilize all the time, and they all kind of have their own little niche in terms of what kind of project that they'd like to see, and we understand that fairly well. So this is kind of, if somebody brought us a project, this would be, we'd look at this list and say, what do we think applies to your piece of land? One thing that's really important to us and how we prioritize our work is really based on natural resource attributes. So properties that have high quality wetlands, floodplains, steep slopes, listed species, restoration potential, really specific and unique habitats. Those are really things that that really catch our eye, and we really want to preserve those resources for generations to come. But as I said, sometimes they may not have those qualities or less than 20 acres. But there's also a really important open space opportunities where a property might be 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 15 acres, but it's next to a 35-acre public park, and that park is just getting overrun with use, and the local community needs more space. There's opportunities there where creating a publicly usable amenity next to an existing amenity, but it might not meet the acreage threshold, but it makes sense from a community planning and a recreation standpoint. Things like that we are happy to pursue with folks within our service area and brainstorm if they're outside of our service area. But those are kind of things that we're looking at when we see a property come across our desk, and whether it's something that we have the capacity and time and want to prioritize as a project. So real quick, existing community assets, just examples of how we can leverage those. We've got a couple examples of the land banks that we work with currently. City that we work with, we've recently done a project with the city of Euclid. Great project on the shore, Lake Erie. Really cool stuff. And then Russell Township, many other townships in our service area we partner with on a regular basis. So here's a really kind of cool visual of what we try to accomplish. And it's not always this complicated, but oftentimes it is. But a way that we can strategically leverage an asset. So let's just say a land bank has a 5-acre parcel, semi-rural area. They don't really have a use for it or a vision for it, but it's next to 250 acres of rural land that's currently for sale. And the Land Conservancy is looking at that land for sale, and they notice that the land bank has this parcel right next to this larger natural resource piece. So that might trigger a kind of conversation that we might be able to utilize that existing land bank parcel to leverage a much larger transaction. So for the purpose of this example, we're going to say that 5-acre land bank parcel appraises at $50,000. And the land bank it's in Ashtabula County, and they're super excited about the property the Land Conservancy might be able to buy next to it and work with the local metro parks to transfer the property. So we can utilize that. If the land bank thinks that this is a great thing for their community, you can utilize that existing parcel to help leverage a much larger project. So let's just say we get that much larger property adjacent to that land bank parcel under contract, and we have the right to purchase it. Then we go after the foundations in our local area and say, hey, we're trying to create this great thing for Ashtabula County. It'll be a great public amenity. It's adjacent to a bike trail. You know, would you guys be willing to put some funds toward this? And they commit $150,000. So now we're up to $200,000 raised. So we would leverage that to $200,000. Typically, we have to leverage 25 to 50% for state and federal grants. In this situation, we're leveraging about 1/3. So we could use that $200,000 and get a $600,000, let's just say, Clean Ohio grant to acquire that adjacent property. And then we would go after a much larger, let's just say, Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, $2.4 million property. The property is next to, let's just say, the Grand River, and it has lots of wetlands, and it's part of what the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative is interested in. We can apply for a $2.4 million grant and leverage all those other grants below it for a total project of $3.2 million to acquire this really great conservation piece. And really the backbone of this whole project was this 5-acre, $50,000 valued land bank parcel that was adjacent to it that really created a springboard for us to get all these other additional funds to protect and acquire the properties and, you know, transfer them to whoever the long-term entity might be that manages as a public open space. So kind of a cool illustration of how we try to piece projects together as an organization. And I'm going to just go through this really quick. This is a really complex real-life example of how we did that with the 2015 NACA grant. But in the interest of time, I'd like to really get into our case examples. So, and this is overwhelming even for me to look at, and I was very involved in this project, so we'll just keep going. So, Bob, do you have anything that you want to add right now, or are you good?
No, I think I'm good, Alex. I guess I would just make the statement that with regard to that matching game that you mentioned, you know, that's, as Alex said, it's so important to just have that initial piece of property to start with. And, you know, of course, those can come from land banks or other sources. But I think that was a great example of how we can work together to leverage some funding to make some amazing, eliminate the issue of the land bank owning that parcel and turn it into, you know, leveraging some substantial conservation.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Bob. So we'll get into 3 real-life examples that are happening in real time right now that all 3 involve the Land Conservancy, and all 3 involve, I guess at least 2 involve a land bank. One's really an opportunity, but the Codu property and the McKelvey Lake property are real-life examples of how we're partnering with a land bank and a local metro parks or a local municipality right now. So the first example is just an example of, I think a lot of us see this in a lot of different areas. This happens to be in Lake County in Madison Township, but it was a subdivision that was platted a long, long time ago, and probably not planned super well, but it's 98 parcels. It's 20 acres, so it's a relatively large area of land in a pretty residential and suburban area. Many of these parcels are tax delinquent. Some have been forfeited to the state of Ohio. But the real point of sharing this slide is I think we see this in a lot of different communities. And, you know, if a land bank in this situation is willing and able to kind of step up and try to take control of this land, there's an opportunity to either work with us, or the local municipality, or the city, or the village, or whoever it might be, to, you know, really create a plan for this piece of land that, you know, in this situation has been sitting idle like this for decades. And if it's not producing any tax revenue to the local economy, you know, maybe it's better to create a public park out of this that, you know, 400 kids can walk to and enjoy the benefits of recreating outside. So this is not a real life example in that the Land Conservancy is currently involved here, but it's a real life example of where we see kind of these old platted subdivisions that in reality are probably never going to get built out. And if there's an opportunity, if, you know, there's taxes that haven't been paid, there might be opportunities here to create, you know, something out of nothing. So that's really the point of sharing this example. And we have another one that really has come full circle for us as an organization in the last year, which I don't know that we planned for it, but we can say we planned for it at this point, which is really pretty cool. So this is in Ashtabula County. It's just the county over from Lake. And I'm personally from Ashtabula County and know this area very well. This is not suburban Ohio. This is very rural. This is near the town of Dorset. So there's not a lot going on around here. It's agricultural, it's woods, and there's a couple residences mixed in. But again, you see this was platted a long time ago, many different owners, I don't know, 100 different plats, and not really likely that this ever gets developed. There's all kinds of zoning and ordinance issues here from the county level. And a lot of these parcels, a portion of these parcels are already owned by Ashtabula County Metro Parks. So, we already feel like there's, a foot in the door in terms of creating something out of nothing here, because Metro Parks already own some of these parcels. And then you see on this map, there's green, yellow, and orange that are in foreclosure, and then the pink are tax delinquent. So if you put all those together, and you're assuming that that's all going to happen, and I understand that's a lot of work, but you put all that together, you're starting to create a pretty large mass of land that, in Ashtabula County, and in this particular area of the county, I don't know that it's ever going to be a great, playground or a splash park or anything like that, but it could be, a publicly accessible hunting area or wildlife area or something like that really fits the people of the region. So just another example of the things that are out there that we might be able to help, either get involved with creating match or acquiring land or protecting land, but really comes down to the local land bank and the local community and what they want to do. So ironically, here's another map of the area. The green here, right above the lettering that says Grand Lakes Metro Parks. These little green parcels are what Ashtabula County Metro Parks currently owns. And then over here to the right, you see an orange boundary around land that says Pymatuning Valley Greenway Metro Park. So the Land Conservancy actually recently just bought that piece of property. It's a little over 100 acres. We used Clean Ohio funding to purchase it. We immediately transferred it to Ashtabula County Metro Parks. So from a strategic planning standpoint and conservation planning standpoint, now there's kind of this anchor in this area that where this platted subdivision exists. It seems like you can add to that strategically. And I think, a land bank could play a significant role in helping get some of those properties over to the Metro Parks, whether it's with the Land Conservancy or without them. We don't care about that, but there's a great opportunity here to create a corridor, a much larger corridor of land, which is something that we're always aspiring to create where it's right. And certainly here, there's a lot of forested land, wetlands, timber resources that could be protected and would be great to protect for the community. So overall, just to give you a sense of scale, this whole block, if all of that land that was platted was to be able to go to a land bank or the Metro Parks, would be over 300 acres. We're talking about a pretty significant chunk of land that could have a much better use than it currently does today. And I'll just quickly scroll through some of these maps. This is what we call a location map. So from a planning standpoint, not only is the property that we just acquired from Metro Parks adjacent to all these platted lots, some of which they own, but we're also starting to build up a corridor of protected land. So Dorset Wildlife Area is up to the north, and there's another wildlife area down to the south. Most importantly, though, the Pymatuning Valley Greenway runs directly through the middle of the property. So Ashtabula County Metro Parks has received funding in construction of this abandoned railroad to Greenway is underway. So from a strategic planning standpoint for the county, this is going to be a really great amenity to create more access to the trail and just have more public green space in the community that, again, whether it's a splash park or a playground or a hunting area, I think, that's ultimately dependent on what the local community and the Metro Parks would like to do. Just again, another quick map. Here's the platted area here. It's very obvious, adjacent to the property that we recently acquired with partnership with the Metro Parks. So that's the examples for Lake and Ashtabula County. This is a really exciting example to share, and I'm sure there's some folks from Trumbull County Land Bank in the audience. So I'll thank them in advance for their conservation ethic and for working with us on this property. So this property is in Trumbull County. We refer to it as the Codu property. It's 67 acres. It's in the village of Newton Falls in Braceville Township. It's got over a mile of linear footage of the Mahoning River, over 26 acres of wetlands, and it's in close proximity to the village of Newton Falls. So I'll get kind of into the deal structure and how we're assisting here, but this project would not happen without the partnership, as I said, from Trumbull County Land Bank and also Trumbull County Metro Parks, who are the Land Bank is the current owner and the Metro Parks are going to be the long-term owner. So without those two partners, this project's probably not possible. It's really a great example of how we can all work together for the greater good. A quick location map. So here's a location of the property. It's in just north of Newton Falls in Trumbull County. Just east, that big green blob is the Ravenna Arsenal. So that's not technically a legally protected piece of land. It is owned by the federal government, but we refer to it kind of as the park and managed area. But there is actually a fair amount of conservation that happens inside there with habitat management, young forest initiative management. So it is a significant piece of land in the state of Ohio because it's so large. And we're trying to build on that from a corridor standpoint. So here's a floodplain map of the property. So the hashed line indicates property that's in the floodplain. So you can kind of see the Mahoning River kind of runs through the northern part of the property. The whole entire 67 acres is in the floodplain. The blue area on the map shows wetlands. So from a planning standpoint and a land use standpoint, it seems like this was really a no-brainer in terms of conservation. It never really was going to be probably developed or shouldn't be due to the water resources and the flooding risk that would be here on this property. So the Land Conservancy was engaged with the Land Bank. This property is in the Land Bank's inventory currently. They got it several years ago. And we looked at it and said, man, this is a great opportunity to conserve some really high quality wetlands and river frontage along the Mahoning River. And so we struck up a conversation. Land Bank and the Land Conservancy agreed to terms via purchase and sale agreement where the Land Conservancy would buy the property. So we are currently under contract with the Land Bank for the 67 acres. Once we went under contract with them, we immediately started spending our time and resources trying to understand the property, doing our due diligence, doing natural resource surveys, bird surveys, fish surveys, ORAMs, which are a survey for wetlands, and really spending as much time as we could to prepare ourselves for the public grant cycles that were upcoming. So in this particular scenario, we went to the Clean Ohio Conservation Fund to apply for the funds to purchase the property off Trumbull County Land Bank. So that's a competitive process. It's not guaranteed. And that's really why we do so much due diligence going into it, is we want to document the property as best we can. We knew we had a good property. I mean, we do this every day, and we can kind of see from an aerial map whether it's going to be a pretty competitive project or not. So we were pretty confident right away that this would be. So we put in the Clean Ohio grant on behalf of Trumbull Metro Parks. They were extremely excited to partner with us and to take ownership of this property if we were successfully awarded funding. Thankfully we were. We got lucky and received the funds. So currently the Land Bank still owns the property, but it's essentially a formality of closing. We're working to buy the property, and we expect to close on it in a couple months. The property would be immediately transferred to Trumbull Metro Parks, and then they'll decide what exactly they want to do with it, whether, again, it's going to become a public hunting area, whether they'll install a parking lot and a trail, whether they want it to be a nature preserve. It's really up to them to decide what to do, as long as it's in line with the Clean Ohio funding, which was used to purchase it. So really great example. Really excited to see this get finalized, and high five the folks in Trumbull County, and hopefully find the next opportunity. So, the grand vision and goal is to create a new public amenity for Newton Falls. This was an obvious conservation piece because of the floodplain, the wetlands, and, those of you that are familiar with this area, as you enter Newton Falls from the north on Route 5, you kind of come down a pretty scenic wooded corridor now, and this property is right there. So we're preserving that, which I think is cool for people that drive that a lot. It's always at least in my opinion, nicer to look at trees than it is to look at buildings. So we're trying to preserve that for the future.
Okay, here we are at poll question 3. How many times a week do you visit a public park? Again, if you take the time to go ahead and respond to that, it would be greatly appreciated. But one of the reasons we're asking this question in particular is you may or may not have noticed with the whole COVID-19 issue that has come up, the pandemic, parks have really seen a substantial 100-fold increase in visitation. And so we're interested to see if any of you are part of that, frankly. And it also shows how important it is to, produce and do these transactions so that they can result in parks that are accessible to the public. Hopefully we'll have a response here in just a moment.
Bob, why don't you share with folks how many times a week you go to a public park?
Generally about 2 to 3 at this point. And the reason for that is, first of all, to get outside so we're not cooped up, but also we have a dog that we love to take and he loves to enjoy the parks with us.
It's awesome. So we received our results. We've got 43% that go 1 time a week, which 1 time is better than none, so that's awesome. And then another 40% approximately of folks that go 2 to 4 times, which is really great. And as an organization, there's so many human health benefits to getting outside and recreating in nature that this is something that the organization, Western Reserve Land Conservancy, has taken a strategic approach as a result of COVID-19, and we've actually fast-tracked the opening of some of the properties that we own to public access, which was part of our strategic plan, but we hoped to take a little bit more time to do it. But we didn't think we had a choice. We're located in Cuyahoga County next to Cleveland Metro Parks, our headquarters, and we noticed, as Bob said, just these Metro Parks were overrun. There was no parking space at the parking lot. So as a strategic response, we thought, we've got 6,000 acres that we own. Let's try to make some of those accessible as fast as we can to create more opportunity. And it's been really awesome to watch our staff, really get into the ditches and create these opportunities. It's not really super easy to do with trails and parking lots and signage and monitoring and maintenance and all that stuff. So it's been really awesome to see. And check out our website. We've only got 3 that we just opened, but it's the beginning. And I think there's some pretty cool opportunities. So if you're in Northeast Ohio, check those out and let us know what you think. So the last case example is another active project the Land Conservancy is deeply engaged in at this point in time. It's the McKelvey Lake project in Mahoning County. Really, really unique opportunity the Land Conservancy is engaged in. Not every day do we come across an opportunity where we have the chance to conserve 400 acres in a fairly major city in the state of Ohio. It's just those opportunities don't really exist. So this is 400 acres in the city of Youngstown. The eastern edge of the property borders the city limits. But really a big piece of land, contains a 125-acre lake that you see here in the blue. So not only is it a big piece of land, but it contains an asset that, I think a lot of municipalities, cities, villages would really die to have. To have a lake in your community that, you're able to recreate on is a huge asset. So that's what we're currently working towards. Here's an aerial map of the property. Again, about 400 acres in the city of Youngstown. The map doesn't show that it seems super developed, but I promise you, as soon as you get off that map, it is pretty developed. So there's a lot of people that will be within walking distance of this property and this park once we're able to complete the transaction. So it's kind of the overview and the summary of where we're at and how land banks could be involved here. The last example was pretty clear. The land bank was selling land, we were buying land, and we were transferring it to the local metro park. This is a little bit different, but it's more of an after-the-fact planning and strategic approach to access to the property. I've talked mostly about this the 400 acres, the Land Conservancy has been awarded Clean Ohio funding, so we have the money. We're ready to buy the property. We're doing this in partnership with the City of Youngstown. They will be the long-term owner of the property. So we just have some last few remaining documents that we need to get tidied up and executed. And, you know, we hope to get this transferred over to the city in the next couple of weeks. So this is happening, you know, right before our eyes. And we've been working on this for a super long time, probably going on 6 years. So it's been a long road to go, but we're really excited, and we've recently engaged in some community engagement. My colleague Jackie Gillen has really been leading that, and the people on the east side of Youngstown are just super jazzed about what this could be. So it's great stuff. And you know, we kind of look at it as an organization. We don't pretend to really know what's best for the east side of Youngstown. So it's been great to get input from Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation and Mahoning County Land Bank. Both those entities have just been super helpful in helping us get to the point where we're at today. And, you know, at the end of the day, we looked at it and we're like, if we can just make this publicly accessible for people to fish, because today it's not. It's owned by a corporation and it's not open to the public. And if we can just open it up for people to go fishing, what a win that might be for all the people that could walk there, you know, in 10 minutes and throw a line in the water and just enjoy nature. So we hope a lot more than that happens, but that's the current process we're in planning right now with the city and the residents. But where land banks get involved here is, I think, like I said, once we acquire the property and transfer to the city, I think there's an opportunity here to work with two land banks, actually, a city land bank and the Mahoning County Land Bank, who, as I said, have been great supporters. Gary and Deb have been just amazing supporters of us and the work that we're doing, and we greatly appreciate that. But so that the McKelvey Lake property is in the red outline here. You see the lake in blue. So there's two properties essentially here owned by a city land bank and a county land bank. So the property on the north, the northerly black arrow, there's, I don't know, 5 or 10 acres there that are owned by the city land bank. So once we acquire this property, the access to the lake is actually not that great currently. There's some areas down to the southeast that are actually more accessible than the areas on the west side of the lake. So, you know, in partnership, and we're having these conversations now with the two land bank entities, we feel like, you know, those current land holdings, whether it's the city land bank, the property to the north or the north arrow, or the county land bank, which owns the property where that black arrow is to the south, which happens to be right on a main road and also right next to the water's edge, and could create a really nice access point to the water, whether it's a boat ramp or just a parking area and a picnic area. You know, we're not sure really what that is yet, but, you know, engaging in these conversations and just, you know, making sure that the Land Conservancy is doing its part to communicate effectively to the partners of the area to leverage, you know, the work that we're doing to create create an even better amenity that is more accessible than it would have been without these land bank parcels that we're showing on the map right now. So, you know, there's more to come on this one, but you know, we're super excited. This is a monumentous project for the east side of Youngstown, and you know, we're really excited to get it done. So that is it.
Alex, I was just going to mention we have a couple of questions that have come in through the question and answer function.
Great.
So I think both of these certainly fall into your territory, so I'll just ask and you can respond.
Okay.
One attendee asks, can you define a floodplain, and does that mean the property floods? What does it, or does that mean it is on a river?
It means both. So it means it's on a river or a stream or a water course, and yes, it does flood. You know, there's a couple different ways to define a floodplain. There might be, you know, some government entities might call it a 50-year floodplain or a 25-year floodplain or a 100-year floodplain. And how you know that, and there's maps available typically at your county, but if you don't have access to those, we could help with that. We do create maps for every project we work on, and we have that data. We have GIS folks on staff that are really good at that type of thing and defining whether or not it's in a floodplain. Of course, from a legal standpoint, I'll speak for Bob. We don't want to be providing a legal opinion for anybody on what's floodplain and what's not, but we can suggest what we think is and what we think might not be. But and we can help find that data if you can't access it.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Next question is, how many Clean Ohio NRACs are there in Ohio? And do some of these districts not use the full allocation of money? And first, Alex, I think you might want to explain what an NRAC is.
Yeah, great question. So NRAC, NRAC stands for Natural Resource Assistance Council. So these are local councils put together for the Clean Ohio Conservation Fund to administrate the funding process for their jurisdiction. So, for example, District 1. District 1 just happens to be Cuyahoga County, but not all districts are one county. Like District 18 down in the southeastern part, and sorry that I'm looking away, but I just happen to have a map in my office that clearly illustrates all these NRACs. But some NRACs, like NRAC 18, have 10 counties in them. It's in a more rural area, and so there's a kind of a map of the different NRACs that's available on Ohio Public Works Commission's website. And to the question of, are the funds always used up? Really depends on the NRAC. So some NRACs are really heavily loaded with conservation organizations like us. Let's just say Cleveland Museum of Natural History, Portage Parks, Lake Parks, all these different park districts. So I'll give you an example of that in real time here. NRAC 7 is Lake, Ashtabula, Trumbull, and Portage counties. So there's pretty well-developed park districts in every one of those counties. There's the Nature Conservancy, the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, Cleveland Museum of Natural History, Holden Arboretum, and a lot of conservation organizations, Cleveland Metro Parks. So that round, typically there is not a lot of money left over because there's more projects than there is money. However, some other NRACs throughout the state of Ohio have a harder time using the money up for whatever reason, whether it's because there's entities applying for it or there's not as many opportunities to conserve land. So it's not guaranteed to be used up every time, and some NRACs don't use up the money more often, but it's really hard to say. And you know, as an organization, we're trying to do as much as we can. So we're, you know, going to the NRACs in our service area and applying for whatever opportunities we have on the docket.
Thanks, Alex. The next question is, we don't have a land conservation organization in our county. Can we work with WRLC?
Whoever asked that question, can you tell us what county from?
I think while we're waiting for that, Alex, I think, you know, the answer really truly is maybe. It really depends on the proximity to our service area. It depends on whether or not we can work with other partners in the area, what kind of transaction it might be, or what the property involves. So there are a number of questions that come from that question that is asked. But I think if somebody has a specific county they want to ask about, we certainly can respond directly to that.
Yeah, for sure, Bob. I agree. However, your answer could be different than my answer.
Of course it is, Alex. It always is.
But yeah, we'd be interested to see where it's at and try to help whoever it is to come up with, you know, brainstorm whatever we can to help if we can. We have to look at each of them individually.
Yeah. Okay, Alex, the next question is, before we apply for Clean Ohio money, does our land bank have to own the property? Can we wait to foreclose until after we have the grant funding?
So Bob, I might ask you to chime in a little bit here, but so if a land bank owns the property, you can't necessarily apply for Clean Ohio funding for that property because you already own it. So right. In the second case example, the land bank owns the property, but Western Reserve Land Conservancy is buying the property off of the land bank. So the land bank's not applying for the funding. Western Reserve Land Conservancy is buying the property, acquiring the property, and then transferring it to Metro Parks. So the land bank can't necessarily, and Bob, I don't know from a legality standpoint if they're eligible from a Clean Ohio standpoint. I'm not sure a land bank is an eligible entity to apply for it itself.
I would say that it's not likely an eligible entity to apply for the Clean Ohio funding. And I would even also wonder, you know, what would be the benefit to the land bank purchasing a piece of property. I think in most cases it comes through abandonment or tax foreclosure or something along those lines. I think the examples Alex has been giving with regard to the Clean Ohio is funding or any other funding is really a situation where the land bank is looking to monetize the property that they have in their ownership, and can do that through whether it's a conservation organization or a park district or some other entity that does qualify to apply for it and can, be the acquisition entity for the property and maybe a long-term owner.
And yeah, let me just build on that real quick, Bob. And so yeah, they're trying to monetize an asset in their inventory, but they also believe in conservation, and they believe in the ultimate goal for the property. So, the sole motivation shouldn't be monetization, because at the end of the day, it might not be what you want from an end use, because it can't be developed, it can't be subdivided, it can't be built out. So you really got to think that through when you engage with a land trust, and make sure that it's something that you think fits for the community.
Yeah. Okay. I think,
Alex and Bob,
just about...
you guys did a great job.
Thank you, Jim.
I appreciate it. And we will, at the conclusion of this one, we're letting everybody know we got a 10-minute break before our next panel. And really, you guys really did a superb job. You clarified a lot of things for me, by the way. And congratulations, Alex, on the closing of McKelvey Lake any day now. And I know you only worked on it your entire career. So listen, thank you. And at this point, we're going to break. If it's okay, unless there's any other questions, I don't see any. We'll just come back in about 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Can you guys hear me?
I hear somebody. Is that you, Jessica?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I have some challenges.
And there's Howard.
Yeah.
Howard's start writing at 2:50, and he will introduce you guys and then cue the video. And I'm supposed to not be on this call, so I'm getting off. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Madison.
Good.
I just need a reminder for who's going first. I think it's me, and how much time I need, or how much time I have.
Yes, Heather, you are going first.
After the video.
Right, we're showing both videos first.
Okay.
We're first showing the Cleveland video, then the Cincinnati video, then Heather, then Jessica. And so the two videos in total, I think one's about 10 minutes, the other is about 7 minutes. So I think Jim said that you could take at least 15 minutes for your presentation, Heather, and then Jessica. And if we have time, we'll take Q&A.
Sounds good.
So that,
all right,
if I'm doing the math right, 7:15, 18 minutes, 15:33, yeah, that should work. A little, okay, I missed that message. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the session on historic preservation. I'm Howard Katz, and I'm a professor at the Cleveland Marshall College of Law at Cleveland State University. I'll be the moderator for this session. I'm sure we would all agree that Jim is entitled to a short break. So, historic preservation is usually not the first thing people think about when they think about land banks. But land banks can be a valuable tool in the process of preserving and adaptively reusing historic properties. We have two speakers with us in this session who will share their experiences from two different perspectives. Heather Rudge is the founder and owner of HP Group, a historic preservation consulting firm. Jessica Powell is the vice president of the Hamilton County Land Reutilization Corporation, the Hamilton Land Bank. Both of them have very impressive backgrounds relevant to today's topic, so I urge you to check out their full bios on the conference website. Before the two speakers, we are going to watch two videos that will show some of the projects where land banks were vital to the process of restoring historic buildings. The first video will show projects in the Cleveland area. The second video will show projects in the Cincinnati area. Then we will hear from our two panelists, and then after they both speak, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers using the Q&A function. So first, we will watch the two videos.
We're here in Cleveland's Tremont neighborhood in front of what used to be St. Vladimir's Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And I'm here with Heather Rudge, who's with the Historic Preservation Group and played a critical role in helping to repurpose this once historic church, and still historic, but now it'll be used for something different. Can you tell us about this project, Heather?
Sure. This is a historic tax credit project. The property was purchased a couple years ago by Olympic Products. It's a company that makes pallets and custom shipping containers. And this is going to be converted to their corporate offices.
Neat. How big? How many square feet?
About 22,000 square feet.
It's a lot of room.
Yeah, there's the church, there's a basement, balcony, and then there's a rectory on the back. So
will they be using most of it?
They're using the whole thing.
The whole thing.
So
Neat.
Offices, open office in the basement fellowship hall, open offices in the sanctuary space with conference rooms in both locations, conference space, room space on the balcony, and then private offices in the rectory.
Now, the size, you got a historic tax credit for this.
Historic tax credits.
How large?
About 800,000 for federal and 250. We went into the small project category for the state, so we got 250.
I know we'll be getting into this in the discussion later, but just give me an idea of what some of the criteria are that would enable you to apply for historic tax credits federally and state tax credits.
Well, the property has to be listed on the National Register to qualify for both the federal and the state. They could also be, for the state credit, you could also have a property that's locally landmarked. Perhaps if you were only going for state tax credits. This property is in the Tremont Historic District, and that's been listed for probably 20 years. The Tremont Historic District is both a local district and a National Register district. So,
Start to finish, how long did this project take?
with COVID delays, it's been a little bit longer, so it's been a couple years.
Great.
And they'll be finished this fall.
Oh, that's great. So, having seen this project, what a cool project. We're up on the third floor of the rectory will be the office of the CEO. In Ohio, as we travel around the state, we see, and I can't give you a number, many, many closed churches that offer possibilities for repurposing.
Exactly.
If they can't be houses of worship. And I realize they're all not in cities, some of them are in smaller towns, but what are some of the factors you would look at if you were advising one of the counties around Ohio about whether a church could be saved and repurposed?
Well, I think most churches, especially if they have a smaller footprint, a smaller square footage, like this church is not a massive sanctuary. The footprint is relatively small. So it makes a manageable space for people to adapt to a new use. In this case, office use throughout the whole complex. There's another church down the street that has a school, a church, and a rectory, and that's been repurposed for office. A single-use tenant in the sanctuary that uses it for their offices and their furniture showroom. I think it's one of the most dramatic office spaces in Cleveland. I'm doing another project in Lakewood, same thing. There's a church and education wing, and then 2 small commercial buildings. The commercial buildings will remain commercial, restaurant, retail. The church will be an office, and the education wing is going to be converted to housing. So there's a lot of opportunities for repurposing a church, especially if it's got a smaller footprint. A large church is probably a little bit more difficult, unless you repurpose it for office, a larger office, or maybe like an entertainment venue or something like that. But churches, offer a unique space and a real opportunity for reuse rather than demolishing the buildings.
So we're out front of what used to be a buy right at the corner of Madison and Robin in Lakewood's historic Birdtown neighborhood. You are going to be taking what used to be the buy right and converting it into 2 commercial spaces?
2 commercial spaces and 18 apartments on the 2nd and 3rd floors and the house in the rear.
That rendering, by the way, forget the rendering. That's something the realtor had up.
Yes.
But this roof is going to be removed as well?
Yes, the pent roof will be removed across the east and the north elevations, and the storefront, the historic configuration, will be reinstated. There used to be an entrance at the face of the building where this inset entrance is over here, and there was a corner entrance that was inset that will also be reinstated.
And the house in the back, so the original building was built in
1918.
And the house was added later?
No, the house was built at the same time.
Also, it was the hardware store to the right that was added about 4 years later.
Yeah, in 1922. And the people who built the building lived in the house for a good number of years. And eventually, as the grocery stores, because it was a number of grocery stores, it was first an A&P, they broke through the first floor wall that separated the house and the commercial building, and they moved all their coolers
into what used to be what was the house?
The first floor of the house,
which will now become 4 units.
The house will be there'll be 2 units on the first floor that will have exterior entrances.
Right.
A unit on the 2nd floor, which will be accessed. There's going to be a new elevator and stair tower on the back.
Right. And this was never apartments.
It was never apartments.
The famous Lakewood Slovak Club. It was one of the largest ethnic groups in Lakewood. Had the 2nd floor. What else was up on the 2nd floor? I see there used to be a dance studio.
Yeah, there was a party center there for a while. After the people who owned it originally sold it, there were a couple of furniture stores and furniture storage warehouse.
Wow. Up on the 2nd floor
with no elevator.
No elevator.
Yeah.
Well, those guys earned their keep when they took that furniture up and down.
Yeah.
And again, your time frame on this, you want to be open by when?
It'll be done in a year.
That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Now
you have another project you did down the block. We're going to head there next.
We do.
Okay,
we do.
Great. So just 2 blocks away from the project that was the buy right is the Veronica, and this was a project you also did.
Yes, this was done a couple of years ago. It's a historic tax credit project. Both of these buildings are in the Birdtown Historic District, which made them eligible for tax credits. This one got about $66,000 in federal credits and about $82,000 in state credits. It was a smaller project, about $350,000.
And this obviously has downstairs commercial tenants?
It does. 1 tenant in both commercial spaces. And I don't know if people will remember this, but it had, the entire storefront was enclosed with rocks. It had no windows, and it had a pent roof, similar to the roof that we just saw, but it was shingles. Yes, but it was shingles put up in the 1970s, so there was no daylight in the space. And when we started to pull that off, we discovered the historic transoms and the bulkheads where the storefront windows are. So we reinstated it. We used it as a model. This one was intact mostly, and that one was missing. So we just duplicated it from one side to the other.
What a beautiful building. Did you have to redo the brick? Did you anything?
Very little work on the brick. It was washed. It wasn't clean. It's a glazed brick, and the glaze is pretty sensitive to any chemical cleaning. But even though it's near Union Carbide's factories and stuff, it really wasn't that dirty.
Yeah.
So
well, as you might imagine, Ohio was filled. Thousands of buildings just like this.
Exactly.
Ground floor retail,
on every
upstairs
main
apartment.
street, in every community. And this is a perfect example. The owner, because it was a smaller project, the owner of the building, who is also a contractor, is using the historic tax credits personally, both the state and the federal, which monetizes the credit. So he gets a dollar for dollar value rather than selling the credits for a discount.
So he's really using them.
He's using the credits. You take the federal credit, over 5 years, 4% of the credit a year, which is, if you have a business, it's very easy to use.
So hopefully people out there in the Land Bank Network will see a building like this that they have in their own county and they think there might be the potential and they can reach out.
Exactly. This building too, it always had 6 rental units in the second floor, and those spaces were maintained and just rehabilitated.
And they're still there, obviously.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you.
So we were approached by the city in 2017 because this property was literally falling down into the street and onto neighboring properties. At the time, it was pretty much of an emergency in terms of needing to get on site pretty quickly to assess the scope of work that would needed to be done in order to just stabilize the property, make it watertight, and make it safe for redevelopment. So out of that initial conversation, funding always is a question, like how do we pay for this? Historic stabilization is really, really expensive. So in our partnership with the city, they were able to provide most of the funds necessary to cover the stabilization costs of this property. And we entered into an agreement with them to deploy those funds to bring this property into a safer condition. State law is really unique for land banks because the legislation allows us to enter into agency agreements with jurisdictions to take care of blight. And I think many times those agency agreements will contemplate like demolition of a project or of a property. But what we've done a lot here in Cincinnati with our good inventory of historic blighted properties is we look to these instances to see, can we enter into an agency agreement with the city or with our jurisdictional partner in order to go into a property that is abandoned, we don't own it, but if we follow a proper due process and notice to the owners and to the lien holders to get in there and stabilize it to prevent further deterioration. And then once that's done, we work either with the owner to get some kind of reimbursement, but most of the time, again, the owner's out of the picture or not able to really pay for the costs to keep a building like this. And so what happens is we end up working with the county prosecutor's office to bring a property like this that at that point is going to be pretty significantly tax delinquent. And then from there, through the foreclosure process, we're able to deal with title issues and other things. So land banks exist to take on property that the private market really can't address on its own, either because a property is so underwater that you can't get traditional bank financing to fix it, or it's too risky because of the rehab costs for a private developer just to front the entire cost to bring a property back into habitability. And so that's where, and that's why you have county land banks, port authorities, and jurisdictions really kind of problem solving together, because if you don't do that, nothing's gonna happen, right? Like the properties are just gonna stay in their current state. They're gonna continue to deteriorate. And you can hope that the surrounding market will help an abandoned building in and of itself gain value and for a private investor to come along, but That is rarely, rarely the case. So you need that intervention and that creative problem solving using kind of statutory tools and other creative resources to deal with a property like this and help kind of, as a result, the surrounding business district.
Well, this particular building was owned by one of our more notorious owners, let's say, to put it kind of politely. You know, when it was occupied up until around maybe 2013 or 12, it had, you know, it's just, the guy hasn't made any capital improvements to it. You had just constantly leaks, bad plumbing, electrical, all kinds of problems, you know. It got so bad it couldn't be lived in. We had to vacate it. So at that point we had to decide, okay, we got to do something with this thing. And one of the things about a city like this one is when we're competing with the suburbs, you know, they don't have these 100, 200-year-old buildings like we've got. And they're not going to for quite a while. And people like that. They like this kind of culture, and they like to walk down this street, for example, and feel a certain kind of sense of time and place. It's very different, and you just can't get that just anywhere. The city's got a lot of that, and we want to try to keep it if we can.
Do you remember what kind of stabilization fund? You've got the regular blight abatement, and then you've got a part of your funding, the CDBG for historic preservation.
So when we see them getting so bad, we're going to lose them. Then we have this little bit of money we can go in and get it from the precipice, pull it back, and get it restored, and maybe it'll get a future like a new lease on life like this building. The land bank is an excellent partner because they've got some tools in their toolbox. It's one thing to be able to go in and stabilize it, but then again, to get title to it is another matter. It can take, you know, 6 years or longer for the county through its normal processes to get around to foreclosing on this thing. And during that much time, it's not going to get any better. But with the land bank, they can do the expedited foreclosures, so they make an excellent partner to work with on these things to get title.
In any neighborhood you come into that, you know, that is coming back, that's been around for years, I think we need to be able to find the historic properties, especially that are on the main line, for multiple reasons. Number one, the character can never be replaced, right? These have been here for 100 years, and to Ed's point, you know, it's going to take another 100 years for buildings to get this old again. The second thing is there's 3 points, intrinsic beauty inside of these buildings. Just to look at it, you see a sense of history, of permanence. And then the third thing is, and this kind of goes back to, you know, something Ed said as well, is that it's very difficult to take a small and medium-sized property and create a new construction project in this day and age. Given the financing and construction costs inside of the market right now, it becomes very tricky. So to find a building like this, it's critical to find an old building in an emerging market, because you know that you can actually bring out that life that existed in it for years beforehand and bring it back out to, you know, to the market. You will always start a project with the greatest of ideals, but you have to look at the numbers to figure out how projects are going to pan out, because if it's not, to your point, if it's not sustainable, you're not only doing yourself a disservice, but you're doing the community a disservice as well. Like, you can walk through and I can pencil through 80% of what the project is going to look like, but that last 20%, that last 10% can make or break a deal in a heartbeat. So without the land bank being able to come in, work on these properties, stabilize these properties, and make sure that they are set up, they eliminate that last bit of risk and unknown for the developer to make the projects financeable and fungible. That's really, you know, an amazing, amazing thing that the land bank has done. So I'm really, really proud to have been working with you guys on that and being able to, you know, hopefully replicate this step.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's move on. And we're first going to hear from Heather Rudge, who, as I mentioned earlier, is the founder and owner of HP, which is a historic preservation consultant. And she's going to talk about some of the issues that were raised by the first video and some of the issues that probably are on the minds of attendees about the intersection of land banking and historic preservation. Heather?
Thank you, Howard. Can everybody hear me, I hope? Howard, you can hear me? Okay. So I'm going to talk about utilizing historic tax credits as a potential alternative for demolishing properties. I learned from Jim Rokakis about the number of properties that have been demolished over the last years, sort of across the state. And perhaps some of the worst properties are gone, and perhaps some of the information you get today will allow you to think about the properties left in your community that still need to be addressed, but see them in a different way as potentially an asset to the community and the repurposing of those buildings as well. So this presentation is going to take a look at some property types that you may have in your community that have been saved in other communities and adaptively reused rather than being demolished. In all of the cases that I'm going to show you, the use of federal and state tax credits, with the exception of one, was just a state tax credit, but all the projects have used federal and state historic tax credits, and the use of the tax credits made the projects feasible. On each slide that you're going to see, it's going to provide the building square footage, the total project costs, the qualified rehabilitation expenses, and then the value of the federal and state historic tax credits amounts, which should give you a snapshot of what the value is the credits bring to a project. I'm not going to read all of that. You can see it, it's up on the screen. If you want to make notes and have specific questions about a project later, you can feel free to contact me. So with that, let's see. Oh, it does work. Okay, the automatic clicker works. So I'm going to ask the first polling question first, and actually it's popped up, so I guess you guys can answer that question. I don't even need to go through it. So I'm going to assume that I can move on because everybody has the polling question in front of them that needs it. Okay. Can we take the polling question down, or is that not possible yet? Can somebody give me an idea if we can take that down?
It's down on our screen, Heather.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. Okay. So I just want to give you the thumbnail sketch of federal and state historic tax credits. For a property to be eligible for federal credits, it has to be listed or be eligible to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. It doesn't have to be listed at the start of a project. It just has to be listed by the end of the project. And the historic tax credit for the federal is 20%. If you follow the rules and you get your approvals, it's 20% of the rehabilitation expenses and soft costs, which are called the qualified rehabilitation expenditures. You sometimes see them referred to as QREs. The QREs, the simple way to think about it is if you picked up the building when it was done and you shook the building, everything that falls out of the building, like the furniture, appliances, that sort of thing, that is not a QRE, but anything that's fastened to the building is a QRE. So roof, any, walls, mechanical, electrical and plumbing, plus all of your soft costs. So all of your architecture, engineering, civil, historic preservation consultants, all of your consultants, that is also a rehabilitation cost. And that's what you get, that's the value that you get the tax credits on. The state historic tax credits has a little bit of a different requirement. The property has to be already listed on the National Register when you apply, or be locally landmarked when the application is submitted. And the value of the state allocation is 25% of the QREs. Typically, the state is very competitive It's not a guarantee. You have to apply for it. You get the project is scored against the projects across the state, and not every project gets an award. There are 2 allocations per year. If you don't get an award in the first allocation, you can reapply. It's not a guarantee that you'll get it the second time, but it's out there as a tool. So the first group of buildings I want to talk about are small commercial buildings. This, you know, as we saw in the video, these are everywhere, you know, communities, and the you know, the need to deal with those on a variety of cases is fairly great. So the first building, this is the nest, which you saw in the video. I'll give you, here are the specifics on it, which you can see on the left-hand slide. This is going to be 2 commercial spaces on the ground floor, 18 residential units on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and there's a house, which you see in the slide at the rear, that is also going to house the residential units. The critical aspect of this is that some of the interior fit out was stripped back when we found historic tin ceilings. We're working with the historic fabric that remains, and we will reinstate the historic storefronts to make it look more like the Veronica, the orange brick building that you saw in the video. Here's the Veronica. I wanted to just show you this so you could envision what the owner and what we saw when we got to this project. The whole first floor was enclosed with stone and wood. It had a pent roof on it. And when we started to peel those alterations back, as you see in the second photo at the top, we found a bulkhead that was there from when the building was built. So we carefully, the demolition was very carefully done, and we were able to restore and replicate what was found under the alterations. And then the bottom left-hand side is just one of the apartment units. This building originally had 6 apartment units in it historically, and those spaces were, the divisions in those spaces remained, all the units were upgraded with new finishes. This is a really interesting project. This is done by the Lakewood Historical Society. They were gifted a old mid-century modern medical building for their new headquarters building. And it was a bit of a challenge working with the Historical Society because they're a not-for-profit. The state tax credit was used on this project, but not federal because the project was so small. Some of the reporting requirements for the federal credit on a project this small just don't make it worthwhile. So this building had about $90,000 in qualified rehabilitation expenses. That's what it ended up being. And the organization actually received a check because they got a refund because they don't pay taxes. They got a refund of $22,500 to put towards paying off the rehab of this property. And you can see sort of the before and after on the top photos, and then some of the after shots of the interior. Okay, churches are a huge deal, I think, across the state, and often a property type that is challenging. And I'm going to show you a couple of projects. One you saw in the video. I'm going to show you a couple of projects that are underway now or that are complete, and talk a little bit about what the opportunity is with some of these spaces. So This is St. Vladimir's. This is the church that you saw in the video, and you can see the historic photo of the church soon after it was built. It was completed in 1932. The middle photo is what the church looked like when it was purchased by the company that's going to use it as their headquarters. And then you have a couple of interior shots, which you also saw in the video. You can see when we started the project, it looked like a church, but we were able to have the project approved so that we could convert it to, you know, office space for this company. We were required to keep the stained glass windows and some of the other windows, the yellow and green glass that you see, or sorry, yellow and blue glass that you see in the sanctuary. But we were not required to keep the pews, and we could make some alterations to adapt it for office use. The next church is Our Lady of Mercy. This is also in Tremont. This complex has a church, a rectory, and a school. The school is attached to the church, and I'll show you a couple slides of the church, or I'm sorry, of the school in just a moment. This is very dramatic office space for a company that does commercial interiors, and they use the church as their office and their showroom, and they love the space. It's some of the best office space, I think, in Cleveland. And you can see the project cost. This is the church, the rectory, and the school, so you can see the information on the entire project. But this church sat vacant for a while, and it could have easily been torn down for new development. Instead, it was repurposed for this office use. This is another project in Lakewood that is just currently applying for state tax credits. It's going in the round that is at the end of this month, next week. And it is a historic church with a 1953 classroom addition, which you can see the historic church, which had an addition itself, and then the photo today with the addition on the side. It also includes, the project also includes the two commercial buildings that you see in that shot. And this will be, the church is going to be converted to office in the sanctuary and the fellowship hall, and housing in the classroom addition. And then the commercial buildings will remain commercial, and there will be actually behind one of the commercial buildings on the side street, new construction that will include 9 more apartment units. So there'll be a total of 19 apartment units in this development. And I live in Lakewood. This is a really critical project, and this whole entire block, it's a block wide, was threatened with demolition. Somebody wanted to buy it, scrape the ground, and put in a Wendy's. And thankfully, the city of Lakewood stepped in, realizing that is not the best use of the property, and they acquired the property and are now selling it to the developer who's going to rehabilitate it. But he couldn't do it without the value of the state and federal credits. The other big property type besides schools, or besides churches, are schools. And I think that this is a challenge for many communities, especially when the state funding for facilities, I think, favors heavily new construction over rehabilitation of historic buildings. They favor building new, mega schools on the outskirts of town instead of rehabbing schools that kids can still walk and bike to. So we have been asked to deal with several schools, and it will probably, it'll probably continue to be a project and a problem. This is, again, Our Lady of Mercy. This is the school. It's a 2-story school, and I just decided to show you interior photos. we used the classroom space. We kept the historic corridor as a classroom space. The demising walls between the classroom spaces were taken out. Partial walls were put in to create offices. And this is the result. It's pretty dramatic space. And it's a, you know, it's a small company that's on one floor. We have another company on the floor below. It's a 2-story building. So that's, you know, the particulars of that conversion. This is Central School in Amherst, Ohio, and it is now, it's been adapted and rehabilitated for senior housing and assisted living. This was the central school for Amherst for decades, and it was closed. The school was closed for about 30 years. It's now been, you know, rehabilitated, repurposed. Corridors been kept. The gymnasium and auditorium are kept. In the lower right-hand corner, you can see that's the gym. The windows were all new windows were put in that matched the historic configuration, doors as well. The walking track and the corridors remain as they were. And the greatest part about this project is people who went to this school are now living there. This is a project that we're currently working on. This is St. Michael School. It's also in Tremont. It's affiliated with St. Michael Church, which is a fairly famous church in Cleveland. And there's also a convent behind the school. The school has been vacant for years. There's a heavy, you know, there's lots of black mold growing in the building. It's really the outside is spectacular. The inside is not in such great shape. This will be rehabilitated again. The corridors and the stairs, all the circulation will be kept. The auditorium will be kept. This is going to be rehabilitated by Cleveland Housing Network or CHN Housing Partners for affordable senior housing. And it's in the process of, the federal application is in, the state tax credit application will go in. And it will, you know, create housing for people who went to the school again. This is the second polling question. So I'm just going to close it on my screen and move on, I think. Okay, I think there's in other communities like Cleveland and surrounding areas, we have housing, some housing stock that's very large and is obsolete for single family because of the size. So I want to show you a couple projects where a single family house was used by an organization, they left, and now it's being converted to housing for market rate or affordable, that sort of thing. So this is a, you know, almost 24,000 square foot mansion and carriage barn in Cleveland Heights, right over University Circle. The College Club of Cleveland occupied the building. It was a single family house when they bought it in 1951. The College Club occupied it as their offices and meeting space until a couple of years ago when they sold it to a developer. The city of Cleveland Heights was very interested in the property being kept. They did not want to lose the house. The parking lot for the parking lot area for the building never had a house on it, so there was some vacant land next to it. So the developer in this case is rehabilitating the house and the carriage barn, putting 10 units in the house and 4 units in the carriage barn. And then there's new construction on the vacant lot. In this case, you can see the value of the credits, and this is just an example of one of the units. So the 2 top photos are the old billiard room that the College Club was using for offices, And the bottom photo, the bottom is a rendering of that same space. It's a 2-story space that has access actually on both floors from a corridor, so you don't have to move your stuff up and down the circular staircase. But it's a really good example of creating a really nice space, maintaining the historic character of the building, yet making it functional for today's living. This is also College Club. I just wanted to show you quick photos. This is a sleeping porch on the left and the dining room, former dining room on the right. The 2 renderings below show what those spaces will look like when the project is completed this fall. Here quickly is the West Side Y WCA. This is on Franklin Boulevard in the Ohio City neighborhood. It's the same idea as the College Club. The current condition is there's a huge non-historic addition across the front of the building that connects to the dormitory buildings, which you see on the lower right. The large rooms of the house will be converted to housing market rate apartments. Empire Hotel, this is in Tiffin, Ohio. This building was built as a hotel. It's been vacant for years. It will again be a hotel, it will be a boutique hotel created in a market that has nothing like it. Large project, Cleveland Board of Education building also converted to a hotel. And then just a couple of large commercial projects, Titterman Steel Range Company being converted to housing, and the May Company, downtown Cleveland, almost could have been lost to demolition, and it is also being converted. And it is currently leasing units. Not-for-profit organizations can use historic tax credits. This is a list of some of them that have. And this is the last polling question. And that is the conclusion of my quick presentation.
Thank you, Heather. Raises a lot of questions, but before we get to them, if possible, if we have time, I now want to introduce Jessica Powell, who runs the Hamilton County Land Bank.
All right. Can everyone hear me and see me okay?
We
Good.
can hear you.
So I have the misfortune of going after Heather, who just, the photos that Heather provided are amazing and exciting because it really shows what this is all about and what the product of what I think we're all collectively trying to do at the end of the day really ideally ends up as. So I'm going to talk more about the front end of historic preservation, at least as it relates to properties that are literally falling apart and on the verge of either demolition by neglect or emergency demolition. So that's kind of the focus of my presentation, and maybe I should have gone first because 1, I wouldn't have to compete or have to go after Heather, but 2, we're kind of talking about the start of preservation, at least of like the most derelict, abandoned properties in our region, which is, I'm out of Hamilton County, which is Southwest Ohio. So, you know, before I forget, I do want to say, at least on the county land banks end, all of the work that I'm going to talk about today is, it is a team effort. So on my staff, we've got folks, Liz Eddy, who does a lot of our stabilization work, Will Basil, Ron Schaus. I mean, this is not a one-man show, what I'm about to kind of describe to you. It is something that requires so much coordination, both with our internal staff as well as external contractors in the city of Cincinnati and funding partners. So I just want to throw that in because what I'm describing is really about the work of a number of people on our side of things. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to talk about the nuts and bolts of how our program works, and hopefully at the end of this presentation give you a sense of how what we do eventually transitions into the type of work that Heather and her company take on in terms of transitioning our work onto the private market. So for our land bank, we've done a lot of these slides. Let me just preface this by saying a lot of the slides that I'm going to show you, unfortunately, have not been updated since 2018. I don't think that takes away from the message and the information I'm going to provide. But basically what I'm saying is that since a lot of these numbers and cost and other figures on here have been put together, we've done more properties, we've spent more money. So our program continues to grow since 2018, or the span that a lot of these slides cover. So we've done over 2.5 million, we're probably close to 3.5 million to date in stabilization of historic structures in Hamilton County. I think we've hit at least 30 stabilizations, even though this slide talks about 23. As of today, we've done at least 30 stabilizations of historic structures using public funding. And by public funding, what I'm talking about, and we'll get into, is land bank funds. So we use a lot of DTAC funds, which, as we all know, is the bread and butter of land bank operations. And then also a lot of our stabilizations include funding from jurisdictional partners, including the city of Cincinnati. In this block, and I'm going to talk about this towards the end, we talk about trying to do more with support from private donors. So far, our attempts to get private money, patient capital, and other funding sources in to do our work has not been successful, but we keep trying. And really, I would just say that in order to keep doing what we're doing and to do more of it, we need more funding sources, as do all of the land banks and other participants on here. And next slide. So in Hamilton County, like a lot of our kind of bigger cities and smaller cities in Ohio, we have a lot of historic structures, many of which are vacant and not being properly maintained. And so on this slide, these two pictures just give you a sense of what our program is about and sometimes where it falls short. The picture on the left is a property in Over the Rhine, which is a neighborhood in Cincinnati that has a large clusters of Italianate architecture. This particular property was vacant, ordered vacated by the city, longtime vacant property, and it fell apart. I think as between the city's code inspectors and our office and others, we all knew it was in the stage of deteriorating to a point of collapse, but this happened one night, I think, during a time of heavy rainfall that really got into the bricks. So it collapsed, and we worked with the city to quickly get in there, mobilize, and stabilize the structure on the left. The structure on the right is really just a cautionary tale that all of us know for historic stabilization. It's an old mansion that was in the North Avondale neighborhood of Cincinnati, and we actually went through it with the city of Cincinnati, abandoned property. We went through it a few years ago, and the stabilization cost was around $500,000. And between us and the city, we could not come up with the money, and it was actually demolished 2 years ago. So I would just say kind of the reason for our work, and for cities and other historic property lovers for doing this work to the most blighted of buildings, is if you don't get in to do anything, they end up getting demolished, or they demolish themselves through neglect. Next slide. This just gives you an estimate of what our average costs per square foot are to stabilize a blighted historic property. And this is just the bare base level cost to mothball a property, to make it weather tight, to deal with structural issues, and to get it just the minimal condition to be able to walk into safely and be able to see what one needs to do to bring it to the full state of habitability and occupancy that Heather really highlighted in her presentation. So the $21 per square foot, that's from a few years ago. There's no question that this cost, if we were to update it, has probably at least gone up to $30 a square foot, given the price, the kind of escalating price of construction materials and labor and so forth. So This is not an inexpensive endeavor. Next slide. And so the next few slides, if you'll bear with me, are pictureless slides that just really go through frequently asked questions about our program. So I'll try to make it as interesting as possible, but basically I'm just going to be going over nuts and bolts, like why we do it and some of the mechanics in this next section of slides. And so the question is, what is our historic stabilization program? Basically, it's the land bank leveraging internal and external funds to stabilize blighted and vacant historic properties. Next slide. So the question is, how do we decide which properties we're going to work to stabilize in Hamilton County? And as we all know, with development work, particularly with land bank eligible properties, the demand far exceeds the resources available. So we work with an advisory board comprised of our own staff, public and local jurisdictions, as well as staff from the Cincinnati Preservation Association to help recommend properties and inform which ones might be good to apply our resources to. We also look at marketability in order to kind of keep a program like this as sustainable as possible. And sustainable is, I'm using that loosely because we're losing money on this. But we really want to see where can we find end users in neighborhoods where there's work going on and there's an opportunity for matching funds and other kind of forms of historic significance. Next slide. So we talked about how the land bank allocates DTAC funds, and we use approximately $200,000 of our DTAC funds every year to pick 2 or 3 historic vacant blighted buildings to stabilize. We also have been able to kind of go beyond that 2 or 3 stabilization per year number using matching funds from the city of Cincinnati. We've committed to raising philanthropic and grant funds to grow our resources. And like I said, to date, that has not been successful. But to give you an example of what our Port Authority, which is the entity in which our land bank is housed, has done to support other kinds of redevelopment, like our industrial redevelopment, is to work with private patient capital investors to be able to fund industrial redevelopment. So we're hoping to do something similar with our historic stabilization work, where we can get patient capital investors to be able to develop and come up with a pool of money to help us be a little bit more flexible, nimble, and able to scale up the stabilization work that we do. Next slide. So the question is why do we do this? I think I will back up and say, I think our land bank in Hamilton County was one of the first ones to really focus or prioritize at least doing a little bit of historic stabilization. And I do know that other land banks are doing it, I think, now as well. One of the impetuses behind our land bank starting our historic structure stabilization program is that it came about at a time when we were doing Moving Ohio Forward demolitions, as well as following that doing neighborhood improvement program demolitions. So like all land banks, we've done hundreds and hundreds of demolitions of blighted structures, and we were getting a lot of pushback from the community, but we also recognized that that historic structures, like demolition, is not always the answer. And I think we all recognize that. And so we wanted to contribute at least a little bit to the stabilization piece, and have seen that as a complement to demolition in terms of revitalization of our region. The other piece, and we're going to get into it on the next slide, but the other piece of this is that land banks, I think many of us know, are really, really uniquely positioned to be able to do this kind of work. So under state law, it's Ohio Revised Code section 715.26 and 715.261. For properties that are declared a public nuisance, cities can enter into what's called an agency agreement with their county land bank to abate those nuisances. Abatement, I think, abatement can include anything from demolition to mowing the grass, but it also covers stabilization. So if you go to the next slide, what we do for a lot of these properties that, well, towards the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you specific examples. We actually use our statutory tools in partnership with the city of Cincinnati to go into properties that we don't own, but that are abandoned, and to do stabilization as an agent of the city. So this slide just shows a screenshot of sample stabilization agreement. We can provide actual copies or sample documents. If anybody want them after this presentation, just let me or Western Reserve Land Conservancy know. But this is a stabilization of a property that was declared a public nuisance by the city. Under state law and local law, the city notifies the property owner and any interested parties or lien holders that it's been declared a public nuisance. They're under an order to fix the property. And part of the notice and what state law provides is that if the owner or the lien holders do not fix it within 30 days, that the city or its agent can go onto the structure to abate the nuisance. So from that legal notice due process, when we do these, we enter into these agreements with the city. And in this one, it's not only kind of an authorization for us to abate, but there's also funding attached, CDBG funding from the city to stabilize the structure. I can't read what property it is, but to stabilize the structure in question for this document. And in our instance, a lot of times the city uses CDBG funds because in the city of Cincinnati's consolidated plan, they've identified stabilization of blighted structures and LMI census tracts as a desired use of their CDBG funding. So that's kind of what has opened the door for the city and its budgeting process to allocate some of its entitlement CDBG funds to stabilization in lieu of other types of blight abatement like demolition. Next slide. So this is like a asking a question and giving an answer that I think we all know and is the reason we're on here, which is why do we do this? We know that once a property is demolished, it totally changes the character of an area, and that a lot of the redevelopment and revitalization in our communities, a lot of it is possible only because communities and developers and jurisdictions and residents have championed the preservation of structures. So we see our role kind of as one of many. We see our role as a supporting one to kind of help keep a row or a block of properties or a neighborhood intact, and through that, putting them back into productive use. Next slide. So Heather talked a lot about getting tax credits in order to kind of finalize the rehab or restoration of a property. For our program, we don't require or we don't look to a property to have formal historic designation in order for us to consider it for stabilization. There's no question that that historic designation or even a local historic designation is huge because it gives access to federal and state tax credits, but just for our purposes, it's not a criteria. It certainly helps when we're doing our analysis, but there's lots of properties that we've done that don't meet that criteria. Next slide. So the question is what do we do as compared to say like what Heather does or what other developers do? The properties that I'm going to go over with you today and that were featured on the video, these are properties that if you had tried to walk into them prior to our stabilization, there would be areas where you would fall through the floor or areas where you could see the sky and rain was coming in. So that gives you a sense of the condition of what we're talking about. I mean, these are dangerous properties that cannot be entered without basic precautions and making sure that you're safe. And so what we're doing is we're just doing the bare minimum. I wouldn't say bare minimum because it is significant, but we're doing the stabilization that mothballs a property until further redevelopment can occur. So it's looking at gutters, new roofs, tuck pointing, dealing with structural issues, dealing with holes in the floor. And in Cincinnati and in many other jurisdictions, there's standards for dealing with vacant buildings. So in the city of Cincinnati, there's what's called a 13-point VBML standard, which stands for Vacant Building Maintenance License. And it basically just sets forth very common sense, basic criteria that have to be met to make a vacant, uninhabitable building just safe. And that's essentially what we're doing, is we're bringing buildings up to the city's VBML standards. Next slide. So after our properties are stabilized, we're getting better. Like, the question is how do we deal with it? And we've started listing properties with realtors and marketing them on social media. We also work with neighborhood partners and the Cincinnati Preservation Association to find end users. Some of our stabilizations, including the one on McMillan that was featured in our county land bank film earlier, are in areas where there's already smaller developers working. So developers know we're involved, know we own a building, and sometimes they reach out to us with proposals for redevelopment. Next slide. So this is a map. It's only as current as through 2017, but it shows just where we're doing a lot of our stabilization. And the focus is, of course, near our downtown area in Cincinnati. A lot is done in Over the Rhine, which again is it's a neighborhood. It's actually just north of downtown Cincinnati with a lot of Italianate architecture, but also other neighborhoods surrounding the center city. Next slide.
You're gonna have to wrap up in like 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm being stared at by the fearless leader himself.
Absolutely. I'm gonna just run through these in 10 seconds. So 1201 Lynn Street, we still own it. We've done actually over $600,000 in stabilization and are working with end users to get state and local tax credits, federal tax credits, new markets, and state capital funds. This is an Italianate building. Next slide. Next slide. This is an old mansion, 18 Mulberry, that was owned by Christian Moerlein, who many of you know is a beer company. So it was the old Christian Moerlein family house in Mount Auburn. Next slide. This is an old farmer's hotel, which is where farmers went to in Cincinnati's North Side neighborhood to sell their livestock in the city. Next slide.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm being told that in order to facilitate the next session, we're going to have to wrap up.
So I think not a problem. Thank you.
Yeah, there were a couple questions we didn't get a chance to answer. You have the contact information for our speakers. I think everyone would agree this is a topic that bears further investigation, and one that really maybe will provoke some of the people attending this conference to think more about the role we can play in terms of land banks and historic preservation. I want to thank Jessica. I want to thank Heather. I want to thank the attendees for those who are getting CLE for answering the polling questions. And take care, everyone. See you at the next session.
music. I know we're a minute early, but I think we'd be okay because all the important people are here. We've got Ken Ehlers, we've got John Habit, and of course, Ryan Miller. You know, and looking at your resumes, Ryan and John, you know that we all have something in common. You two worked for George Voinovich. I worked with him. So, and Ken, you're too young, but what that mainly means is that the three of us are pretty old. But what I wanted to do is to ask, in a minute, I'm going to ask them to cue the video. For those of you who already saw the Athens County presentation, you're going to see a repeat. Unfortunately, we had a great day of filming with Ken, but we lost the film. So I'm going to start with the Athens County video. I'm going to ask them to cue it. Then we're going to come back, and Ken, we're going to catch up on a lot of what we talked about when we were together. And then Ryan and John, we're going to open it up for additional discussion. So Rock the House, please replay the Athens Habitat video.
To see it come down for the obvious reasons, right? I mean, this is a place where I understand from talking to a neighbor that rodents have gathered here, and they had to put up a fence to keep their kids out of the yard, and the hope is...
We want to go to the habitat session, if you have that cued. Not the whole Southeast Ohio, just habitat.
The land bank, when it got started, really did a lot of focusing in on areas within Athens County. One of those was Gloucester, and we were able to get this house tore down in partnership with the land bank and be able to build a habitat house on it. So what you see in front of you right now is the new house. 10 Barber is going to look different than what it did before, but look a lot better than what it did before.
This is what, a two-bedroom house?
Two-bedroom house, yep, and it's going for a family of three, local family in Athens County. We started the house on June 15th, and you can see where we're at now. We're in drywall stage, and we'll be completed by the end of October.
Now, you have several other parcels here in the area that we've worked together on.
One of the other unique things that we do is we require our families to go to the municipality and interview with the mayor or the code director to learn all the codes and learn how to be a good neighbor within the community they're going to be living in. And then, of course, they have to pay a zero-interest mortgage back to us as part of the deal. And then we recycle those funds back into the communities that we serve. And so families have to make between 30 and 60% of the area median income. So for right now in Athens County, for a family of four, that's between $17,000 and $35,000 a year.
Gotcha. And still, with all of that, significant blowback sometimes from the neighbors when they see the Habitat project is going to be in their neighborhood.
There's a lot of misconceptions about Habitat, but the truth about Habitat is that our homeowners' delinquency rates are much less than, it's lower than 1%. We are on par with any normal bank that you would see. Our homeowners are the people who are taking care of the sick and dying in our communities. They're working in home health, they're working in nursing homes, they're teachers' aides, they're bagging groceries at Kroger's, or they may have a disability that prohibits them from being able to earn an income.
The chapter, you said, has been around for 30 years. Land banks in Southeast Ohio have really been around for between 5 and 10 years. Mm-hmm. So how has the presence of land banks impacted your work at Habitat?
It has impacted it considerably. So Habitat Southeast Ohio, prior to the land bank in Athens County and in the other counties that we serve that have land banks, tried to do something that the land bank did, or currently does, and that is acquire dilapidated housing, tear it down, and build new ones in its place. That's always been our model of home builds. A lot of these properties that we wanted to acquire had, $20,000 in taxes on them when the value of the property was in negative value, and that hindered our ability to actually have wide-scale neighborhood transformation. And the land bank actually allows us to do that because you guys have the legal element to be able to acquire these properties and get rid of them and improve the community.
And wash off the taxes and assessments. Which
Right, yeah. And then we take over at that point and start the rebuild, us and other nonprofits.
Yeah. For all you people watching this asking, how do you wind up with $20,000 in delinquent taxes on a place where the property values are low? The answer is sewer and water assessments. A lot of these communities have, rightfully so, gotten federal money to build sewer programs, and those sewer programs have to send a bill to every house that has a tap every single month, whether or not they're occupied. And often when we take over the house, 2/3 of that taxes is assessments for delinquent sewer.
We're just really grateful for the land banks in general. We could not do what we do if it weren't for them. It really enhances our work efforts. And so much so that now most of our projects in at least 4 counties in our 8-county serviced area are focused on partnerships with land banks. And we hope in the future more land banks come online in Southeast Ohio because they really are about community improvement. That's the primary goal of the land bank, is to really create more community revitalization.
That's great. Just great, Ken. Thank you. And Ken, I'm sorry, we're going to have to do a little bit of, we're going to have to go back through some of the things we did when I visited you in Muskingum and in Zanesville. But first, I want to say this is your 10th year as Executive Director of Habitat for Southeast Ohio. Is that right?
Yeah, and it feels like yesterday. Every day is a new adventure, as my colleagues will attest as well.
10 for you. John's been doing it since 2011 and Ryan since 2007. So you've all been doing it for a while. And I was going to ask you, I know there's 51 or 52 affiliates. We'll get into that with Ryan in the state. How is it this one became an 8-county configuration?
It's a good question. So our affiliate originally started out as Athens County Habitat for Humanity, based in Athens County. And the affiliates around us were all independently owned and operated, much like Athens County was. And we all got together because we all had unique challenges in Southeast Ohio. In the Appalachian counties, only about 4% of the private foundation money in the state of Ohio goes to the 32 Appalachian counties. So we kind of had to have the deck stacked against us.
Would you repeat that? 4%?
Yeah, about 4%, 4 to 6% of the private foundation monies go to the 32 Appalachian counties. The rest goes to the other counties.
That's an astonishing low number.
Yeah, and so we kind of have the deck stacked against us, that and the wages here are lower than what would be in the suburbs and also in the larger metropolitan areas. And so we all got together and decided that working together was going to be better than each of us competing against each other for funding. And so initially we merged together, we consolidated 6 counties, and that was Athens, Hocking, Perry, Meigs, Morgan, and Noble counties. And then 2 years later, we added Muskingum County. And this January 2020, we added Fairfield County into our service area as well, as that affiliate decided to come under our umbrella. And like I tell my board and I tell my community, this is it for us. We're not expanding anywhere past these 8 counties. Habitat, the Habitat EDs in Ohio often think I'm trying to build an empire in Southeast Ohio, but this is going to be it for our expansion because we got a lot of work to do in our service area.
Ken, how do your counties differ in approaches? Some must have more in the way of resources than others. I know you've got Athens, you live in Athens, as was pointed out by Rick Wasserman. There's a fair degree of affluence in the city, but you've got some other counties that are very poor, where the little cities of the Black Diamonds grew and of course prospered at one time and now are not prospering. How do your approaches differ county by county?
Well, one of the best things about Southeast Ohio, often Appalachia, Ohio is viewed as kind of a poor area, and we are poor, but there's a lot of power in the community in each of our counties. And one of the unique things about Southeast Ohio is most of our counties are rural, and therefore every county has its own culture. So like you said, there's a different adjustment that we need to make in every county to the way that we do projects and the way that we view partnerships. And some of those partnerships look like partnerships with Career Center. Some of them look like partnerships with faith-based initiatives. And some of them look like partnerships with land banks. And some of them primarily focus on home ownership. Some focus on home repair. It's really quite different based on what the community could bring to the table and what we can bring to the table so we can work together to solve issues.
So you began in 2010 as director. In 2010, if I look at that county map behind me of all the land banks, you had no land banks in any of the areas you represented. So I guess my question is, how did you deal with these communities before land banks? You talked about it a little in the video. How has it changed the way you do business?
Yeah, so, you know, our strategy was very much, you know, we looked around us and there was just an incredible amount of dilapidated homes in Southeast Ohio. Our housing stock in Southeast Ohio is some of the oldest in Ohio because this is where Ohio was founded, was in Southeast Ohio. And so we kind of set off to initially before the land banks to kind of do what the land banks do. We try to acquire dilapidated properties and through donation or through purchase, pay off the taxes if we could, if they were small, and tear down the houses and build on them. But what we found was that it was a challenge because a lot of times either the houses were too far gone tax-wise for us to be able to afford to pay off that debt, or we just couldn't find the owners and couldn't get clean title. And so the land banks have those tools that are available to us. And I was actually doing some calculation over the last 3 years. Over 50% of the houses that we have built have been on land bank properties. And next year, of the 6 houses we have scheduled to be built, only one of them is not going to be on a land bank donated property next year.
What now? You're talking about 6 new builds. Do you do, and I'm going to talk to John about this in a minute because he's been involved in the rehab of some properties that have been obtained through the land bank, but how many rehabs have you done? Because clearly land banks have access to all these vacant and abandoned structures. Is your model still primarily called for new, or are you rehabbing some old?
So we're working on primarily new right now, but we're actually going to be starting a new initiative at Habitat Southeast Ohio, a social enterprise that's focused on rehab and resale that we'll be launching next year. And we see the land banks as a very viable partner in that so that we can add that rehab program to our current slate of programs that we offer in Southeast Ohio. One of the barriers that we've had in order to start a rehab program has been access to rehabable houses, and the land bank allows that for us. So that's something that we're looking at right now to start.
Now, in Muskingum County, we had a number of interesting visits. One of them was to a large field the size of a football field. And you have how many new homes on that?
Right now we have 4. We have one that's being built at the Career Center, which will be number 5, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. And then we'll have 2 additional houses that'll go there. And that's a complete transformation of that neighborhood. It has tripled the home ownership rate on that street. And it's really going to be a sight to see once it's done. It's when we started out there, it was a blighted community, heavily trafficked, heavily cops visited it daily because of issues. Kids weren't playing on the street. And now 4 houses in, soon to be 5, we've got kids out on the street playing, people are engaged, neighbors talk to neighbors. We have some really good partnerships happening, and that would not have happened if it were not for the Muskingum County Land Reutilization Corporation and their donation of that large piece of property there on Meade Street in Zanesville.
And I don't want to get into the politics of it, but for those who follow the land bank movement in Ohio, we're at 60 now, but there were some shifting plates in Muskingum County. If I'm not mistaken, there was possibly an attempt to shut the land bank down, but to your credit and others, you spoke up and the land bank has been saved, and you're going to continue to use the land bank as a tool there. You don't have to get into the politics of it, but there were clearly some folks that had some issues, and I'm not going to get into whether the issues were, whether they were right or wrong, but when I saw the news accounts and talked to people in Muskingum, they said yours is one of the most powerful voices in explaining why you needed a land bank in that county. And so you've got 4 out of the 8, you need 4 more, right?
Yes, yeah. And one thing about that Muskingum County situation, the nice thing about what the outcome of that is that everybody's moved forward and is on a unified path now. So I think that's great. You know, the problems have been resolved and everybody seems to be forward focused on moving the land bank forward and understanding what its mission is. In fact, they got a huge victory on a commercial property just recently where they're working on the city of Zanesville, which is great.
Great. Now, you know, we've dedicated this conference to the memory of Robin Darden Thomas. And I have to tell you, Robin would do a presentation, and every time she did a presentation, she said, you know, you ought to partner with your joint vocational schools to build housing in your respective counties. And it wasn't until I visited you, and we visited the vocational school. I'm drawing a blank on the name now. Is it the
Mideast?
Mideast, that I saw it in action. Why don't you explain, first of all, how the partnership came about, explain the relationship between you and the vocational school and the trades, because I don't think those high school kids are doing it alone, and how they've been using that training to springboard into jobs in the private sector post-graduation. So how did you come into the relationship with Mideast?
So when I was in high school, I graduated from Fairfield Union in Fairfield County in 2002 and moved to Athens and just never left, like many of us do. But when I went to high school, the vocational schools were thought of as a place to go, at least in my perception and the perception of my peers, was that that's where you went when you couldn't succeed in normal high school. And that's just simply not the case. And, you know, we found that out, you know, unfortunately too late for us because, you know, we had graduated by then. But the trades are important, and we knew that going in to the expansion that we wanted of Habitat into Habitat Southeast Ohio, that we wanted to figure out a way to partner with career centers, both at the high school level and at the college level. And Mideast was actually one of the first partners we looked at. They had a desire to build houses and offer those as labs, but they had no way of doing it because they couldn't find contractors or private individuals who were willing to have the Career Center build houses because they had to be built at the Career Center. And it was a perfect fit for us because we needed help in terms of providing volunteers. And we also needed help with site supervision because at the time we did not have as many construction staff as we do now. And we worked together and figured out a way to make it work. And so now at the Zanesville facility, there's actually a house being built. This is the third one that the Zanesville Mideast Career Center has built, where the house is built like a unit-built house at the Career Center during the school year. It's built to about 85% completion. We then move the house on to its permanent location, slide it onto the foundation, and finish it with volunteers on site. And that vocational school partnership has expanded to also include Morgan County High School Career Construction Trades Program, as well as the Mideast Career Center in Buffalo, which is just south of Cambridge in Guernsey County at the Guernsey-Noble border. And we soon hope to have a partnership with Fairfield Eastland Career Center as well, as we work to increase the number of projects that we're doing in Fairfield County moving forward. And the construction trades program is one of the more popular ones at the Career Center. And there's a huge need for contractors. I think I joked in the video that when I go to a lot of these contractor trainings and certifications, those that I have to go to, I feel like I'm the only one that doesn't have gray hair. And that's true because a lot of young people are not getting into the construction trades. They're preferring to go to college and get a degree, but then they come out of that with a ton of debt. And the example I use
and no
job. Yeah. My brother works in the electrical trades and makes more than I do, and he has no debt, and he's younger, and I'm jealous because of it. But he loves what he does for a living and is doing a very good job. So much so that he actually wires Habitat houses for us from time to time.
So Ken, what I saw was the house is built in 2 halves, right?
Yes.
They bring the 2 halves together. Do they bolt them together or secure them at the site, or do they do that at the site?
Yeah, it's temporarily bolted at the Career Center. It's on a temporary foundation that's comprised of 3 steel I-beams. And pretty much the trucks drive underneath. They're lowered onto the truck and off it goes. And then they have a really cool system to kind of slide the house onto the foundation. I call it hours of sheer boredom followed by seconds of sheer terror. As they, lower that 20-ton section of house onto the foundation, and pray that nothing bad happens. But that's why you hire professionals for that.
Great.
So it's been great. We're currently at house number 6.
How many square feet is the house again? Is it about 1,000?
Yeah, our houses for the Career Centers range between 1,000 and 1,200 square feet.
1 bathroom.
Yeah, some of them have been 2, but this one that was being built is a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. Mm-hmm.
And you've always got buyers ready to go before the houses are finished, right?
Yeah, we try our best to have families lined up actually a year out from the construction of the home. That way we have enough time to work with them, because Habitat is not just about building the houses, it's about setting the families up for successful home ownership as well. So we take some time with our families to meet them where they're at and then move them forward down the process towards home ownership.
Thanks. And I don't want Ryan or John to think I've forgotten about them. Ryan, you're an OU guy. Ken, you are. Ryan, so are you?
Yes, I am.
But you left Athens.
So am I. I'm an OU guy.
Yeah, all 3 of you. Well, I want you to know that I went to Oberlin, and for the record, Oberlin was the last Ohio school to beat Ohio State. I don't know if you know that, in football back in 1919. And then the next year they lost 117-0 and they never played them again. But so Ryan, you've been there since 2007. As I said, you've worked for George Voinovich, and as did John Habit, and I certainly worked with him. Tell me a little bit about your perspective. You've been there since 2007. In your role, what are you doing with the habitats around the state? I imagine that means you're in contact with John Habit, whether you want to be or not, and certainly with Ken. Talk to us a little bit about your job.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rokakis, for
Mr. Whoa, stop. Only John calls me Mr. You got to call me Jim, but anyway.
All right. Well, it's just because I have the utmost respect for you. And during my time working as an aide from 98 to 04 in the Ohio House, I was just always in awe of your just knowledge and persistence that you brought down to the State House, and congratulations on all the traction you've gotten with land banks over the years. As you mentioned, I am a proud Bobcat, and I have the great distinct honor of working with John and Ken and a number of other great leaders across the state. And our primary role with the state office is to support the important work of our you mentioned 50 affiliates. I think we need to revise our website, because I think we're down to 46 now. But I think that's just because we're trying to do, as if I may quote Governor Voinovich, working harder and smarter and doing more with less. And we can see that taking a regional perspective, we can serve more families. And what we do as a state office is to support affiliates through really 3 buckets. One is advocacy, one is resource development, and one is training. So I like to say that the affiliates in Ohio and primarily throughout the United States do the important work of Habitat. I just take a backseat approach. We do a lot of advocacy work. We work on property tax exemptions for our restores, for land being held by Habitat for future development. We also work on a lot of rules that are issued by Department of Commerce around how you service loans, how you originate loans. And then we also try to provide the quality training that affiliates need in the areas of construction, safety, and back again to the legal aspects of mortgage origination. So it's just great to be a part of the team, and really you couldn't have picked 2 better people to really tell the story of Habitat.
Have you had any involvement yourself in your role with the land bank or the land bank movement, other through your affiliates?
I watched from the sidelines, when I worked in the governor's office of Appalachia, just seeing some of these land banks come online. And just anecdotally, I've talked to Greater Cincinnati Habitat actually this afternoon. And they said, you know, we work exclusively with our land banks. Every single property that we build on comes from the Hamilton County Land Bank. So I think you'll hear those stories throughout Ohio, but also we have much more work that needs to be done. You know, when I look at the map that I pulled off your website, I mean, there's definitely an overlay of where we serve families and where you have land banks. And I venture to guess that there is a lot more work to be done on the part of Habitat for Humanity affiliates being connected to those land banks.
I had a question emailed to me, and you're familiar with work at Cleveland Housing Network, and you know that OFA for a long time had a program that very aggressively worked with CHN in doing single family housing for low income families. It's the lease purchase option, 15 years. Has Habitat ever considered working with OFA and maybe land banks and looking at that thing they call the QAP and trying to build into OFA's formula, perhaps some land, vacant land through land banks, and or rehabilitating houses that land banks are able to obtain and work with Habitat? So have you done any work with OFA at Habitat?
We have not, but that's something I would love to explore with you. OFA has been supportive of us. They created a low interest loan pool for our affiliates to utilize when the Neighborhood Stabilization Program came out of Congress a number of years ago. And that provided access to capital to build homes throughout Ohio. So to answer your question, no, we have not, but I think it's something we could look at eventually down the road. There's the low income housing tax credit program, as you know, is very complex, but it's something that as Habitat affiliates become, build their capacity, I think that might be a viable option down the road.
Great. You know, when we talked about doing this panel, and I talked about it with Ken, it was going to be Southeast Ohio originally, and then I had a conversation with John Habit. John, you can unmute yourself. John was approached by, first of all, I've been familiar with the work that John's been doing in Cleveland because I was heavily involved with the land bank in Cuyahoga County, and I know how much they were doing with him. And Cleveland Magazine approached him, or so John told me, and they're preparing to do a story on Habitat. And John, I hope I'm not stealing your thunder here, but you said to Cleveland Magazine, I'll do the story about Habitat in Cleveland, but only if you talk about the work of the Cuyahoga County Land Bank. So John, talk to us about your relationship with them. Give us some numbers. How many houses have you done? How many through the land bank? And how's the land bank made you look good, John?
Oh, well, thank you. And well, they got a lot. If they're trying to make me look good, they got a high bar there. So thank you for your efforts and keep them up. Hi, Brian and Ken and Jim, of course. And just a little history. My involvement with land banks goes actually to working with your predecessor, Frank Gall, and a real estate lawyer named Randy Cole from Jones Day. And it was sort of the earliest piece of legislation you had to get done. Really, it wasn't the forerunner, but it was sort of like one of the stepping stones to the land bank movement. And Frank Gall, who was the county treasurer at the time, called his buddy Vern Reif, and so we got that first piece done.
1983, John, by the way.
Was it 80?
and Frank Gall was the county treasurer in Cuyahoga County, and he was a very smart guy. They called the program the Gall Program, Government Action Against Urban Land. When I became treasurer, I said, if you can come up with a program that has my name as the acronym, guaranteed income, guaranteed raise and promotion, I never could do it. But anyway, go ahead.
I'd like to try that some other time. And my comment, I want to comment a little about OFA, great organization. I wish they'd do a little bit more for affordable home ownership day one. The low income tax credit program, while very helpful to redeveloping the city, if you measure their success from day one to who buys that house in year 16, it's not anything like the Habitat model. So I think the state should really invest, like state of Florida, by the way, dedicates a portion of its sales taxes to nonprofits, and the Habitat in Naples, Florida gets $5 million in sales taxes every year. I mean, with that type of support from the state, Naples alone is doing 125 houses. None of us can do anything like that, without that type of significant support. So a plug there also. More help from the state would be really welcome, because when it comes to affordable home ownership day one, nobody is doing what Habitat does. And I challenge anyone to come up with someone who does what we do, and especially on the scale. You might have 1 and 2s. Let me talk about the land bank. Really, it has been the most successful and happy partnership I've had since I've been at Cleveland Habitat for Humanity. And I say happy and successful. It's happy because they're so easy to work with. It's not a hassle. You don't have to beg. You don't have to keep, be, sort of that, the greasy wheel or the squeaky wheel trying to get greased all the time. That land bank is very proactive. Now we have 2 land banks we work with in Cuyahoga County. And City of Cleveland has its own land bank, which traditionally is vacant land. And Cuyahoga County has a land bank that is both vacant land and vacant houses. Now, when I started here, and Ken, you've got a little seniority on me, and Ryan, I can't believe you've been there that long. You still look like a high school kid. Maybe you've been dunked a little, but still like the high school kid. After the Great Recession and the foreclosure crisis, I think that was probably the best thing that ever happened to land banks. And you can contradict me, Jim, but all of a sudden, the vaults were full of properties and opportunities.
Well, it was the genesis of land banks, for the record.
That was the genesis, but a lot of stuff had been going on before that.
In fact, John, I have to tell you, you can read about it in our book called The Land Bank Revolution. Did I give you a copy, Ken? I think I did. But anyway, no, it's why we formed land banks. We were swimming in a sea of vacant properties in the county. And I guess my question to you is, Habitat was not immune from that, right? People who took out too much money against their property, I'm assuming Habitat took a hit as well.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Our families, because
Ryan too. Yeah.
They're at the lower income level, and generally those are the families that get hardest in a recession. They don't have sick leave, they don't have vacation time, they don't have money in the bank, and so when those families have unemployment, it's very, very hard for them to catch up on their mortgages. The nice thing about Habitat being the bank, we're very flexible and giving and understanding. And nobody loses a Habitat house if they try to keep it. Now, people do lose Habitat houses, a very small percent. For some reason, they didn't get the message that this wasn't a gift. This is something they have to pay for. This is something they have to put their own time in to making happen. And they have to be able to pay a mortgage, a 0% mortgage. So when I came on board, what was it, Jim? 25,000 vacant houses in Cuyahoga County? I forget what it was. By the way, I still get calls from Utah and California, people who bought their houses for $4,000 thinking they were going to make a lot of money in the real estate rental market in Cleveland. I got one from Utah the other day trying to unload a double, which is a really hard house to rehab, economically anyway. But with all this massive inventory of houses that came into the land bank, there was so much low-hanging fruit. And I define low-hanging fruit for this purpose as houses that could be cost-effectively and relatively cheaply rehabbed. So we were able to find houses, a lot of them, by the way, were year 16 houses that were tax credit houses. So they were relatively new, like not 120 years old. We've done 120 years old, but 16 years old. You could fully rehab, because now Habitat does not flip a house. Okay, we don't just do the paint and carpeting and appliances. We do the wiring and the plumbing and the HVAC and the roof and the windows. But a lot of these houses we could rehab for $25,000, $30,000. So I had a deal with the land bank. And the deal was this, because I said, look, I'll give you $1 every house I get. And when I hit 50, I'll give you a check for $50. Well, I owe them a lot more than that now, because I'd say since those early beginnings with the land bank, the other thing we did with the land bank, by the way, we also said from the beginning, because this is when we started to say, let's use Habitat as a catalyst for neighborhood revitalization. Because if you went throughout the city of Cleveland, it was as bad as people said. You'd find 5, 6, 10 boarded up houses on every street. And this wasn't just in the inner city. Because you go in the suburbs and find boarded up houses too. Well, so what we were able to do with such a massive inventory, we were able to say, Land Bank, we want to work in this neighborhood. What do you have? And we were able to find properties that coincided with a revitalization strategy for that specific neighborhood. So we received, I think since I've been there, I've done 175 houses, and only recently did we start building new ones. We're still rehabbing houses. By the way, Habitat houses we received from the Land Bank this year, we're rehabbing, but we're also receiving vacant parcels from the County Land Bank now too. So while we're getting them from the city, we're also finding out on the same streets, the city might have some lots, the Land Bank may have some empty lots too. And what happened is the Western Reserve Land Conservancy went in these neighborhoods. One particular one I'm thinking, they were there before 2014 and 13. Well, citywide, they did this inventory of houses, okay? And in doing that inventory, they also identified what should come down. Now, a lot of money was being spent on demolition back in those days. Some would say not enough, but there was a lot of money floating around. So what happened is the Land Bank would go into those neighborhoods, demolish those properties, and by the way, backfill them correctly. Because you can go to some of these torn down houses backfilled, it's awful. What you find is the rubble from the previous house, which is not how they're supposed to be. They're doing it now, by the way. But the Land Bank did it correctly from the beginning. Okay, so I don't want to make anyone confused.
But John, but you also, I know because of the Mount Pleasant work, you also worked hand in glove with them in cases where you could not rehab a property. I remember one street not far from the St. Luke's complex where it was the presence of dilapidated, rundown houses on a street where you were rehabilitating houses that prevented you from, in effect, selling that house. Because people, I remember one in particular where you had a family prepared to go and they saw the house and they said, I'm not taking it because of that burned out shell next door, right? So you had that happen as well.
A lot of our families did, we assured them they would be done, the houses would come down. But yeah, absolutely, when you have that type of junk, particularly, we've had some where they were next door, empty vacant houses, and you know what is attracted to empty vacant houses, rats on 4 legs and some on 2 as well. So it was a real negative in terms of getting families to buy into a vision for a revitalized neighborhood. So I would say of the 175 houses I've done since I've been there, about 150 or so have been attained from the County Land Bank. That's massive. And most of these have been in target neighborhoods. And now we're also getting vacant parcels from them in those same neighborhoods. So we're building our new houses next to houses that we rehabbed that we obtained through the Land Bank. You know, the Land Bank is evolving. I think our Land Bank here is really trying to be the most aggressive, progressive that it can be in responding to the unique challenges of the inner city. And now they have some funding to also not only provide the empty house, but also give you some seed money to get started on that house or that new house for that vacant land. So the Land Bank is evolving, trying to anticipate our needs. And if it doesn't anticipate them, it figures it out and then responds in kind. So it really has been the best partnership I've had in the city, in this county, doing the work. And they've helped us catalyze revitalization in several neighborhoods. And by the way, we're in one of those neighborhoods. I always like data that we don't produce because, you know, it would be self-serving if I produced it to tell you the following story. But where we take a presence in our neighborhoods, if anyone's ever seen these heat maps that the crime bureaus generate for neighborhoods by neighborhood and zip code and that stuff, well, we've seen where we've been in a neighborhood, the crime dissipates and the heat turns from bright red to orange or yellow even. Now, I haven't seen any without any, but again, you're in the inner city. So the Land Bank, when you think of it, it's helping us provide affordable home ownership to families who really have no other option. It's helping us, it's as a partner in catalyzing revitalization in the inner city. And it's finding new ways to partner in the rehabilitation and building new communities with some of the new tools it has. So I give it an A+. They're the easiest people to work with. it really is a joy. And in fact, we created a new award for them 2 years ago called the Community Service Award. We never gave it to anyone before, and we created it, and we wanted it to do that to honor the County Land Bank. And we feel very, very strongly about them.
I just received a comment I want to share with you. It says, it's from a Cleveland City Councilman, Anthony Brancatelli. He says, I can attest firsthand that having Habitat for Humanity adopt an entire street in partnership with the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, the local CDC and the city of Cleveland has been transformational. It's called Clement Avenue, he said, in 44105. So,
yeah.
So you have
those houses. Those houses were interesting because those houses were built for the Slovenian and Polish immigrants, maybe some Greek ones too, Jim, who came in the 1880s and 1890s, and they built these little cottage shack houses with no bathrooms and no running water. And then in the 1920s, when they added bathrooms, it was a little shanty. They had, and Tony Brancatelli has seen tons of these houses. They had a little shanty onto the back room where they put the toilet in the bathtub. So when we come in, then of course they end up with sometimes 2 bathrooms, and it's no longer, we tear down the shanty. And yeah, that Clement Avenue was our first project, and Tony was Councilman Brancatelli. Tony, I love you, man. You do so much great stuff. You've been such a great partner.
Well, Ryan and Ken, I don't know if you've had any reason. All have been busy today, and you were not on a session. We had a session this morning with Mahoning and Trumbull County, where the land banks there has done phenomenal work, talking about the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation under Ian Beniston and Matt Martin and the Trumbull Neighborhood Partners. But we had a great guest at end of the session. Governor DeWine came on, and he spent about 10 minutes with us. We went back and forth. We talked about a lot of things, and it happens to be in Warren, Ohio, that they've got a significant problem with a multi-million-dollar demolition bill, an old hospital that has been called St. Joe's. It's been a real problem for the people in that neighborhood. But the governor reiterated his support today for land banks. You know, it was his money back in 2012 through the robo-signing settlement that kicked off almost 15,000 unoccupied structures being demolished through the Attorney General's settlement. But I raise all that as background because I really believe that land banks should be talking to you, Ryan, and to all of your affiliate members. I quoted the website, not 51, 46. Must be because Ken merged them together. But we ought to be talking about legislative action. And, you know, COVID obviously has created some issues for us, as you know. But I think there's the confluence of a lot of streets here. It's the need to provide supportive housing. It is the fact that land banks have product. And I think there's a desire more and more as we pivot away from the worst homes that we've been taking down. We're now seeing some homes that we just wish we could save. And maybe in talking to the governor and his folks and putting together a partnership, we can find ways to save some of those. So it's something to think about. Ryan, you want to step up into there?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Jim, that's an excellent point. The land banks need to be talking to Habitat affiliate leaders, but on the flip side of it, we need to be doing a more proactive effort on our part to be reaching out to land banks. And that's where I can help connect the dots with some of the local county land banks and our affiliate leaders. And I also want to continue this dialogue well beyond this Zoom call today to see how we can partner on advocacy efforts as we look at the next General Assembly and prepare strategically for legislative issues that, you know, we can help carry the flag on some of the issues that are ultimately going to help serve more families. And that's what your membership is about, and that's what we're all about. And I think too, one thing we found with our families, and John and Ken can speak to this much better than I can, but primarily in rural counties, we have very small affiliates that are building maybe one home a year, one home every other year, which I don't devalue that contribution statewide at all. We build collectively about 100 homes here in the state of Ohio. John, he's the rehab of homes champ in the state and has been for some time. And then we do about 375 repairs every year as well. But my point is, we have a lot of large urban or regional affiliates such as Ken that produce most of the Habitat homes, most of those 100 homes in Ohio. But when we look at the number of homes that are being produced, I think there's a great opportunity for our rural affiliates to expand their work, serve more families, and I think land banks is an excellent way to do that. One thing we found during the pandemic is that our families are much more resilient than sometimes we thought they may have been going into the pandemic. At the end of the day, a mother and a father, or a grandmother that's raising their grandchildren, they want a safe place to lay their heads at night. And that is what it all comes down to. It's not waiting until that perfect lot opens up and there's perfect alignment with the school district they want to live in, or it's only 10 minutes from their job as opposed to 30 minutes from the job. I think we really need to come at this with an open mind and see how we can work hand in glove with local community leaders around this call and really have an impact and really utilize the great framework that you and your colleagues have built.
If I might, I wanted to raise this because I think we pointed out earlier that the Great Recession did a lot of damage to Habitat homeowners. You weren't immune from it, right? I remember seeing a number of properties, John, that fell into foreclosure before you took your position. And there's a session tomorrow on COVID-19, what the impact will be on homeowners, what the impact will be on Ohio communities, and how land banks might be proactive. And we had Julia Gordon, who is the president, CEO of the National Community Stabilization Trust, showing us some scary charts today about the spike in delinquencies. And there are a lot of forbearance agreements in place, but that could portend for not only a spike in delinquencies, but foreclosure actions. Are there any steps that you've taken as an organization, Ryan or John or Ken, with future homeowners to protect them, and I hate to put it this way, protect them not from themselves, but from market forces that might try to take advantage of them, but we don't get into this situation again?
Yeah, I would say,
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, I was going to say, from our end, and I think most Habitat affiliates have this type of action, you know, the educational element of the home ownership program is absolutely essential. You know, we work with HUD certified credit counseling and all sorts of other things, but we also put our families through almost a mock financial peace university type scenario. We're very well aware of, you know, 78% of the United States of America has less than $1,000 in their bank account. And so we're really aware of what's going on the budgeting and financial side of you know, the banking relationship, as well as it relates to homeowners who are taking out loans. And so, you know, insulating our families through education has been kind of one of the cornerstones of the Habitat program, which has led to our success. And I actually think it's one of the reasons why Ryan kind of attests to this too. Like, our families have been resilient throughout COVID-19. They have budgeted very effectively, at least here in Southeast Ohio. And of the 71 mortgages that we have here in Habitat Southeast Ohio, we have only had 2 that have had to go on deferments. Because they have figured out how to make it work. And of course, we're open to that type of stuff, obviously, with the situation being the situation. But I really, you know, props to what we call our family services director here at Habitat for Humanity of Southeast Ohio, who works hand in hand with the families to make sure they get the required education and get through it throughout our program.
John, how about you up in your part of the world?
Well, education really, as Ken said, is a foundation of awareness for our families. We were able to, for this specific situation of COVID, we were able to approach the Cleveland Foundation and St. Luke's Foundation about a fund to help families who were caught in the grips of this, and if they were unable to pay their mortgage, to provide them some stopgap funding, which they would not have to repay, because our families don't have that bank account to fall back on. So, but amazingly, so far, we've only had 2 families use it. So we have this fund then that's available to help families who have some negative effects coming out of the COVID. Now, the other thing that Ken alluded to, which is very interesting about our families, 40% of our families work in healthcare. And those jobs are COVID resistant in terms of they're not shutting down, okay? I mean, you still need your healthcare providers. So that I think has helped a lot to avoid some of the financial hardship that other people may be incurring.
Well, Ryan, let's agree that there are a lot of conversations that have been spurred by today's conference that I think will lead us to additional work, but I'd like to take you up on that challenge, or we'll all take each other up on the challenge, Ken and John, and let's see if we can't work with, as you pointed out, John, Habit, just how much more help we need and how much more we could do if we had those resources. We should talk about how we leverage these land banks and look to our partners at the state government, and depending on what happens in November, possibly doing the same thing at the federal level as well. So I know we're a little early, and I'm going to leave it open to you. I have no other questions from.
Can I put a plug in?
Sure, John.
What I'd like to see happen. Now, remember, I was a lobbyist for 20 years, and most of that was lobbying for the city of Cleveland. Tools they're using now for redevelopment activities. I'd like to put a plug in. I think Ohio needs to step up in a big way and support affordable home ownership for families in that 30 to 60 or 80% AMI. The impact is so significant over multi-generations that it's one of the best investments the state can make with its resources. And I believe if we look at some states, such as Florida, you're going to find a much more robust and aggressive strategy to make homeowners out of renters. And let's face it, hey, renters, great people, right? But they don't revitalize neighborhoods. Homeowners revitalize neighborhoods, and homeowners make sure the neighborhoods are safe. So if you want to revitalize the inner cities, you've got to have homeowners leading the charge. So let's put together, I'd love to lobby on this legislation, Ryan, to get Ohio to step up and do more for affordable home ownership. Day one, not year 16.
Absolutely, John. And I also made note of the sales tax proposal in Florida, which I'm going to get that through eventually someday. So.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to say too, one of the benefits of the Habitat model is that all the Habitat affiliates are locally controlled by their boards. And so you don't have to go up the quote unquote chain of command to reach out to your local Habitat affiliate. And I guarantee you that most Habitat affiliates in Ohio, when approached for this partnership, will look to creative ways to make this happen. One of the benefits, and by all means, have them call me if they want a question. I'm sure John would agree too. We'd be more than happy to take phone calls from other Habitat affiliates about the impact that the land banks have had on us. In fact, when we took Fairfield County, one of the very first things I did was reach out to Michael Caper at the Fairfield County Land Bank. It was like the third thing I did because I knew how important the land bank would be in our growth and our partnership in Fairfield County. And
Ryan, and on that, who do you have in Gallia? I'm down in Gallia a week from tomorrow. Do you know the folks down there? I want to make sure I talk about the importance of Habitat in Gallia. Yeah,
there's actually no Habitat affiliate in Gallia County right now.
Go to 9 counties.
Right, we've got a few counties that don't have it, but we're working. Us and another affiliate based out of West Virginia are working on trying to figure out how to get a group going in Gallia County, in one way, shape, or form. So, and Karen Sprague down there has been a cheerleader for the Habitat programs, as she has been for the CHIP programs too, for Southeast Ohio. So. And the other thing I wanted to say too is the land bank has been extremely beneficial financially for us. The donated land has brought in $500,000 in investment from outside of Southeast Ohio through competitive grant funding that we've received through Federal Home Loan Bank of Cincinnati. Donated land is 5% It's 5% of the total points you can get for the AHP program. And $500,000 goes a long way in Southeast Ohio towards building 20 houses. And that we've gotten that money because of the donations from the land bank, the land donations in part.
And Jim, just a point of reference, we do have coverage of 76 of the 88 counties. And Ken said he's not expanding anymore, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has the 9th county as Galia. So
yeah, we're still looking at that. So,
you know, the one of the challenges in doing rehabs initially, which is land bank, Habitat's not utilizing that bank, that bank of treasures. Really need to look into that. But we had some resistance from, you know, a lot of our labor is volunteer labor. And these guys were used to building new houses. This is what they did. And they were rather skeptical at first about going into these 120, 130-year-old houses. But after we started doing a dozen or so, they love them because they're all different. Each one's different. It's not like you're building the same house over and over again like our new houses are. Each house was different and they loved doing them.
Well, I know we started a little early, so maybe we'll end a little early, but I want to thank all of you. Ken, I want to thank you for the time you spent with me in Muskingum. Ryan, I want to thank you for all you do for the people of Ohio. And John, you're my old friend. Our daughters went to Worcester College together. And John, I've known since the early 80s, and I really appreciate the work you do, John, at Habitat. So let's keep talking, and let's see if we can't use this to springboard into some additional action. And to all the folks who are on, and we still have a significant number of people around, our first session begins tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and it's about the COVID-19 crisis. And a lot of work has been done by people as part of this panel to see how land banks can step up and be proactive and not reactive as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. So I want to thank everybody for being
One more
here.
comment, Jim.
Yes, sir.
One more comment. I think it was very touching and appropriate for the dedication to Robin Thomas.
Yeah.
So I knew Robin for a long time too, and was so sad to hear of her passing, but I think it's so appropriate to acknowledge her.
We miss her every day, John.
Yeah.
Since you asked one more comment, I'm going to ask one more question of you. How come my hair is gray and yours isn't?
Well, Jim, as you know, we're the gray hairs in the room.
Right.
And I've actually known you
How
since
do
I
you
think
do that, John? Let me know what you eat every morning. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Great panel. Thank you.